2 days into our Maltese-summer adventure. Mdina Cup will be finished today and we'll have a winner of that Valletta Cup later in the day. The Maltese, well, they're here, they're firing. They're in with a chance as well, but they're going to have to play well. France later on as well. Luxembourg make up the trio. All of them mathematically in with a chance. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the Mdina Cup T20 Internationals live from Malta on ECN, and it starts right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another huge day in European cricket. 3 matches simultaneously once again for a third consecutive day. It's a lot of cricket, it's a lot of action, and you'll only find it right here on ECN. So I'm in Malta, of course, for this T20 International Men's Series. Corey is in the Netherlands for the T20Is. And don't forget Rico and Charlie in Hungary for the ECS. So there's a lot going on, but right here we'll have our biggest day yet because we'll have 3 matches today. So we're going to see the first 2 matches being the end of the Mdina Cup. We'll have a winner for that. And then the third match here is the first match of the Valletta Cup, which is the same 3 teams you've seen already, but adding in Romania and Switzerland. So it's going to be a huge day of cricket. First up, we've got match 3, Luxembourg taking on Malta. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. The 2 captains are with the officials.
Hit. 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 Go to home team. Hits. Hit. Score. Head it hits. We're gonna bat first. Okay. Okay.
So Varun Prasad of Malta has won the toss and he's elected to bat. Interestingly, it's the first time a captain has won the toss and batted first match of the day. And often they don't want to do that because this outfield is pretty wet and they water it pretty heavily overnight. There's a dew factor. But I think that he probably feels runs on the board can stand up against the Luxembourg side that struggled to chase yesterday. And they struggled bowling in the first innings of games, conceding 2 scores in the 170s in their first 2 matches. But Malta, we know that their opening batter, Zisha Unkan, he was brilliant yesterday, wasn't he? 115, the first century of the series and the only one so far. And I'm sure he wants to make a good start again. Some concerns about Fanyan Magal. Took a ball on the lower leg, which didn't look too good at all. But I've got to say that Malta, they're going to have to play well today. But if they do play well enough, they can still make the top of the table, which would mean that they're the Mdina Cup winners in the first ever edition of this tournament. Luxembourg, they've got some issues, don't they? But having said that, their 2 scores that they did make with the bat were higher than anything we saw on day 1. So they suppose they have some comfort there. I suppose they're hoping someone like Halbavi or a Tim Barker can go big early. And Vikram, well, he toiled really hard, didn't he, for Luxembourg, but they just couldn't quite get enough runs on the board to get some points. But if they win both their matches comprehensively today, even they could still win the trophy. Let's talk about the conditions today in Malta. Well, it is roasting, and I pretty much could repeat this every day at the moment. Expecting 32, currently about 27 to get things going. It's only going to get hotter. It feels hotter out here in the middle. I've talked a lot about the kind of relative humidity out here in the middle because of the moisture in the ground. It really comes up and cooks you from the top and the bottom. So it's going to be hot, and it's going to be a big day because 3 matches from Malta coming your way. Let's get ready for the first ball with the news from the toss that the hosts have won it. Malta winning the toss and having a hit in game 3. Let's get ready for some action.
Morning from the box, and yes, that was all natural that you saw out there in the middle a few moments ago. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Yeah, roasting hot day, middle of summer, Malta, Island, Equatorial. It's going to be a great day though. The action is going to be just as hot as the weather, no doubt about it. And yeah, it's going to be an interesting rematch first up here in match 5 with a rematch of match 3. Luxembourg entered the tournament yesterday for the first time. Didn't have any success as far as getting a win. But they were good in patches, weren't they? Malta and France, then, they topped the table with 2 wins and a loss so far. Luxembourg with no wins and 2 losses. So, but here's the thing. If Luxembourg were to win both games today, and look, they're a good cricket team, I think they'll be better today than yesterday, then they could all be tied on points. 2 wins, 2 losses, in which case it goes down to net run rate. And that's where I think Luxembourg get hurt by a little bit by the fact that they lost quite comfortably yesterday whereas the matches on day one were small margins, just 9 and 4 runs respectively between Malta and France. Speaking of Malta and France, we will see them play in a third match today. Now, there are only 2 matches left in this series, like I said in the introduction, but we do have 3 matches today because the third match is the first match of the Valletta Cup, and that is a 5-team series, including the 3 we've seen so far, adding in Romania and Switzerland that we'll see tomorrow for the first time, and that should be really exciting. 10 matches plus a finals day on Sunday. So it's a huge day of cricket. We've got 3 T20 internationals here. We have a T20 international in the Netherlands later on. We also have 5 matches in day 10 of the ECS in Hungary, which is getting going in around about 45 minutes. Now, I've got to be honest, I quite like this 45 minutes because I've got everyone to myself before you have to start making some choices. And yeah, it's going to be a really exciting time to be watching. I think Malta, Luxembourg, you see there, Malta winning the toss and electing to bat. And you can see Aurora listed at the top of the order. Let's see if they go with that. Just cast my way out to the middle. Samuel Stanislaus into the side for the first time. No Funyan Magal. He got absolutely cracked in the shin yesterday. Just looking at that, who else we got? We got Abbas in there to bowl. We got Awakra Afridi's had a pretty good series. Justin Sharju to bowl as well. Looks like no Eldos Matthew in the side this time. Yash Singh comes in as another spin option. Luxembourg though, Anup Orsu into the lineup. Maybe he can bring some runs, and they need some, don't they? Having said that, like I said, they scored higher scores than we saw in day 1 yesterday. Anyway, time to shake, rattle and roll. Day 3 in Malta. And it starts with a wide. Zishan Khan is out there. And he's got Jaspal Singh as a partner at the other end. So it's going to be a really, really fun and a long day of cricket. Angled into Zishan, coming off 100. Just, you know, sometimes you can just see things. So sometimes you can just see stuff. He scored a couple of 20s on day 1 and you thought, this guy shouldn't be getting out in the 20s. He's looking good. Now he just horns across the line and gets the first run off the bat for the day. Doesn't give us a chance to look at Jaspal Singh, who they've shown a lot of faith in. He's kind of been up and down the order. We saw him kind of in the top order. We've seen him down the middle. Now he's opening. And I think perhaps they just like the idea of him getting out there in the power play. Does like to go over the top. Amanda, opening bowler for Luxembourg. Jaspal takes it easy, first one. Apologies for the scoreline up just yet. Yeah, we always have a few gremlins in the system here because of it's a few issues. The heat's one of them, but also the moisture in the morning. It is sopping wet when we get here, and that's probably one of the reasons that teams haven't really wanted to bat first, but Malta bucking the trend. They're happy with it. Jaspal plays this pretty late. Doesn't get a run as yet. Yeah, so I will say that the wet factor does slow the outfield down, but it also makes it a bit more difficult to field. It makes it a bit more greasy. I will say, you know, in the first hour or two, it'll be bone dry again. The sun beating down pretty strongly at the moment. Joost Meijs, the captain of Luxembourg, back behind the stumps for the first game. We saw him split the duties with William Cope yesterday. Into the action here. 6'5" wicketkeeper. I don't see too many as tall or taller. I said yesterday, I don't think it's a disadvantage. Cope's not in the lineup. He's 12th man for this game, so I've got a feeling they might kind of bring him in second game. With these squads, which are typically around, I'd say an average squad size of 14 in this week of T20 Internationals, you do have to manage your personnel a little bit because it is, like I said, it's stinking hot here in Malta at this time of year. This one is cut away. So that's the end of the first over. And at this stage, not too difficult to keep track of the score. It's just a wide and a single off the over. So it's 2 without loss after 1, and a pretty decent start from Ankush Nanda. So you can get a good view of the surroundings of this ground. Beautiful blue skies, and this is what we've got today. It's packed. So from Malta, we've got the final 2 matches of the Mdina Cup, matches 5 and 6, both featuring Luxembourg against the hosts first and France later. Mid-afternoon, Netherlands action, women's action, Netherlands taking on Scotland for the first time. That's 2 p.m. European time, which is 5:30 in India. And then later on, we've got the match 1 of the Valletta Cup T20 International. So Malta versus France will play in the first match. That's 10-match series, plus we'll have 3 games on finals day Sunday. So essentially, for me, I've got the top and the bottom there. I've got Malta-Luxembourg, France-Luxembourg, and then Malta-France later on. Malta and France separated only by 9 runs and 4 runs respectively. It was 2 botched chases on Monday when they played. And I can't wait for those 2 to lock horns. That's at 4:15 European, which is 7:45 in India. It's going to be 10:15 p.m. in Western Australia and 15:15 midnight in Eastern Australia. Let's rock and roll here with Elias Jabarkel, who's going to bowl over number 2. Sorry for not having the scorecard up just yet, but I can tell you that makes 3 without loss. A few people enjoying my shirt. I've gone pretty floral. You might have noticed, if you've been watching the introductions, I've put the suits away for a week, and I've got to be honest, I didn't even bring them to Malta. I left them in Prague, where I'll be next week. I put them in the dry cleaners. I thought that was a good opportunity because it is really hot. It's something that the players are dealing with. Obviously, all the officials, the technical staff, all the production crew as well. But that's the way it is. And look, end of the day, cricket's a summer sport. I'll say a quick hello to Raza in the chat and a few others in a minute. Jabarkel. This one just to nip away a little bit. And Jaspal finding it a little bit difficult to get going first up. Yes, so hello to Kai Bay, hello to Ivan, hello to Rob Thompson watching from New Zealand. Why don't you drop in, send me a message. I said I love that I've got the monopoly for about another 35 minutes before I have to share with Hungary first up. I'll be keeping my eye on what's happening around the grounds, of course. Another one. Disciplined bowling from Elias Jabarkel there in the offside channel. Luxembourg, certainly pretty decent unit. I mean, they're ranked 64 in the world. Remember, they're a pretty tiny country. So is Malta, I suppose, in a way. But they're pretty disciplined in what they're trying to achieve. See, once again, he misses, but he misses to the outside. It's not a bad spot to miss. Just hoping to build a bit of pressure. Zishan comes to have a chat with Jaspal now. Be curious to see what they do with their order. And they've listed Chanjol Sudasanan at 3. Having said that, they listed Aurora opening, and that didn't happen. I mean, those batting orders are just a guide. Samuel Stanislaus. Big Samuel provides some extra batting. He hasn't been in the side yet. Jason Jerome in the side as well for Malta this morning. The Tank still can't get in, even though he was doing a fair bit of fielding yesterday. He was on the field for Fanya Magala after he went off with that lower leg injury. But Dasha Patanka is 12th man for this game for Malta. Rob's saying it's a bit too late for him third game, but you can always watch it back, Rob. This is the first time he gets a bit straight. No fine leg. He mays, takes about 4 steps and he's there. That'll be a leg bite. He gets away with it. Jaspal, this is where you just got to say to the umpire, yeah, there's a little bit of glove on that because it's not a fun place to be when you're 0 off 8. But anyway, yeah, Malta finding a bit hard to score. One big difference here, Zishan in the first 2 overs hasn't faced a lot of the bowling. It's 2 off 3. You've got 1 ball to play with here. Last ball, the second from Jabarkel. It's been a good one so far. Again, just misses. Zishan, a little bit surprised we don't have a third man. If you watch actually how Zishan has got out and given chances early in his innings, often it has been thick outside edges that have flown away. So there is a third man in the circle, but if he gets too much on it, and he does normally go pretty hard at the ball, probably fly away over that man for 4. Gets this one, but straight at cover. Another disciplined over. There were 4 off that one, 3 and a leg by. And after 2, it's 6 without loss. Yeah, so Raza asked me how I am. I'm very well. And I've got to say, today we'll, I suppose, test everyone a bit more with the third match being played. So it's going to be a pretty much dawn to dusk operation today. But with just 2 matches the last couple of days, I've taken the opportunity to get straight in the pool when I've got back to the hotel. See, the key is don't let yourself cool down in the air conditioning of the hotel room. You get in, you get changed, you get it up in the pool. And I must admit, I sunk a couple of cans of the local brew. And there's a lot of rooftop pools over here. So our hotel in Gazira, where we're staying, it basically overlooks the water and the harbour. It's a really nice view from up there. All right, well, this is up. It's in the air. I was going to say it's an opportunity, but it's not really. It's actually a very good effort out there, but it just doesn't carry to the man deep mid wicket. Check it out in the replay. Zishan's itchy for some runs. It takes it on. Yeah, I mean, that's actually a fantastic bit of fielding to smother it. And also dealing with the sun out there. So, yeah, Luxembourg almost creating an opportunity. Not quite. Now he's gone. Well, that could have gone anywhere. It ended up going straight at Anup Orsu, who's into the side. He's rubbing his hands. Well, partly because of the pain, but partly with delight because that Zishan gone. He got to the ball before, back on strike, and got this one away from the outfielder, but straight into the hands of Anup Orsu. That's a really good catch. Just look at the shadows. He's straight into the sun there. And look, yes, he's got the dark glasses, but that's a huge moment in the game because Zishan coming off a ton. He goes for just 2. And the first wicket falls. And so that's a big moment in the game, really. I'm just trying to work out. I thought it was Zishan that was almost put down. I think it might have been Jaspal that went for a single, pardon me. So it was Zishan that was back on strike. And then what a catch by Anup. And when you come into the side after sitting out on the pine for a couple of matches, it's always great to get involved. And that was a very, very nice catch. He had to take it low down. It's almost like a slips catch, the way it came to him, that he just stayed still. And it's a better one sometimes when you don't have time to think about it. And he didn't. Samuel Stanislaus into the side, batting 3. Almost nicks the first one off. Yeah, Samuel's guy we know pretty well from ECS cricket. So I'm doing some really good things from today in the ECS. Handy little part-time bowler. I don't think we'll see him bowling too much, I think, at the international level, but Samuel, he's the leading run scorer back in the first ever ECS we had here back in 2020 in Malta. And he pushes this at point. Slight fumble, but they run anyway. Stanislaus with his first run of the series. I want to say a very good morning to Mr. Jay Grant, who's watching from Scotland. And well, how do you think the Scottish women will go against the Netherlands today? Netherlands pretty comprehensive, weren't they, against Thailand? Although Thailand, to their credit, pushed it right down to the wire because Netherlands took 19 overs to get their victory target. I think it was 93 yesterday. Jaspal. Chips, doesn't get a run here, 1 off 10. Yeah, Malta, when you win the toss and elect to bat, you're hoping to kind of make a bit of a statement. It has more of the feel of Luxembourg being the happier of the 2 teams to be out there in the field at the moment. Now, Luxembourg, I feel they probably would have fielded first anyway. I didn't actually ask Just, but maybe they would have wanted to bat first as a counterpoint because they have gone down, batting second twice. Anyway, this is a pull shot, and finally Jaspal breaks the shackles and gets 4. A little bit too short that time from Nanda. That one was into a gap, and he gets his first boundary. So just what Malta needed. End of the over as well. So 12 for 1 after 3. It's the first boundary of the day. It's obviously going to be a long day's cricket, but yeah, hopefully you can catch a bit of everything today. You know, we're certainly enjoying our time here in Malta, but in Netherlands later on, I'm keeping a keen eye on that series. Got 2 teams ranked in the I think it's 11 to 18, or 3 teams ranked in the 11 to 18 bracket there in the Netherlands, and that's been some very competitive cricket. Ground looks great there in Kampong as well, in Utrecht. Jabakel continues. He's got a big edge on that. He might have been in a bit of trouble. May have just been shaping down the leg side anyway. But yeah, Luxembourg coming out and got their tails up early. One swings a bit too much. Mays needs every bit of his 6'5" to stop this one, because it was biting away from him pretty dramatically, wasn't it? He does well, make the stop, stops any extras. Travel up, thinking Luxembourg have a very good chance to win this match. Zishan already in the pavilion. Yeah, look, Luxembourg, it'd be easy to write them off after that first day, but if they win both games today, they tie for top of the table, and that's the bare naked truth of it. They've been pretty disciplined. Like I say, Jabakel's missed. He's missed in an area that, you know, still on the side of the wicket he's trying to bowl. Yeah, so Luxembourg can win well twice. They can actually still win the trophy, because it'll be all tied up, 2 wins, 2 losses each. So if they can win by enough, they can actually still win the Mdina Cup. France and Malta split their games on Monday, and yesterday Luxembourg lost both of their games to their opponents, but if they won both the games against the opponents, then all of these little 2-match mini-series are split. That's why, obviously, when France and Malta lost to each other, they didn't lose by that much, because their net run rate hasn't taken a beating yet. And dropped twice. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. It was Mays, the octopus, who's the only man that would have touched that, to be honest, with the gloves, and he knocked it up, and then it went to Vikram Vij, and he dropped it as well. Oh, stuff you'll only see here, and it's the same ground. We had a crazy catch just like this. Look, knocked up, and then Vikram Vij drops it as well. Oh, yeah. That's lucky twice. Look, knocked up, and Vij is there, and to be honest, he gets there pretty comfortably. Yes, had to move. That's crazy. Now the next one's up in the air as well. Vij, I don't think he's going to get this one either. Getting a proper working over at the moment. Well, it might be T20 international cricket, but it's still ECN cricket and stuff that you won't really see anywhere else in the world. Oh, wow. And this is the ground where we saw Gozo pull off a ridiculous catch like that as well. But that one was caught. Caught a wide, close. Yeah, so that catch back in February here in the ECS was one that went a bit viral. Checking this one out. Kind of an umpire's call, probably more in than out. The umpire kind of has the discretion about how they feel about that. He wasn't feeling too good about it, the umpire, so he calls it wide. Into the over, pretty action-packed one. And it's 17 for 1 after 4. Jabakel will be kicking himself. It's still... Yeah, so that catch in February, though, it bounced off the keeper pretty much like that. But it was taken one-handed full stretch by the person in the third man in the circle at third man. That it was a ridiculous catch. Actually, go back, you'll find it on our social media at European Cricket. It's in the 140 seconds of crazy action. I think it was a Gozo versus the Warriors game. And yeah, almost seeing lightning strike twice there. But the first thing first, I mean, if it wasn't Mays behind the stumps, it's 4. Cope's not touching that. Not because he's not a good keeper, just because he's not 6'5". And that's why I said sometimes it's an advantage having the extra reach. But wow. Now, we're seeing Mays coming up to the stumps. We've got Malave coming on. Still in the power play. Malta just about 4 clicks and over at the moment. First one gets driven away for 1. So, yeah, it's exciting. Tell you that much. I want to say quick hello to all of our viewers watching on Fancode, of course, the subcontinent, as well as everyone watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Also, hello to the officials, Vinay Malhotra, as well as Sandeep Hamal and Shanaka Fernando, overseeing this one. Okay, goes straight. Does he get enough? Just kind of clunks it. Probably get 2. Lucky it was placed where it was, straight over the bowler. Otherwise, I think Minov had some visions of catching that. Wasn't hit that well. And, well, Mr. J. Grant saying ECN, the gift that keeps on giving. Well, we're glad you've discovered us now. I mean, we've been doing it a little while, around 3 years or so. Full-time cricket. Steps across, might have picked out the man here. And he has, he's gone, nice catching. And so Jaspal goes after an unhappy time at the crease. He'll go for 9 off 15 at the end. It's Malave, who just seems to be nagging with the ball and seems to just have a good knack of coming up with the wickets when required. Jaspal, I mean, knew the guy was there, just thought he could take him on. Maybe wanted to get it a bit square up the shorter boundary. But the catch was taken very well. And Malta lost a second wicket, 20 for 2. Jaspal, no matter where they bat him at the moment, can't seem to put an innings together. Remember Malta yesterday? Zishan got 115, but that kind of showed up that the other batters couldn't really find their touch. But, yeah, Luxembourg. They've built pressure, and I suppose, you know, they'll be happy they do get that breakthrough. Stanislaw said he's hardly set the world on fire so far. But, yeah, Jaspal Singh, he's just having a bit of a rough time of it at the moment, isn't he? Malave, though, I mean, he's your classic short form bowler, you know, trying to put the squeeze on, keeper up to the stumps, trying to get the batter feeling a bit claustrophobic. Prasath comes out at 4. And, yeah, he's a pretty good hitter. He's being used as a kind of genuine batter here rather than just a hitter. First one gets a thick outside edge, goes to Vidge. He's been busy. Gets it on the bounce. Got to give credit to James Barker out there on the mid-wicket boundary as well. I mean, he's almost created a catch this morning, and then he has taken one. And he's dealing with the sun. Yeah, he's a very good fielder. I'd say, you know, both the Barkers are. They're twins, actually. Tim Barker and James Barker in the Luxembourg lineup. He dealt with that one really well. And now he's got some more work to do out there. Into the over. 21 for 2. And a successful over for Malave. Also successful in the way he doesn't go for too many runs. So, what do you think about the action so far? Let's see if Luxembourg can parlay this into something more. I so the plan here, I mean, if you can rock and roll Malta and chase the runs quickly. I mean, it is important they chase them quickly for the context of this tournament, but also don't forget that each one of these is a standalone T20 international that affects your ranking, your ICC T20 international ranking. So they probably won't be so obsessed with winning Mdina Cup. It'll be in their mind for sure, but I mean, getting the win is just super important because these two pretty close together. 64 for Luxembourg, 61 for Malta. This is Dixit down leg side. He thought this hit the pad. I wasn't sure if it was just kind of the natural angle of the ball or whether it actually hits the pad. If it hits the pad, it won't be a wide. Check it out. Yeah, I don't think it actually hits the pad, to be honest. I think it's just a natural move, but I think it's a good call from the umpire. Dixit with the ball. Gives him the side. Handed a left-hander. No run this time. Yeah, so the way the ICC system is set up is that you score more for higher ranked opponents that you beat. So when you beat people that are above you, you kind of get more than for beating teams below you. So it's kind of designed to encourage you to challenge yourself. Driven straight back to Dixit. He's a very good fielder. And handles it fairly easily. So, yeah, it's good to see 5 teams we'll see this week. They're fairly close in the rankings. 49-64, I think. 47 and 64. Good bowling by Dixit. Just gets it to go across Prasath. And Dixit's kind of got this natural action where he can roll his fingers on a little bit and straighten down the line. That's why I think he likes this approach. Going around the wicket, pushing it across. Prasath hits it, can't get a run. So, you know, every batter that's come out there this morning, taking their time. I mean, Zishan didn't try to, just didn't have a lot of the strike. This is cracked through the offside, and this will relieve the pressure. Boundary to Prasath, his first. They're obviously sending him in early because they want him to go big. We saw him used as, I suppose, more or less just a hitting option yesterday, given the game situation. But he's one guy, he can play a longer innings. He's been fairly careful so far. This time he gets a little bit of width. You know, with Varun, he's not big on the footwork, but he's got a great eye, and he hits the ball really hard. Now gets a full toss, just kind of leans on it, doesn't get a run, doesn't get the gap, into 6. Dixit, despite going to the boundary, pretty tight over from him. And at the end of the power play is 26 for 2. So no doubt who wins the power play. Luxembourg coming out swinging here on the second day of their campaign. Super excited about what's to come with the 3 events concurrently right now, but Valletta Cup starting later on today. Looking to next week, we'll be in Czechia. We'll be in Prague for the ECS. And don't forget, still got the ECI Hungary this weekend to come. So you'll actually have 3 different international events at once this weekend. Also, night series in Portugal. That should be great. And that starts on Tuesday. Be there before you know it. And then we've got Switzerland for the first time in 3 years on ECN. So that's going to be great. In Switzerland, that is. We're back to the action, and the first one's hit pretty crisply by Stanislaus. They should get 2 here. And I love coming back. He was a successful bowler in the last over. It was uppish, wasn't it? I mean, didn't think he touched it. Got pretty close. Got a few bowling options, Luxembourg. This one's hit down the ground, but now we're out of the power play, so up to 5 outfielders are allowed compared to the 2 in the first 6 overs. Yeah, I suppose one thing we talked about yesterday, Luxembourg they don't have a big spearhead with the ball, do they? They don't have a scarer. I suppose if that's the word I'm trying to use. They got a few guys that'll do a decent job for you, pretty accurate, they'll do a little bit with the ball. But you think about France, they got guys that are trying to knock heads off shoulders, and it's just a slightly different type of attack. And both can be effective. Got to say, it'd be pretty awkward facing Malav. Just look how he goes missing. You see, he's behind the umpire. He's not there, and then he is there. And to be honest, Prasath's almost caught unawares by that. It's pretty unusual for a right-hander to do that. Now, next one. Worked away for one. Yeah, I mean, you'd expect a left-hander because their natural angle of approach is normally that way. You know, a left-hander might do that, but it's very unusual for a right-hander to play peekaboo that way. Here's Dixon. Probably will continue next over, you'd imagine. Stanislas this time pushes down the ground for one. And Traveller would like to see a few more shots in the chat. I suppose that's the pressure of a couple of early wickets, isn't it? And look, we have seen some batters be able to kind of, in the old parlance, get your eye, and it's not talked about too much anymore. But yeah, get your eye in, get comfortable, and then you can kind of pull the shots out a bit later in your innings once you're set. Little edge. There's Vidge again, finding himself in the action. Top scored in both their innings yesterday. He's a pretty important player. Also, might have a couple of overs with the ball. Anyway, it's the end of 7 overs, and Malta at the moment struggling to get going. It's 31 for 2. That wicket of Zishan is huge, isn't it? When you look at who's scored the runs for Malta this week and how many runs. He scored a big proportion of their runs. So someone else has to stand up. Obviously, Stanislas in for the first time. He's a fairly decorated player here in Malta. And he's 7 off 10, so he's got what I would call a start. So is Prasath. They faced 10 and 12 balls. So, you know, they've survived that long, and you know, they would be hoping they can turn it into something more. Will be Dixit to continue. Dixit, left armour. Yeah, pretty well bowled. Kind of draws him forward. Thick outside edge from Stanislas. Sometimes I do a bit of a thought experiment. If you whacked 2 wickets on the score right now, what would the game look like? Malta will be right on the ropes, and that's what Luxembourg need to look to do. I mean, to be honest, over 7 and 8, I probably wouldn't go as defensive as they have. I'd still probably look to stop a few singles and try and build that pressure, because I suppose that there's been a lot of dot balls so far. So just because the 6 overs is magically up, it doesn't really change kind of what you're bowling. I like that they've done that now. They've brought Nanda into a shortish cover, just trying to stop that one. Oh, I had a feeling this was a catch. I mean, maybe I'm completely wrong, but did he hit it into the ground? Or did it? No, that's a catch. That's a drop catch. Look, it's bounced and then it's hit on the way up. So yeah, that's a drop catch. And yeah, and everyone kind of just shrugged it off like it was nothing. But yeah, I mean, I suppose the other thing is that the umpire's electing not to use the technology, so whether they would have seen it that way or not. But the umpire's been pretty good. I think the square leg umpire would have spotted that, and if Dixit had held on, I think we would have seen the end of Prasath. So put that down as a chance. Prasath dropped on 6. Good areas this time. Actually wouldn't mind seeing Mays going up to the stumps to Dixit as well. Similar kind of pace to Malav. Seems to have been a pretty effective strategy. Maybe feels there's more chance of kind of a thick edge, which is always a calculation you're making. Just because you can stand up doesn't mean you always do. At the moment, it does look like there could be an edge the way the last 2 balls have shaped. So about 10 minutes from getting underway in Hungary as well. Huge day of cricket on ECN. We're shaping for about 1,700 matches plus this year, which are just crazy numbers. Nice ball, the over. Off the pad, this will be a leg by. And it will mean Stanislas retains the strike. Malta still not quite launching after 8 overs. They're 34 for 2. That one did have a chance in it though. Prasath gets a bit lucky. Nobody cracking double digits yet for Malta. Host nation winning the toss, electing to bat. This is where, you know, if there was another wicket, I'd probably be sending in someone like a Waka Afridi. You know, why not? At the moment, you're kind of behind the 8 ball. And you need someone to kind of go and actually fire a shot in anger, and someone that you might consider slightly, I suppose, dispensable, because if they did do that, then they'd have batting to come. I'm going to say credit to Luxembourg. You know, they've bowled fairly disciplined lines this morning. My love gets a third. I think that's a good call. So they try it on in the air, and I think that's gone for 4. Well, let's have a look. It's a long way away from me. It's at the other end, but I've got to say it might have been a slight misjudgment, because he wasn't right back on the rope, was he? Stanislaus takes it on, gets it fairly straight. And yeah, he's kind of just caught inside. I think that's, I've got to say, I think it's 4. Well, I might have gone all the way. Maybe it was 6, actually. I'll wait for the call. I was given 4 in the end. So that shows you it was a chance. It probably was anyway. But yeah, got to put that down as another chance, to be honest. It was just a misjudgment out there. Shivkaran Gill out at the long on boundary. So the bowling's been good. I think the fielding hasn't always backed it up so far. We have seen some good catches taken, seen 2 very good catches taken, but seen a couple go down as well. I think 3 go down, to be honest, in the first 8 and a bit overs. All right, Prasath's had enough. This time it's going, and it's gone. Maximo! Well, there is the first 6 of the day, and it's Varun Prasath who takes it on. Could you see from his reaction, he was pretty comfortable with how well he'd struck the ball. And Jabbarkhel went all the way back to the rope, but he couldn't pull it in. So we're certainly seeing a change of gear. Both batters taking on Malov down the ground to the longest boundary, really, on the Marsa International Cricket Ground. Now he wants more, and he's going to get more. Maximo! Back to back as Prasath's feeling comfortable. That one's into the archery range. Rolls the dice and comes up double 6 as Prasath's away. Multi-skipper trying to change the narrative, and does so with 2 big blows. That one was pretty big. Malov just getting a little bit too leg stumpish to him. Now, once they get the ball back, we'll continue. Does Prasath want another piece? Depends. Slow ball, good option. Change it up. It wasn't the best slow ball, but it was different, and Prasath, he was a little bit more careful there. Didn't want to kind of get too carried away. He knows he's done well out of this over. Punched it away for 1. 50's come up as well during this over for Malta. Field changes for Stanislaus. And last ball of the over, knocked down for 1 by Samuel Stanislaus, and that is the end of the over. The score is 53 for 2. Yeah, so let's see if Prasath can turn this into something more. Whenever you kind of spend 10 balls trying to get yourself in a T20 national, say you spend a dozen balls getting your iron, you've kind of used up 10% of the innings. So, it's a waste if you then get out. So, I kind of saw that with Jaspal Singh. Used up a few balls, 15 for his 9. Couldn't really get going, just 1 boundary for him today. But Stanislaus and Prasath, like I said, they've got starts, and they're both very experienced. They're both very skillful. They're both good hitters. Malov cops a bit of tap in his 3rd over, but does have a wicket. So does Nanda. Both openers dismissed. Ishan Khan, if you just joined us, gone for 2 off 5. He was well caught by Orsu, square of the wicket. And Jaspal was caught in the deep by James Barker. Nice catch at deep mid-wicket. He was gone for 9. Stanislaus batting 3, Prasath batting 4. Here's Vikram Vidge for the first time. Short and a bit wide, just missed out by Stanislaus, who is down in his haunches, a bit frustrated, I think, that wasn't able to do better. Do you have the kind of field set for that kind of delivery with a deep backward point that's kind of halfway between a point and a third man, and they've got a short third man and a short point as well, shortish in the circle. This is, dropped. It was really only half a chance. It was drilled towards cover, and that's Halbavi. Seems to be a bit of a human punching bag, doesn't he? Ball's following him around. Did well to get a hand to that, just didn't stick. But yeah, you've got to put it down as a chance. It's 4 catches now that have gone down. To be fair to the fielder there, Halbavi, I mean, he's got that hand bandaged up. That was hit like a traceable at Prasath, though, gets the strike back. Driven for 1 this time. So, yeah, sometimes your luck's in. I mean, Zishan made that 115 yesterday. It was such a good innings. But you will say across that 100, he did have a couple of key moments where a bit of luck went his way. Skied one too long off, didn't quite carry. A couple of inside edges past the stumps. And so, yeah, you need that bit of luck, I think, to be successful in cricket. Just a single this time, down to Malav. Malav, I wonder if he gets a breather now. He's had 3 overs. Third one was pretty expensive. It might be time to make a change. You've always got him to come back if you need to. We've already used 5 bowlers here with Rich, the 5th bowler. Down leg side, Mays gets a hand to it. Still allows 1 physical run, so that'll be 2 wides. Yeah, Luxembourg, just having a look at their options they've got at their disposal. No Dingra in the lineup today, so it kind of takes away a death bowling option. Haven't really seen any genuine spin yet. It's a clever little ball. It's kind of a leg cutter. Rich is just a clever little operator, isn't he, with the ball. Let's have a look here how he kind of drags his hand down the left-hand side of the ball. See? And so it just slows it down a touch. It gives a little bit of right to left when it bounces. Clever variation. Prasath, though, probably in the mood to go large. Doesn't get too much room to work with. Kind of cuts this close to his body. End of the over. Prasath moves to 22. And the score is 60 for 2 at the halfway point of the first innings of the day. 2 matches to conclude the Mdina Cup today in Malta. And later on, we'll have a 3rd match, which is the first match of the Valletta Cup, which will be 13 matches in total. Here's the mid-inning summary. And Prasath, the only batter so far to go better than a run of ball. And that was on account of 2 big hits, basically. Nanda and Malav, the successful bowlers so far. Though Dixit's bowled pretty well without taking a wicket. Hasn't gone for too many. Yeah, the thing's Prasath. I mean, if you've seen him bat a lot, which I suppose I have, seems to be a bit uncomfortable with the ball spearing into him from like a right arm around the wicket or a left arm over, where he tends to stay leg side of the ball and he gets cramped quite easily. So we've actually seen the opposite done most of the time, well, until now, because looks like we're going to have that angle of attack as we head into over 11. Nanda coming back. I've got to say, I think this is a good tactic. Let's see how it goes. He just glances at this time, though, and gets 1. Kind of fetches that a little bit. Yeah, I suppose this is where the fact that if you do your homework, these players, quite a few of them now, have played a lot of cricket on the European Cricket Network, which is obviously a decent level of production where you can kind of analyse strengths and weaknesses of certain batters. And for a good batter, Prasath has a lot of balls that go between his body and the leg stump, which you don't see that often. Stanislaus definitely wants to go up a notch now into the second half of the innings. Malta on track for that 120. Kind of back to day one kind of scores, all kind of between 100 and 125 or so. Do you think par is around 160 here? I just feel it'll end up there. Maybe 150, 160. All right, well, Stanislaus is away and he gets that one out of the screws. Maximo! Well, big Samuel, in a matter of time until he tried to take things up. And to be honest, not a lot wrong with this ball. I suppose maybe it's a little bit full, but not quite a Yorker. But hit powerfully out of the ground, and that ain't no short boundary either. Stanislaus clears it with ease, both batters to 23. It's a slightly slower ball from Nanda this time. Punched out for one. Luxembourg yesterday with the bat had two big chases. They scored 137 and 126 in their two games. Having said that, they were games where kind of over before the 20 overs was up, really, effectively. All right, Prasath toes it up in the air. Bowler's going for it, and he takes it. So the round the wicket attack works. He shapes for the fake spike. Nanda, pretty happy he's brought back. He's frustrated. We've seen 4 catches go down. This one I had a few concerns about. Nanda was looking around, saying, who's taking that? Is that me? He looks around. He says, no, that's my ball. Takes it. And he says, yeah, I got you in the end. And, well, he's quite expressive, and why not? Prasath, again, decent start to his innings, but he goes in the 20s. He's out for 23. Caught and bowled by Ankush Nanda, and it's 68 for 3. Just took them a long time to go for that angle of attack, didn't it, against Prasath. Yeah, the extra length on the boundaries that we see here, probably compared to the ECS, probably about 15 metres or so difference. Makes a big difference, really, because Prasath knows, he needs to get it well to get it for 6. So he's going for that extra power, just mistimed it slightly. Nanda held his nerve really well, had to kind of negotiate the stumps, get around the umpire, make sure he cleared the landing zone. But then he took a good caught and bowled. Aurora comes out at 5. He's a guy, just looks a little bit out of nick, but he's a very player. Former captain of the side, and along with Prasath, pulled a huge partnership out, a record-setting partnership a couple of years ago. Faces up for the first time. Nanda, 2 wickets now for him. Oh, pushes. Oh, there's no run here, to be honest. I'll get away with it. Oh, I think that might have got him as well. He's wondering, how's there a run there? Yeah, that was Stanislaus's idea. Anyway, it's the end of the over, and the score 69 for 3. It's out in the replay. Got a tentative little push first up from Aurora. And then the throw comes in. Well, luckily it missed him, but I think he would have been home. But probably an unnecessary risk first up, especially because it puts the new batter on strike again for the new over. Aurora, top score of 66, not out, with 350s and 36 T20 internationals now. And it's good to see, since it's about 4 years actually since all T20 internationals are recognised by all ICC nations. Some people getting their numbers up. I mean, 36 is a pretty good amount of T20 internationals. Vikramovic to continue. That's Aurora on strike, over number 12. Aurora is happy to take the one and say, all right, over to you, Samuel. Now, the thing is, Stanislaus was going up a notch, but then now he's lost Prasath. Does he continue in that vein, or does he kind of put the shots away? I've got to think, might as well attack. You've got 7 wickets in hand. You've got some good hitters to come. Yeah, I wouldn't be being too conservative here. I'd just pretend that the wicket didn't happen if I was Samuel. Strikes this pretty well, but just get a single. Luxembourg, like I said, they've prided themselves on their fielding. I mean, all teams do. I think they know, and they've seen the importance of practicing your fielding, working on your fielding, getting your best fielders in the key positions in limited overs cricket. It is the predominant form of the game at the international level now, T20 internationals. Speaking of the cricket you see around the world. Oh. I wonder if there's an edge on this. Just going by, I wasn't convinced there was, to be honest. I thought maybe he kind of flicked his pad with his bat. But let's check it out. I mean, my feeling is it's probably not an edge. But it might have been, and we'll never know. Mays scrambling to get it before it hits the deck. But he can't quite manage and knocks the stumps over on the way. So I suppose I'm not going to put that down as a chance because it's pretty inconclusive from what we can see. Hello to Streetcollar, who's watching from Luxembourg. Hopefully you're well. And how are you feeling about your team this morning, Sri? Made a pretty decent start. And a couple of key batters early. Well, they're going on the hit. This is pretty close, I reckon. Maybe just home. Aurora just hits and runs. Check it out on the replay. Well, I actually think he might have just been out, but I mean, whether it was given out, probably a different story. I like the attempted boot onto the stumps from Vikram. It misses the shoe, probably luckily. Slow ball again. Mitch just is trying to force the batters to make their own pace, whatever he does. And at the moment, just a little bit of a consolidation phase after that wicket of Prasath. We're wondering whether it would affect the stroke play of Stanislaus, who hit a big maximo in the last over. Over one of the longer boundaries. Slow ball, good one. Oh, and he's gone. Oh, got to tell you, I wasn't convinced about this one. It looks like that rolling leg cutter that does break away. Let's have a look on the replay. Well, actually, to be fair, you know, it does go away at a suspicious time. Let's look at player reactions. Well, I mean, look, it is possible. And we can't really substitute our judgment for the umpire on these because it does go away. And thing for me is the keeper's reaction, used to Mays. It doesn't really appeal. He just kind of stands there. But the bowler liked it, and the umpire is closer to the bowler than anyone else. So will be a wicket, and so it's the end of the over. 73 for 4. Aurora goes for just 3. Looking at the table, well, Luxembourg, you know, with a good win here, they're right back in the mix. For Luxembourg to win this series, they're going to have to beat Malta this morning and France this afternoon and do it by enough to have the best net run rate. Now, you might look at that and say that's not going to happen, but they just got to kind of win by as much as they lost yesterday. And at the moment, yeah, they're looking pretty good here against Malta. Yeah, with those little nicks, I mean, without, you know, a snicko or without the hot spot, I mean, really, it's guesswork, isn't it? So, you know, you got to give the benefit to the official out there in the middle who's in the best spot to make that judgment a lot closer, can hear things we can't hear. Got to say well done by Mays, who is able to cling on to it. All right, big moment in the game here. Stanislaus survives. He's on 26. He'll get a single here. But look who they sent out at 6. It's Waqar Afridi Ahmed. And this guy, he'll play his own way. You know, he's going to come out. He's going to play his shots. He almost pulled off a victory for them on debut on Monday morning. He was 27 not out. Umpire saying put it behind the stumps, please. Mays overcorrects. Talking about the helmet. But anyway, yeah, Waqar Afridi, he's a hitter, no doubt about it. He's probably the most hyper-attacking batter out of the 11 players you'll see in a Maltese shirt today. bats kind of 3 for his club, Sweet United, and loves the T10 format. This is his version of a block. He just knocks that one out to deep cover for 1. Yeah, kind of interesting opinions in the chat. I mean, we're all guessing, aren't we, when it comes down to it. It did move around the time that it passed the bat, but that's also the time that it bounced, right? And so it was definitely one of those balls, a kind of rolling leg cutter that was always going to break away. And it did. Whether there was bat on it, we can't tell. Umpire really is the person that can hear as well. Certainly if you heard a noise there, you'd certainly be sticking the finger in the air based on what your eyes were telling you. I suppose if you hit those in the middle of the bat, you don't have that issue. Gets cross and flirts with it. Afridi doesn't get out. Doesn't get any bat in it either. Got to say, sometimes being up to the stumps, it's another thing you can. I'm going to say get a few decisions going your way, but the umpire, they're pretty convinced with any noise when you're up to the stumps, probably more so than when you're standing back, just from experience. Afridi just getting kind of dotted up a couple of times. He likes to be uber aggressive. He's got 7 overs to play with. I don't think it's a bad time for him to get out there. I think we're seeing him taking a couple of balls, which he wouldn't do if he came out at, say, the 16th or 17th over. .120 pace at the moment. Slow ball. Pick up and throw. To be honest, they'll probably get another one if they want. And they will. That's really alert running. Probably an unnecessary throw. The other thing, I suppose, is James Barker out there. Probably needed to kind of hustle in from the boundary and do a better job of attacking that to stop the overthrow. But anyway, 1 becomes 2. Afridi moves to 3. And it's 13 overs down. The score 78 for 4. I always thought he was home. And you can just see there was open space behind the stumps. Nanda will finish his spell, 2 for 22. So, yeah, I wonder if anyone in the chat is going to back Luxembourg to go back-to-back and perhaps raise the trophy. I mean, even if they were to win both games and they didn't quite win the Mdina Cup, that'd still be a really good result for them as far as their rankings is concerned, because they're taking on Malta, who are above them. They're 61 in the world, Luxembourg 64. Later on, they'll take on France that are 47. Interesting to see who France play today in their bowling attack. They've got a lot of options. They kind of rotated out Ramatullah Mangal, who we talked to late in the piece yesterday. Also, he said he had a slight groin strain, so just managing his workload. And with teams playing 9 or even potentially 10 games this week in a period of 6 or 7 days, it's a big workload. Anyway, Stanislaus gets something that strays onto his pads and he puts it halfway up the fence. Maximo! Well, Malav's been brought on at the other end and he just gets a little bit too close to Samuel. And it's just a whip away. It's the shortest boundary on the ground. Bullseye, 6 runs. Malta fighting. Something like 130, I think, would be par between these two teams. Given the fact that Luxembourg scored around that in their 2 innings yesterday. I mean, they're capable of scoring more, but haven't seen it so far. We know that these two had a really high-scoring match when they played in the ECC. Malta scoring 147 in 10 overs and Luxembourg chasing it down. Next one. Just be a single. Anyway, I think the injection of vitamin Wakara Afridi is gonna boost the action in a second. He's watched a couple of balls. Didn't think he would, to be honest. I thought he might just start swinging from the get-go, but he said, all right, you know, still got a bit of time. 6 overs to go after this. But If he gets something he likes, he's going to go on. He loves batting at this end as well. It's a good take from Mays. Just sneaks inside according to the umpire. One thing about Mays, he's tall. I think it's a bit of a myth that tall guys can't get down. As long as their arms are in proportion, this is a really good example. He stays low. Something that I mentioned with Sudasanan, the Maltese keeper. Something you can work on a little bit. Same ball. This time they like the idea of 2, but I don't think it's there. Plus, Stanislaus slips, preventing any chance of a second. Yeah, Sudasanan, who I think is a very talented keeper as well, but I think he just needs a little bit of work on his up to the stumps technique, staying a bit lower for longer, or even just getting low in the first place. Mays is doing that pretty well. Just might be 44 years of age. Not a bad shot by Stanislaus. We'll just get a single. End of another over. My love. A little bit expensive, but he does have a wicket to show for his 4 overs. He finishes 1 for 37 and 14 overs in. Malta, after winning the toss and electing to bat in match 5 of the Mdina Cup, they're 87 for 4. Looking at that scorecard, Prasath made a start, couldn't get out of the 20. Stanislaus had a slow start, to be fair, but he's kind of working his way in. Got a Maximo in that over. Jerome's into the side. Yeah, Singh's into the side today. Sudasanan, we were just talking about, he's listed to come in next. With 6 overs to go, 6 wickets in hand, and I think these two are certainly suited to this job. Both good hitters. Stanislaus has been in for a while. It's going to be Dixit to continue from the city end. Samuel wants a piece, but he doesn't quite hit it the way he wanted. It'll be a single. No real wind to speak of, so that's not really a factor. So probably what's more of a factor is where the short boundaries are and they're square of the wicket. So that's why you see guys kind of trying to drag it square sideways. Apart from that, if you do go straight down the ground here, there's a big gap where the sight screen is as well. Okay, doesn't like this one, so he just pats it back. Okay, just qualifying on residency, and of course these are ICC recognised T20 internationals, which means that all players have to fulfil the criteria, being either a citizen of the country they're representing or having fulfilled the residency criteria of living full-time in the country for 3 consecutive years. He's driven back, and I can feel the pressure rising, the blood pressure rising in Wakar Afridi's bones, if that is how blood pressure works. But I can feel he wants the big shot to break the shackles. Without a boundary and 8 deliveries now, something's got to give here. He can't get too much of a swing in it, but he will get one. The traveller in the chat saying Samuel is looking very good. Yeah, well, he's been there for a while. He's faced 5.5 overs himself. And often in this situation, you're kind of targeting certain areas in the boundary. Probably over cover, there's a big gap, maybe over straight over the umpire's hat. Another one, or you could just do that because it's a full toss. And it's adios pelota maximo. As Big Samuel into the lineup and making an immediate impression. He's up into the 40s. Rare error from Dixit, and it gets sent out of the ground, and that's over all the structures. Malta still kind of fighting for that kind of 120s pace. They'd love a few more than that. It'd be a pretty interesting chase if it is around that. It's around what Luxembourg scored yesterday in both their innings. Last ball of the over. Probably happy to get one here, but he won't even get one. Nice work by Dixon to jump on it. End of the over, and 15 down now. The score, 95 for 4. You see there, Samuel, he knew it was the last ball of the over, so he's happy to put away the big shot and just work a 1, but Dixit jumped on it too quickly. Bowling figures, I mean, no one really getting taken to the cleaners. Malov, 9.25 and over, probably a little bit on the expensive side, but most of that was in 1 over. 2 for 22. Nanda bowled very well. Jabbarkel can still come back. Just using the 5 bowlers. No Dingra in the lineup, so that kind of takes away one of their bowling options. So I feel like they'll probably stick with just the 5 in this game. Vikram Vij, he's going to bowl the next over. So yeah, all similar pace, I think, as well. No real spinner in that group of 5. All kind of just medium paces. And a similar plan as well. I think just trying to be disciplined. Not trying to bowl too fast at all. They know they're not out and out express bowlers, so they're not going to kind of trouble people for pace, but they can trouble them by putting it in good areas and also forcing the batter to make that pace in the fairly generous boundaries here at the Mars International Cricket Ground. Vij, like a Afridi, gets a little bit of length, and this time he smacks it sideways and gets 4. That's that kind of rolling leg cutter again from Vikram Vij, but this time it's a little bit too short. And Afridi was all over it like a rash. He got back deep in his crease. He generated that pace. 4 runs, maybe that gets him going. Next 5 overs have the potential to be a big momentum swinger for either team. So if Malta could get, say, about 10 and over from here, they got 150 and they'll feel really good about themselves with that many runs. But in a counterpoint, Luxembourg can pick up a couple of wickets. They could still keep it down. So something like 120. We see one of those calamitous collapses that we've seen a few times already. You can see with that boundary, Afridi just looks a bit more confident with how he's going. Vikram, he looked like he'd been through the pressure cooker yesterday, didn't he? Had a couple of fairly long innings, applying his trade with the ball. But he's a guy, he always gives you 100%. That's what I like about him. Stanislaus on 43, faces up. Once again, that rolling leg cutter does the trick, and it bounces a little bit more as well. Beats Stanislaus on the cut. I mean, even if he hits that shot, it's hard to see it going for a boundary. They got a fairly fine third man. They've got a backward point in the circle, and they've got a kind of deep backward point in the middle of them back on the boundary. So there's kind of 3 fielders dedicated to protecting that shot. That's a pretty good area to bowl. Hundreds up for Malta as well here in the 16th. Overcooks this one a little bit, full toss. Probably should push for 2 here, but Stanislaus was slow to go, and well, Mays gets himself in a bit of a muddle here, to be honest. Because he wasn't behind the stumps, he was in front of the stumps and then was kind of searching for them. Stanislaus, to be honest, I don't think he got a very good start to the first run. He was kind of slow to go, thinking it's probably just a single, but there was 2 there if he wanted it. And then when the throw came in, yeah, just had to backtrack. Left into the leg side. Last ball of the over coming up. A slight miss hit in the air. Fielder comes in. Don't think it quite carries, you know. Sanuk Royster took a great catch earlier. He slid in, did everything right, to be honest. I had a good view of this, and I wasn't convinced he got him on the full. Well, I mean, almost. Might have just kind of yorked his fingertips, but can't really criticise the effort there from Manu Porasu. I'm not going to put that one in my chances column, but I will tell you, it's the end of the 16th over in the score. 104 for 4. Have a look at the rankings of, well, not just these 3 teams, but also Romania and Switzerland. See, they're all pretty close. 17 seems like a lot, but I suppose in short form cricket, anything can happen. France certainly look a bit of a cut above with their bowling, I think, compared to Malta and Luxembourg so far, but the batting can be a bit suspect, relying on a couple of players. Romania and Switzerland, they'll be watching pretty closely. They'll be here tomorrow for their first matches in the Valletta Cup. And so next ball comes in, it will just be a single. Oh, this is up, it's in the air, and it'll just be a single. Well, gets plenty of this, but it's high as you like, and it's coming down, and oh, that's gone for 4. Well, how about that? Well, a bit of a dirty look from James Barker. It's right in front of the Maltese bench. I mean, it's got to go down as a chance. He just loses his bearings. He thinks he's right on the line, but he's crept in a bit, and then when it comes down, he thinks he's got no room to move, but it comes down, and it's 4. And that just has to go down as a misjudgment from James Barker. That's a real bit of luck as well for Afridi. Now it gets it slightly wrong. It's going and gone. Well, this guy's so powerful. I said he got it slightly wrong. He's still got enough to get it over the longest boundary on the ground. Maximo. You see, he was down towards the bottom, and I thought it was one of those kind of clonks off the outside corner of the bat. Afridi had me surprised by his power. Probably shouldn't be surprised as he gets 6. And now it's a quick wipe down. It's the extra energy consumed by going 4 and 6. I'm still quite amazed with the ball that James Barker is a good fielder. Didn't get a hand on. He would have thought that he was right on the boundary, but he didn't realise that he'd actually crept in a little bit. Yeah, so Malta kind of grabbing the momentum a little bit here. Now they're suddenly looking on for something a bit more like 140. And Luxembourg taking the opportunity to just kind of take a rest. I mean, right now we're up to 28 degrees. Feels like 48, to be honest, when you're out there. But yeah, lots of people in the chat. Split loyalties here. And you can see that's smart. See, rather than just sitting down, which I always used to get in trouble for in the field, you can always pretend you're stretching if you want to get a knee down or sit down. It's just a better look, you see. But these guys have been out there about an hour and a quarter already, and yeah, they're roasting. And the thing for Luxembourg, they've got to play 2 games back to back. Malta will play twice today as well because they play here in their last game of the Mdina Cup. They play later on in the first game of the Valletta Cup, which starts 2:15 p.m. GMT, 4:15 in Central Europe, and 7:45 p.m. in India. Flat bats this down. So now they're getting kind of what they wanted out of Waka Afridi Ahmed, who had a fairly cautious start by his standards. You got Stanislaus, who's on track for a half century. Again, took a bit of time to get used to the conditions and get used to the bowling, but kind of repaid that debt. Knocks the bowler's foot off this time, gets 1, moves to 48, end of the over. Samuel will face up in the 18th. Right now, 3 overs remaining. It's 118 for 4. So, with 3 overs remaining, Jabba he's still got 1 to go. I wonder who the bowl here. I mean, they've stuck with just the 5 bowlers. So you got Dixit having 1 left. You got Jabba 1 left, and then you got Vikram Vij. That's probably what we're going to see. Yeah, from here, I think 140 is your kind of expected score. It could be 10 either way, though, depending on who plays better in these last 3 overs. Vij to bowl. He's been pretty accurate with that leg cutter. Sometimes he's pushed a bit wider, a bit shorter, but he's kind of like a pseudo, like a hybrid, like spinner, medium pacer when he bowls. That is his stock ball. Stanislaus on 49. Afridi, I think he's fresh out of patience here. If he gets that kind of a delivery, he's going to try and drill it for 6. Now's the time. Well, case in point, he doesn't quite get it. Shivkaran Gill cleans up, keeps it to 1. But you certainly see, now's the kind of time in the innings where, earlier you were searching for gaps in the outfield. Now I think if you see a ball in your zone, you're taking on the outfielder. You don't really care. You're just trying to make good contact. Pretty well located, but Stanislaus, he gets his 50, and he's batted really well. Took a bit of time first up, and yeah, Samuel Stanislaus brings up his 50 off 42 balls, and yeah, brings it up with a nice nice shot to bring it up. Acknowledging the crowd as well. Yeah, well done, Samuel. Next one, missed out by Waka Afridi. Uh-oh, that's asking for trouble. He's going to get it. So rare miss from Vikram Vij. And Afridi doesn't miss out. Maximo! That's, in baseball parlance, a hanging curveball. And Afridi, this is the ECN batting end. And in the T10s, we saw him hit a lot of 6s into the trees in that direction. That one ends up in the golf course. And that was a really nicely struck ball. 27 now, 13 to go. And to be honest, I think that 150 is still on if these two stay there. Uh-oh. Lightning strikes twice, another full toss from Vikram, another Maximo, and Afridi is out of the bag, up into the 130s, end of the 18th over, 133 for 4. Malta springing to life there, and really Vikram, he bowled so well, but his last 2 deliveries he gets wrong, and he pays the ultimate price. Afridi has to hydrate himself, and oh, that one was smashed out of the ground. 2 overs to go, 133 on the board. 2 overs to go. It all happens in the 19th. First one, I think this just sneaks inside. Paul could have gone either way, to be honest. I reckon Dixit gets in the umpire's weight to his advantage there. Doesn't give the umpire a look. Stanislaus 50 and counting. Pretty good length this time, but you know what? You might squeeze a 4 out of nothing because that's rolling and it's rolling and everything rolling Malta's way at the moment. And this is one where you're definitely texting the eye roll emoji if you're the bowler because he's got that pretty much right. And I actually don't know how Stanislaus gets that much on it, but it shows you this outfield's quickening up as well. I told you these last 5 overs had the potential to be momentum creators, and it's kind of Malta that have had the best of them so far. Dixit, pretty decent option to have bowl at the death. This time offers some length and is nailed out of the ground. Maximo! Now the first one was probably a little bit lucky, but there's nothing lucky about this. It's a slight error from Dixit who offers some length and Stanislaus is in. And again, he took his time to get his eye in. And right now he's looking so dangerous. He's 60 off 45. And we talked about that 10 and over in the last 5, bringing up 150. Looks like there could be even more than that now. Run hard here. They elect not to. Just one. So they've got 2 genuine hitters at the crease. And I kind of said that a couple of overs ago that they're 2 batters that I think are really suited to the situation. So Afridi, well, he's got the license now, doesn't he? And he tries, he goes kind of straight down the ground, and that's going to carry a very long boundary. Maximo! He kind of opens up, and in the end, hits it a little bit inside out. But Afridi has been a revelation in a red shirt. He's been just what the doctor ordered for Malta in this situation. 150's up, 150 for 4. And remember how this inning started? Luxembourg had the early running, 21 in the first quarter, 39 in the second. So they were 60 off 10. Right now they're 90 off the second half with 7 balls remaining, and that's trouble as well with a capital T. Maximo! Afridi goes large. The full toss is being cashed in with alarming regularity at the moment. Length has been his enemy at the moment. Dixit in the 19th. Sometimes too short, sometimes too full. And Afridi moves to 48. And Afridi, while they're finding that ball, wants another drink. That's 19 overs down, now 156 for 4. Dixit, expensive in that over. In fact, it's a magical over. 23 come off it. So an over remaining. Now suddenly, we talked about the 150 being a pretty good effort from Malta, considering where they were. I mean, they're looking 170 plus now, and a similar kind of chase for Luxembourg, who I'm sure will bat better today, but they're going to have to bat really well. All right, so can you have like a dream over here, keep it at 160, which I still feels par on in this field, in these conditions. You know, you get some guys going on with it in the top order. Javakel to bowl the last. A little bit short, this should just be 1. Not really worth risking a run out at this stage. You've got 2 guys that are blasting it. Afridi in a great position to make his maiden T20 international half century. I don't think he wants to do it in singles either, with 5 to come. good time for him to come to the crease. Took a couple of balls to get in. Gets one that's short. He's thinking of two here. They'll probably take it on. And I think they're going to get there. So well batted. And that brings up his 50 off just 23 balls. What a nice moment for Waka Afridi Ahmed. And he's played the perfect knock here for the situation, hasn't he? And that'll be a really proud moment. I know he was talking to me about how proud he was to now have qualified for Malta, that he's made his home over the last 3 years. We've seen him do it for Sweet United in the ECS, and now he's providing some aggression at the end of this innings. Now it goes up in the air, but I don't think this is carrying. It's a real tough catch. It's dropped, and they'll end up just getting one. He was pretty sure he was going to be caught, but he wasn't. I'll make that 5 drop catches in the innings. And this one doesn't cost you too much given how late in the piece it is, but really Luxembourg, who pride themselves on their fielding, I'll be disappointed that they haven't held on to more. Horsey took a good one early, but he had too much time to think about that one. 160 now, and now they'll get a wicket. So, I mean, to be honest, I know the guys are tired, but they should have got 2 on that drop. They just got 1. Stanislaus swings all around the next ball. And there isn't a huge fuss from Luxembourg. And they have removed Stanislaus for 62. Breaks a very productive partnership, 160 for 5. Those two ended up putting on 87 runs. 87 runs in 46 balls. It's a pretty good partnership given the game situation. And Samuel Stanislaus gets a good ovation. Abbas comes out, and for a guy that played a number 11 innings to forget on game number 1, he somehow wangled his way up to number 7 now. He's obviously got some pretty good connections within the Maltese setup. Keeps working his way up the order. Might see him opening later on today. Anyway, to be fair to him, he has whacked a few in the last over, so they go with him here. Hello, Wasim, if you're watching this back. Here we go, 2 to come. It's a whole lot of nothing. And Mays misses, so they'll get a bye. Strategic miss, maybe. And that allows Afridi to come back. That kind of sums it up for Luxembourg. Shouldn't be giving a run there. Probably should have run out Waka Afridi, but now they have to deal with him one more time. Hello to Keanu as well, watching in the chat. Everyone, please fasten your seatbelts. Here's the last ball. Jamakel. Oh, almost gets murdered. This will be 2, I think. And they'll get there. Wow. I suppose it's not technically murder. It would have been 3rd-degree manslaughter, but that was whacked back. I'm just happy that it doesn't hit him in the head or something like that. I guess if you're really cruel, you'll say that's another drop chance, but Freddie's absolutely laced this. Everyone takes cover. So 2 runs to finish, and Malta are going to finish 163 for 5. So 60 in the first half, 103 in the second half. And credit to Waka Afridi Ahmed, who gets his first half century in T20 international cricket, 53 run out of 25 balls. And that's after Stanislaus built a half century of his own, 62 off 48. And Prasath had a bit of a role in changing the story of the innings, 23 off 21. But Waka Afridi, he'll be very, very happy. And Wasim, well, he's very quick to raise his bat for swinging and missing at one delivery. But Malta, they look happy, and they look happier than the side that had the start that they did, because don't forget, they lost some early wickets. And once again, we saw Zishan Khan out there coming off a century yesterday. He was out there with Jaspal. Now, this is a ball that was almost turned into a catch. Wasn't quite, but that one was taken. Also getting the danger man, Zishan Khan. And then this was absolutely crazy. It bounced off Mays, and then Vidge dropped it. A double drop. It was a sign of what was to come, although that was a nice catch that was taken. Jaspal wasting a few balls at the top, 9 off 15. But there were a few, a bit like this one as well, which it probably should have been taken. And Prasath took his time. So did Stanislaus in this partnership. They came in at 20 for 2, but they put on 48 for the 3rd wicket. And then once they kind of got accustomed to the bowling, and they upped things. Change of angle worked against Prasad, who doesn't really like that round the wicket attack. And you can see Nanda was fired up. He was able to pounce the return chance. Brought out Vikram Aurora, but Stanislaus, he was up and he was going by now. And there were a few full tosses that were cashed in during the 20 overs as well. They had to work really hard for the wickets from that point forward. That was a half chance, if that. You can't really doubt the efforts from Luxembourg, but just had a few that didn't stick, didn't they? And yeah, this is kind of an example. Another misjudgment where Barker comes in, doesn't realise he has a meter that he didn't realise he had. And then when it was over to Afridi, who came out at the perfect time with about 7 or 8 overs to go, hit the ball well, and didn't really have the answers in the last few overs. This partnership just grew and grew and grew between Stanislaus and Waka Afridi. Stanislaus brings up his 50 and then was in the mood for more. 23 came off the 19th. It really all did happen in the 19th. That was after overs of 14 and 15. So it was just a blast, really, where they scored 52 in the space of 3 overs. Last one from Jabakel wasn't too bad, actually. Ended up with the wicket of Stanislaus, despite that drop catch. Only 7 came off the last, and so they end up 163. I mean, all said and done, I just have this feeling around the 160s is par, and certainly last year that would be the evidence. And yeah, Stanislaus flashes a thumbs up saying, well bowled, you got me in the end, but it was a little bit of too little too late. Pretty happy that Jabakel still had his head on his shoulders after this last ball came rocketing back at him. And well, sign of a good team. Malta get themselves out of a bit of a tight spot, lose the guy that scored all the runs for them yesterday. And that was the question, wasn't it? Who will stand up if Zishan doesn't make runs? And the answer, simple answer, was Stanislaus, Prasad and Waka Afridi Ahmed, 62, 23 and 53 not out respectively, as they do the bulk of the heavy lifting. And, you know, those 3 batters, they basically face over 3/4 of the overs, or over 3/4 of the balls, and so they did a pretty good job. I mean, no one really getting the treatment, everyone in single-digit economy, but yeah, Luxembourg just kind of let it slip. Vidge, his last 2 balls going for 6, for example. Before that, I think he bowled pretty well. He picked up a wicket, so did Malav and Jabakel. Nanda with 2 for 22, he was the best of the bowlers for me. Just came up with a couple of the big fish, but they couldn't really consolidate and turn it into something more. But when we come back, Luxembourg, I mean, they're in with a shot for sure. They're going to have to bat well. 164 will be the victory target. When we return, can Luxembourg get their first win? Or can Malta put themselves in the frame to win the first ever Mdina Cup? Join us shortly for more action. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, back with more action from Malta right here on the European Cricket Network shortly.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello, cricket lovers. Welcome back to Malta. Well, some like it hot, and we love it hot here on the island nation. And we are getting ready for the second innings of the first match of the day. It's day 3 here in the Mdina Cup. It's the final day of Mdina Cup action, which is a tri-series between the hosts Malta as well as Luxembourg and France. Malta and Luxembourg going at each other right now. Malta won the toss in match 5. Varun Prasad elected to bat, and Malta have put together 163 for 5 off their 20 overs. I have a feeling around 160's par on this field in these conditions. I think it's pretty batting friendly once you get in. Also saps the energy out of the fielders. Malta didn't have a great start, though. They lost their century maker from yesterday, Zishan Khan, for just 2. Jaspal sent to the top of the order for 9. But a good partnership between Stanislaus and Prasad got them back on track. Prasad making 23. Then Stanislaus was joined by Waka Afridi towards the end, who cracked 53 not out of 25. Stanislaus with 62 of his own, and Malta ending up with 163. Luxembourg need some runs, and Tim Barker's out there. It looks like they're hoping with Barker and Shivkaran Gill. So I don't mind that at all. Shivkaran Gill hit one of the shots of the tournament yesterday. Absolutely laced one over the bushes, straight down the ground off Noman Amjad. There he is there. They'll be hoping for a bit more of that. As we get ready, and don't trust what you see on the screen there, because yeah, this is definitely Tim Barker facing up, Shivkaran Gill at the other end. Interesting that they're not opening up with Halbavi, despite what you see there on the screen. So, almost ready to go. And looks like, in the absence of Fanyan Magal, it's going to be Jason Jerome who's into the lineup. And yeah, kind of a pace for pace change. Hello to everyone watching on Fancode India and all of our viewers on ECN. Let's shake, rattle, and let's roll. Luxembourg 164 to win. Barker was actually the man responsible for Magal not being in the lineup today. And he starts with a single. He drilled one back at Fanyan. And I guess it's not funny. Speaking to Fanyan today, he said, look, yeah, it's not as bad as you think. It actually flicked my foot on the way up before cracking me in the shins. And yeah, like he was walking around. It's actually the 3rd or 4th time that he's been done that way. So we've seen him do it a lot. He's maybe one bowler that should bowl in shin pads. Anyway, interesting that they're going for Shivkaran Gill instead of Halbavi, who opened yesterday, but he did take one in the head. He took one in the body as well. Shivkaran Gill, pretty experienced campaigner. Interestingly, we didn't see Shiv with the ball today. They just went with the 5 bowlers. Thought maybe might have been used just kind of break things up a little bit, as Malta were kind of running away with it in the second half. They scored 60 in the first half, 103, pardon me, in the second half. Setting 164 for Luxembourg. First chance to have a look at Jason Jerome, though. And, this player we know pretty well here on ECN. Yeah, we played a lot of cricket in Malta. Jason Jerome plays his cricket with the Royal Strikers here in Malta. He's also played 8 T20Is. But just the 1 wicket in there, despite having bowled 23, 24 overs. So he'd be keen to add to that. Gets the responsibility here. He's kind of, I suppose, leading the attack in a way by bowling the first over. There's Chajal Sudasanan. And he's getting his first week of international cricket as well. Jason Jerome, though, is a guy that had a very good ECS. And who knows, might be in the frame for the ECC, which is in 75 days' time. More about that in a second. Full toss, and it gets through the fielder. Should pull up in time. Does Abbas. Throws it as he grabs it. And they'll get a couple of runs there. Yeah, Jerome had a decent ECS earlier this year. And he's picked up 16 wickets in T10 cricket in 2023. And a pretty good economy of under 8. Well, this one is wild, absolutely wild. And that's going to go all the way for 5 wides. And that's a proper disaster. Just completely lost the handle on that. Citizen had no hope down the leg side. And if you're Luxembourg, you're hoping for a bit of luck, and you get a bit of luck there. 5 that are unearned, given anyway. And so, just a bit of a shocker. And it actually went pretty far after it passed the stump. Sudasan and just couldn't get there in time. 10 off this first over then. This is better. Edged onto the pads. That's the end of the first over. Pretty good one for Luxembourg. Half of them came as a result of the 5 wides, but the score nonetheless 10 for no loss after 1. So Jason Jerome probably would love one of those back at least, but still runs on the board for Malta. Luxembourg with it all to do. This is the program today, and there's plenty going on, as you can probably tell. So Luxembourg playing back-to-back here in the first 2 matches, which is the conclusion of the Mdina Cup. At the end of match 6, that will be all over. But we will have the first match of the Valletta Cup later on today, Malta versus France. And it's the 3 match, I'm calling it. Not just the rematch, it's the 3 match, because those 2 teams played twice on Monday, and they were both absolute crackers of contests. Don't forget also match 3 in the Netherlands. The T20IW will continue. Corey Ruckers is there. Netherlands versus Scotland. And that starts probably 3.5 hours time. We've got Rico having the day off today. So Charlie taking you through the action in the ECS Hungary as well. So plenty going on. This is going to be Waka Afridi Ahmed to bowl over number 2. And Barker, he's just one guy. He'd love to play that innings, 50 plus, maybe even more, to guide them in this chase. Inside half of the bat this time. They'll scramble through for 1. Floating slip in place for Tim Barker, hoping for a little edge. Does look technically pretty proficient, but yeah, needs to turn into something more. It's very hard to get this 160 in bits and pieces. You kind of need 1 or 2 guys to make those big scores. We saw 2 half-centuries in the first half. We saw Malta build a big score on the back of Zishan getting 100 yesterday. Right, similarly with some runs for McKeon yesterday as well. Oh, down leg side, Siddhasanan jumps on it. He loves to throw, and despite the batter being in by plenty, Tim Barker, the 2 wides. He certainly swung after it past the line of the stumps, making it hard, and Siddhasanan just kind of threw a glove at it. Left-hander on strike. That would have been a good ball to a left-hander. Chops down, doesn't beat the fielder, but does get the single. It's good running straight away. Now they'll probably get an extra one because there's no one backing up on that line. So that's good stuff. I mean, look, 8 and over is what you need. That's basically what you got to tell yourself. Let's just try and get at the 8 and over. Let's not try and fall behind. We can pick up 8 and over with maybe 1 boundary and over and a couple of singles. So Aldous Matthews on the field. Not sure who's off at the moment. Might have a look. Stanislaus is off. Not really timed. That short either, but Barker will get one on the pool. There's Zishan, who normally he's wearing his floppy hat. In fact, I see that it just fell off his head before he came in there. Nice looking shot that time. Doesn't beat the field, then it won't get a run. Big throw anyway. Yeah, there's Aldous Matthews on the field for Samuel Stanislaus at the moment. So Stanislaus may be struggling a little bit after his innings of 62. We've seen McKeon, for example, from France, going off with a bit of cramp. It's kind of natural, I suppose, in these conditions. So hopefully there's nothing more serious than that. This will be gone if he hits. Well, actually, maybe not, because he does fumble it. And Freddie, he's annoyed with himself. Clean pick up and throw and hit. I think there's no doubt it's out. BC just loses the handle the first time. It's just a slight fumble, and for that reason, let's have a look. He would have been in. Now that's the difference. Even a slight fumble makes. And get through for 1. Good away in the offside. That's the single with Jerome doing the work. And it takes us to the end of the second over. Luxembourg on target at the moment, 18 without loss. Looking at the table, so Luxembourg, well, obviously they'll just take a win where they can get one at the moment. But theoretically, if they win both games today, then each team finishes 2-2 and it goes down to net run rate. But Luxembourg, remember, with each of these being a fully fledged T20 international, they will gain some valuable ranking points if they can just win, full stop. Doesn't really matter about the margin. As far as this tournament's concerned, though, if they were able to win by enough, combined in their 2 matches today, they could potentially win the trophy. It's wide open, just where you want to be on the last day of a tournament. Jerome continues, flicked away, almost carries to Waka, but it gets through him in the end, an awkward bounce, and this will be 4. So, yeah, Barker gets a slice of luck here. Yeah, it's not an easy one for the fielder because it kind of bounces a metre in front of him and you never really know what it's going to do. So, I mean, Jerome's having to deal with a left-hand, right-hand combination here. Barker will take it, and Luxembourg get another little bit of a bonus off Jerome. They got the 5 wides in the first over, don't forget. Played away. Leg side. He's get one there. Shiv Curran Gill then faces up. Oh, plays a nice shot through the point region, square drive from Shiv, and he gets 4. There's a reason he's been set up to the top of the order. He's a guy that likes hit boundaries, gets a bit of width from Jerome. This one never really comes back, does it? It's pretty straight as the day is long, and it smashed away to the short boundary. And those walls around the ground, they are Maltese limestone. Nice looking shot this time, and Prasath does the fielding. Well run though. I mean, they're ticking it along, aren't they? Dot balls are going to get them into trouble, and there haven't been too many of those at the moment. Pretty good batting conditions, you know. 30 degrees, feels like 40 degrees. You can keep the guys out there in the field and not give them too much to shout about, then you can just kind of systematically knock these off. Played out. No run that time. Valuable dot ball. Just trying to build some pressure if you're Malta here. Fanya Magali is a big loss, you know. He's got a bit of an X factor the way that he moves the ball. Can move it late, can move it a long way. He's got that kind of unusual whippy action. Slow ball picked and it's set, and that's going to go into the trees. Maximo! Oh, Jerome's been expensive here. His first appearance of the week. I don't mind the idea, but the execution wasn't there, and you can see Midon up in the circle. Even if he was back, wasn't going to do anything about it. And that'll be 6 to end the over. 34 without loss after 3. Let's not forget Luxembourg. They chased down 148 in the ECC last year against Malta. So they'll know they're capable of pulling off the big chase. A big hello to everyone in the chat as well. Sri saying Shiv opens for his club. Yeah, we've seen Shiv a fair bit for Star CC. Maybe Sri can fill us in with how the ECL team will be chosen in Luxembourg this year. Is it based on the domestic T10 there, Sri? Hello to Wayne watching from Australia. The ECL, of course, Champions League of European Cricket will take place once again February and March 2024. We've slowly had teams qualifying over the summer. So I know that Prague CC qualified from Czechia, and we know that Talon Stallions have qualified from Estonia over the last weekend. Michael Afridi. Ahmed comes back over number 4. Gets this wrong, but he gets it past the keeper. Probably just one. In a way, he gets away with that. And it might have been a wide, might have been a boundary. But I think given the ball that Afridi bowled, he'll be pretty happy. It's just a single. Gets away from Sudasanan. So France will have the opportunity later on to take the trophy in the Mdina Cup, regardless of what happens in this game, really. Oh, gets it wrong. It's a top edge. Sudasanan backs back and he takes the catch. So Barker goes again after looking pretty good. It's Afridi that takes the wicket again with the Afridi celebration. It's just the angle, I think, across him. He's fighting it because he's trying to pull it. And it ends up going straight up in the air. Sudasanan just moonwalks back and takes it in 2 gloves. And Afridi does the job again. What a series he's having for Malta. Luxembourg lose their first wicket. It's 35 for 1. Oh, well. Tim Barker will be annoyed with that. And he gets it wrong. I mean, I suppose there's a bit of a luck factor there as well that goes against him. That could easily have gone over the keeper. Gone for 4. But it hung up in the air long enough for Sudasanan to back and take it fairly comfortably. This brings Halbavi back to the crease though. Instead of opening, he's in at number 3 today. Looked really good horizontal bat with the horizontal bat shots first time we saw him, but then he got a working over yesterday against France. Took one in the rib cage, took one in the helmet. Got out very next ball after receiving some attention. But good to see that seemed to be no lasting effects or concussion or anything like that, because he's been cleared to play and he's out there. Dropping down to 3. He does look like a guy that can impact this contest with the bat. They need somebody to stand up, don't they? Hello to Rob Thompson watching from New Zealand, and Keanu saying Malta just looked too good this morning. Well, give it time. Could be a twist or 2 left in this game, yeah. Barber gets cross, gets on the thigh pad, get a leg by. Just being reminded, actually, you might hear some of the maintenance work being done in the background. There's a lot of greenery around here, and a lot of the time when we've spent time here in the European Cricket Series, You hear some kind of chopping of the trees or trimming of the bushes. I think we're getting a bit of it right now. Oh, swing and miss this time. Beats the outside edge. Good stuff by Freedy. Beats him all ends up. Simon can't handle it either. Current Gill, 10 off 10. Can he go the distance? Getting enough bat on this one, leans on it. And the third man gets a single. I mean, partnerships were the key for Malta, weren't they? They had a good one between Stanislaus and Prasath, and then they had another good one between Stanislaus and Wakara Freddie Ahmed towards the end. And that's kind of, they can hang their hat on that score of 163. So Luxembourg need to also build some partnerships. Can they build one here for the second wicket? Halbavi yet to score though. Oh, up-ish. Well, this could have been out, you know, and it would have been out if it hit. And they just go on the hit, and Shiv Karangili backs up and says, look, come on, let's run on contact. But to be honest, it went really quickly to the fielder. He picks it up, has a pop. That's the substitute fielder, Eldos Matthew. And he can't hit one stump. A quarter chance, really. But yeah, he was well out, wasn't he? End of the over. Luxembourg, 38 for 1. So for all this, they're still kind of ahead of the rate. Just keep an eye on that 8 and over. So 8 and over is the rate for the innings. So right now, 32 to be on track, more or less. And they're 38. So, I mean, that's fine. Just don't want to be too conservative either. 2 overs left in the power play. Yeah, so 3. Let us know what the bit more about the domestic competition in Luxembourg and how many clubs there are in the frame for ECL, how many matches they play, and when we might know who is going to come to the ECL. Will it be Star CC again? Shiv Karangil's club. Anyway, time for over number 5. Change bowling. Jerome didn't really work out too well. Wazim Abbas coming on in over number 5 from the city end. First one he loses down leg side for a wide. So one thing that most teams have done well this week, they've been pretty disciplined with their lines, but that's been missing a bit, I've got to be honest. These first 4 overs from Malta, just losing too many balls down the leg side. They don't really even have the excuse of the left hand, right hand anymore, which was a bit of a pain for them, I think, while Tim Barker was at the crease. So Sana just rearranging himself to 30 degrees now and climbing. Feels hotter than that though, I'll tell you that much. Abavi gets across, gets a run. You see all the players here that constantly trying to improve their skills. That's something I really like. I mean, obviously, being judged on your performance, it's, I suppose, a bit more professionalised than the club game, as you'd expect. The best of players eligible in each country turning out. Bikram Arora there, very good player in his own right. I wonder if we'll see some of his left arm spin during this innings. We've got another option in Yash Singh. It's come into the side. Stanislaus has worked it out. He's been 12th man first couple of games, and then he's batted and he's picked up some cramp or something and he's not fielding. Anyway, this is a glorious shot from Halbavi, who stands and delivers and strokes it through the covers, 4 runs. This guy looks like a class player. And you can see there, that was pure from the right-hander. Luxembourg headed where they need to be. Got it down in the 7s required per over. Keep an eye on that required run rate as we go. Beats him outside the off stump this time. So these two came together at 35 for 1, so already put on 10. Harvey looks really good on the pool game 1 that we saw him yesterday, but he shows, off the front foot, he can look just as good with that cover drive. Gets across and flicks it away to fine leg. This will be 4 as well. To one of the longer boundaries on the ground. That's excellent batting. We saw this from Halbavi yesterday. Does like to get across, doesn't he? Look, that front foot, getting right in front of the stumps, but he's got such a good eye, catches up with it. That's not a ball you want to miss. You can find yourself in some leg before wicket jeopardy, but he doesn't miss and he gets 4. These games will be won by teams that have batters that go on with it. Don't just make a kind of good-looking 20. Batters that can get half centuries or even more. Almost gets a nick on this one, but doesn't. That's a light factor again. He survives, and Luxembourg looking good through the first quarter of this chase. 49 for 1 after 5. Good to see Jatin Madan, who is in the chat. Hello, Jatin, how are you? And, of course, he starred for Star CC in the ECL last couple of years, actually. Looking at that line's set at kind of 8.2 and over, 8.1 and over or so. And so, right now, Luxembourg ahead. Let's see if they can stay ahead. Couldn't get better batting conditions, really, to be honest. The pitch has got a bit of bounce, but it's fairly consistent bounce. It's not a whole lot of seam movement. I just think it's a day the batters will be licking their lips to get out there, you'd imagine, conditions-wise. Justin Shardru comes into the attack. Even number 6, first time we've seen Justin. Replaces Wakrafridi Ahmed at this golf course end. And Justin just shapes it in slightly. I must admit, the footage of him getting Johnny Bairstowed, it's got a little bit viral on social media. I noticed overnight, a few people were making some comments. It seems so long ago now, but it's just 2 days ago that he was stumped for a golden dart after just batting out of his crease, missing it and forgetting to go back. Action Jackson from France. Pretty quickly assessing the situation. So it's a slightly slower bounce that hangs up in the air and dropped. Well, Miss Wazim Abbas out there. It was actually pretty clever bowling. It wasn't the quick bouncer. It was slightly slower out of the hands. Look at that. And to be honest, Abbas, he does everything except catch it. He gets to the drop zone. So he saves the boundary, but that is a chance. It's gone down. It's Shivkaran Gill that gets dropped on 12. Next ball. Oh, another tight one. They'll probably get an overthrow. They will. I feel like it was worth a pop, though. There's a couple of times the ball's been hit this direction. Shivkaran Gill's been struggling to make his ground. Let's check it out in the replay. It's a better line from Sharjee first up. Eldos Matthew. Yeah, I think he got his bat down in time, if I'm honest. Look, see? But doesn't matter. Ball in the stumps. Probably spotted the ball was going over anyway. Anyway, speaking of going over, that's what they try here. And Abbas has dropped another one. Oh boy, 2 in the over. 50's come up for Luxembourg, but 2 chances squandered from the Maltese. Let's have a look at this one. This one's probably slightly easier. He just doesn't get his hands together. Oh, was he Mabas? Still on the move. He never got set, probably for either of those, which makes it a bit more difficult, but missing opportunities. Luxembourg. They get lucky again. Shivkar and Gill dropped twice by the same guy in the same over. Jerome's out on the other side of the ground. Ready for an opportunity should it present itself. So Shivkar and Gill dropped on 11 and 12. We'll see if that comes back to bite Malta. Both those shots got, that second one at least, inside half of the bat. Ahmed Anas in the chat saying, where are you watching from? Yeah, let us know where you're watching from in the comments. ECN European Cricket Network. Cuts this, but this time Shivkar and Gill. Once bitten, twice shy, 3 times doesn't run. And it's the end of the 6th over. End of the power play. And Luxembourg, they get the better of that power play. 56 for 1 after 6. For comparative purposes, Malta earlier on today, they were 26 for 2 at the end of their power play. So Luxembourg, they're 30 runs ahead. But don't forget, Malta made up for it in spades, didn't they? With a 52-run blast through over 17, 18 and 19. Getting them up to 163. El Mahaboub is watching from Bangladesh. Corey Rutgers is watching with Lane Berry. Well, Lane, tell you what, stick around in the Netherlands for a while. You might find yourself playing in the ECC. This is the Euros of Cricket starts 25th of September. Corey will be coaching Spain in Group A, including a potential rematch with the Isle of Man, who are actually just taking on Austria in some T20 cricket. France, who are here, will be in that. Czech Republic will be there. And Greece making up Group A. But Lane, hello, I hope you're well. I'm super excited to hear how you're going in the top classer. Lane's someone I've played a bit of cricket with myself from my club in Western Australia. And Lane, let us know how you're enjoying European cricket so far. It's called a wide. One thing I'd say is Prasath has mastered the act of the captain's teapot. That one I'm not convinced, because I think when it goes past the popping crease, it seems inside. I mean, umpire a bit closer and has a better angle than we do, but Prasath will have to bowl that one again. And he didn't bowl on day one, Varun, but he looked okay yesterday. He's still struggling a little bit with that hand injury. Yeah, so Lane, say he plays for the Snakes, here the Seamer Snakes in Western Australia. Very good club. Lane, how are you enjoying the Dutch summer? I bet you're enjoying it a lot. Oh, leg glance. Well, he goes the praying style fielding. Wasim Abbas. Yeah, I think they've tried to hide after he dropped 2 catches last over, but he has the ball following him there. That time he does stop it. And yeah, I'm sure he's still thinking about that. I don't get a run that time. Halbavi. There's a difference of opinion with Shivkar and Gill about whether there was a run there or not. This is drilled, knocked down to a degree by Jason Jerome at short cover, but they will get a run. We've got Kazim watching from Pakistan. Hello to all of our viewers, no matter where you're watching from. We've got viewers from all around the world. Nico Fernando is watching, asking, am I enjoying Malta? I certainly am, Nico. Oh, little Nick, educated edge. And that'll run away for 4, I think. Yeah, it does. Smart batting from Shivkar and Gill. Well, smart because he gets away with it. Gets enough bat to get it past the keeper, but not so much that it goes to the fielder in the circle. So perfect placement. It's a touch shot. It's a sign that he's getting familiar with what this pitch is doing. I assumed that Luxembourg would bat better on day 2 than day 1 for them, because Malta and France both did. Raju saying we should maybe call today dropping day. Well, Yet to be seen. Still plenty of cricket to go. Yeah, Nick, I hope you're enjoying the action from Italy, perhaps. Doesn't offer it this one. So yeah, they've just kept on top of that run rate required, haven't they? Keeping it in the 7s, 9 wickets in hand. They know the value of the partnership. That's a full toss. They will still get a run. So they've done pretty well at just not having long strings of dot balls, haven't they? Anyway, it's the end of the over and the score is 64 for 1 after 7. So cruising at about 9s at the moment. One reason I was really looking forward to this Mdina Cup with these 3 teams. I remember the recent history on ECN when they competed in their group. I think it was Group D last year. It's Group C or Group D anyway. But in the ECC, these guys had some great matches. We saw Luxembourg pulling off a big chase against Malta. We saw France beating Malta twice, and then Malta somehow dropping out of the 4, even though they were in the 4 the whole week until the last over of the week. It's absolutely crazy. Luxembourg knocking France. Well, actually, France knocking Luxembourg out of the tournament, actually, in the 3 versus 4 eliminator. But anyway, Luxembourg now 100 away from their first victory. Still a long way to go. Shaju to bowl again. Shiv Karangill, 19 off 18. Al-Bavi, pretty good while he's been there as well. He's on 17 already. Full toss. Looked away. It's kind of the one you'd be looking for 2, and I think you'll get it. Yeah, it's alert running. Shiv Karangill. When you hit those, you kind of have a good idea because you get to the perfect perspective of the fielders, and also you know how hard you've hit it. And that was one that was good that he hit it softly. He's able to pinch it too. Keanu saying this game's in the balance. Yeah, I'd agree. And a couple of wickets can change everything. I said the importance of partnerships. They've built one here so far. It's worth 31. Shapes in a bit. Now they'll probably get a second if they want one. And they do. You know, that's one thing. I know that Shiv Karangill is given a couple of quarter chances by taking these on, but I just like the idea of not hesitating and kind of just going on contact. And look, a perfect piece of fielding there. Maybe it's run out, but it's going to be pretty unlikely. And the fact is they've actually created a couple of overthrows out of running hard on those quick singles already. So, you know, paying off at the moment. And Shiv will actually keep the strike. So it's good fundamentals. You know, non-striker backing up, making a confident jump. Just like here, there's a bit more room to move on this single. Because to be honest now, I mean, needing about 7 and over or so, you can actually get 7 or 8 and over without hitting a boundary, and that's a very different mindset as well. The fact that you can just kind of continue to score, get bat on ball, and kind of pick up those 7 or 8, fairly low risk. Obviously, the odd ball comes around that you feel confident of hitting, and you do. But the fact that you don't need to is a definite change in mindset. It's a long way across this time. Sudasanan, he probably loves throwing as a keeper more than anyone I've seen. He does hit something with his throw, but it ain't the stumps. It's Al-Bavi, who's a bit of a ball magnet. And I think somehow that kind of bounced off his bat and up into his body. He's a guy who got hit in the ribs yesterday, got hit in the head yesterday. Anyway, I'm just glad he's okay, and he's showing a bit more of what he can do with the bat today. Now, as he pulls this one away fairly comfortably, but again, it's not a big shot. It's just a shot designed to get 1 run, maybe 2, if it goes in the right spot. Shaju, last ball of his over. It's pretty well bowled. This pitches up a bit. And Shivkaran wants the wide, gives the proper death stare. Let's check it out in the replay. It's okay to me. And, yeah, seeing is believing. And at the end of 8 overs, the score is 70 for 1. And that over, 2 2s, 2 1s, and 2 dots. So I get 6 off that. Not the worst over. It's really only overs kind of 3 or 4. String a couple of those together. If you're Malta, you can maybe drive that rate back up and build a bit of pressure. So Luxembourg, certainly the box seat. These are the kind of games they'd be hoping to win at this level. Malta, 3 places above them in the ICC T20 national men's rankings. So anytime you beat a team that's ranked higher, you're doing yourself a favour. Having said that, Malta beat them yesterday. And it looks like we're going to get a change of pace now with Bikram Arora. Left arm tweaker to come in over number 9. Albavi faces up. First time we've seen him get spin. Drives the first one down to long off without incident. Just a single. Yeah, so just looking at the team sheet, you've got Aurora in as a spin option. No Imran Amir in the lineup with his off spin, but you do have Yash Singh in there. Just clunked over Aurora's head. Just a single. No full toss, happy to get one. It's only big strings of dots that get you in trouble at the moment. Aurora seems to have a bit of a bad habit of throwing in a Gundy ball once every over or 2 that gets smashed. If you can avoid that, I think his figures are looking a bit more healthy. On the cart, this time they go straight away. The long throw, I think it hits the edge of the pitch or it hits Aurora. To be honest, I thought it was worth throwing. Because he was slow to go. I mean, it pretty much went straight to the fielder. Let's have a look. Was this close? Oh, yeah. Probably just in, but it felt like it was worth a try. Trying to break this partnership by any means necessary. Now low full toss stroked away for 1. So this is a really good example of how you can pick up the 7 or 8 and over without actually taking too many risks. Right now we've had 6 off the first 5. No dot balls in this over. Albavi faces up, last ball the 9th. Aurora does get a dot in the end. And Burgles 1, draws the batter wider. He can't get it off the square. 9 overs in. Luxembourg, 76 for 1. Have a look at the bowling figures. You can see Makarafridi Ahmed bowled a good early couple, 1 for 11. I'm sure we'll see him later. Jerome, yeah, probably a bit disappointed with his couple of overs. Threw in a 5 wides in there. To be fair, had a kind of misfield. It went for 4 as well, but 25 of his first 2. Allowed Luxembourg off to a flying start. And from there, they've always been ahead of the rate. But, yeah, but having a look at the moment, the 8 and over, it'd be 72. So it's 76. Still a few ahead. Going to stick with some spin, and it's our first chance to have a look at Yash Singh. He's going to bowl over number 10. The first one sneaks inside the tram line, cut away for 1. Yash Singh's a bit of, I suppose, a replacement for Amir, bowling-wise at least. See how Barbie deals with this. He runs at him, and he gets one down to Wakar. Yeah, it's just a bit of a holding pattern at the moment, isn't it? These middle overs. Oh. Proper kind of hair pulling out suggests there might have been a little edge on this, you know. Maybe. Siddhasan, yeah, it's up to the stumps just to... Has had a few issues. Probably clanging a few too many. He steps across. Yash kind of follows him intentionally or otherwise. Just get through for a single. Yeah, inconclusive on that caught behind, whether it was one or not. Yeah, Siddhasan, keep an eye on him. I mean, as a keeper, I'm often finding myself looking at the technique. And I think sometimes he's just a bit of... He's just kind of a bit of a bystander behind the stumps. Siddhasan. Oh, cut away. Doesn't quite carry to the fielder, but it's a pretty good job by Shaju to knock it down. And we'll get a couple. And so another over that kind of hangs in the balance. No boundaries for a while now. Actually, haven't had a boundary for 19 deliveries. But yeah, Siddhasan, probably just like to see him maybe get a bit lower, get a better look at the ball, and then come up, get the hands out in front of him a little bit more. I think it's too high for an LBW, and I don't think he's hit it. So Shivkar and Gill, I think that might have crashed. Might have crashed into the bowler here. Says as Yash is on the follow through. Yeah, not out, and then. Oh, poor Shiv finds himself in the wrong place at the wrong time. And well, they might have to swap insurance details after that, but I can tell you it's the end of the 10th over now, and Luxembourg 81 for 1 after 10. So I mean they're pretty much right on the money now of the rate. So they're 81 in the first half. That means they need 83 in the second half. A couple of decent overs of spin, just pegging it back a little bit. Aurora went for 6. Yash Singh went for 5 in the last 2 overs. And like I said, now we've got 20 balls without a boundary. So Shivkar and Gill and Halbavi building a bit of a partnership. It's worth 46, and we're back to the action. First ball from Aurora in the 11th gets knocked down for 1. So yeah. I think for Luxembourg to win, they want a bit more out of these two. They're the set batters. They're cruising at the moment. Halbavi walks and tries to turn it into something more. Just get one there to the leg side. I wonder if the batters are feeling the pressure here. The rate just creeping up a little bit. I think that Aurora throws that a bit wide on purpose, thinking maybe Shivkar will walk at him. I think that Halbavi is the more likely batter to do that based on what we've seen so far. Little dab for 1. It's interesting because I mean normally you associate the longer you bat, the quicker you bat, but I think it's kind of been the opposite with these two. And the longer we go without a boundary here, the more the rate's just going to creep a little bit. This is a real crossroads of this match. Whether this results in a couple of boundaries or whether it results in a couple of wickets could shape the result. As advertised, Halbavi does dance down, but Interesting when he dances down, often he's not looking to kind of elevate, he's looking just to get close to the pitch of the ball and still play in a fairly orthodox fashion along the ground. Not taking too many risks. Yeah, that's the ball where Aurora goes shopping and it's going to get pounded for 4. Well, I said something's got to give. Aurora certainly kind of challenges him to go after this. It was a lot slower, but really well placed by Shiv Curran Gill, and his elevation to the top of the order has paid dividends for Luxembourg. That just breaks the cycle a little bit, doesn't it? Nice batting. I don't mind that from Aurora, though. Now, gets swept away. I think this is 2. I'll just get a fairly easy 2. As Waka does the fielding. And that's the end of the over. The score, 92 for 1. So still not a disastrous over. Ends up going for 11 from Bikram Aurora. But it's the over that kind of just gets them back at the pace, doesn't it? 8 and over required. We'll keep an eye on that as we get down to the business end of this game. Remember, Malta have a 2-1 record. If they win here, they go 3-1, and they're in contention to win the trophy. Luxembourg are searching for their first points, and they could still, theoretically, they could win the trophy. Yash to continue. All right, goes after this, but he's found trouble and he's gone. It's a nicely taken catch by Jaspal Singh, who's been reliable in the deep, and Halbavi shows a bit of impatience here. You see, he's basically going after that ball. I think that Yash spots him and drags him wider. And so he ends up trying to elevate this time and doesn't beat Jaspal Singh on the boundary. He'll be really disappointed, I think, because they were in control of this chase, and it probably wasn't that necessary. He never really even committed to trying to hit it for 6. And it's a decent partnership at least. It's worth 56, but someone else is going to have to try and take Luxembourg further with Shiv Curran Gill, and it's Joost Mees, the captain, who's come out at number 4. Well bowled to Yash Singh. He gets his first wicket in the series. Yost faces up, of course, in modern cricket. Even if you cross on a catch, you have to go back to your original ends. Yeah, well bowled by Yash, and he's tempting, isn't he? But I suppose when Halbavi looks back at that, there's a big gap over cover. That would have been a better place to try and put it, rather than have to go down the ground or even drag it to the leg side. Yeah, once again, Yash kind of tosses it up. Mees, though, drives pretty confidently, gets off the mark. This game's smack bang in the balance. Got to say a quick hello to Maxo Down, who I know is watching right now. And, well, breaking news with Max. As this is a quick turnaround. I felt he just got back, given not out. Just the difference of a new batter. I mean, they had a pretty good understanding when Halbavi was there with Curran Gill, but Mees not interested at all. He turns him around. Just home. To be honest, I'm not positive that the ball hits the stumps anyway, but he was home regardless. Yeah, Maxo Dowd, he's been ranked in the top 5 best hairstyles in international cricket. So another really exciting day for the Netherlands. Well, I saw that list come out, and I think he deserves it. Yeah, the shaggy surfer look paying off for Max. Some big names on the list as well. This next one is Just a single round the corner, yeah, but Max, congratulations. I know that you've been working on your hair for many years. Yeah, Singh. Oh, he draws him into it, and who's got it? Nobody. Wow. Mays is super lucky to get away with that. I reckon in the last minute he decides, you know what, actually I do want a piece of this. And just scooped it up. And regulation mid-off, takes 2 steps in and catches it, but the cover couldn't get around, the bowler couldn't get back, and the long-off couldn't get in. So Mays gets lucky. Cut straight to the fielder. This time there's no debate about a run because it just went way too quickly. And Malta working their way back into this contest. 12 overs in. It's 96 for 2. Yeah, this is what we're talking about today. Mdina Cup. 2 matches today. Complete the Mdina Cup. And then later on we'll start the Valletta Cup, which is basically these 3 teams plus Romania and Switzerland that will play for the first time tomorrow. So Luxembourg, if they can get 2 points here and get 2 points against France, and who's to say they can't, then all teams will be square on 4 points. That will mean we've had a really exciting series. We have already, I suppose. Mr. J. Grant wondering how much chalk they go through. Probably because that's how they take guard. Yeah, you're right. It's, I know he's looking forward to Scotland playing Netherlands later on. See a bit more Lister, maybe with the gloves for Scotland, I imagine. Having a pretty good series. Scotland just their second game though, and I'll be hoping to put the batting demons to bed. Made a decent start with the bat against Thailand, but then kind of fell in a heap. Raka Afridi Ahmed comes back from the top end. And I think, yeah, we only had 3 in the circle, so Zishan spotting it from deep mid-wicket and yelling as Waka comes in, saying, hey, guys, it's going to be a no ball. Sort it out. It's good awareness from the veteran. Going to bring up the deep square leg. So here we go. Back to pace at the top. Mays jams down on that. Don't think there was a chance to run out there. Yeah, Singh came in and hurled it in one motion. Yeah, they do scramble through that time for 1. Bit of a lazy bat put in from Shiv Karan Gill. Faces up now. Goes after this and doesn't quite get it. Just a long single in the end. Actually kind of hit more ground than ball there, I think, originally, and that took a lot of pace out of the shot. But Shiv Karan Gill he's moved to 40. He's a really important source of stability, I think, in this chase. More or less going at the rate, aren't they? Now, pace on delivery. So interesting that they were having some success with spin, but they elect, okay, no, we've broken the partnership. Let's go back to one of our strike bowlers. Freedy bowling from the other end this time, compared to where we saw him earlier on. Oh. Big appeal. I think he hits the ground here, but it did seem to take a little bit of a deflection. It might have been off the pitch, but let's just check it out. Yeah, I think it's just off the pitch. I don't think it grabs any bat on the way through, but that's what caused a bit of interest. And Sudasanan, to be fair, didn't really have his heart in the appeal. Mays, leg side, almost gets caught, but goes into a pocket of space. They could get 3 here, you know. Zishan, though, pretty quick to get there. And now they're going to take on the 3, and more accurate throw might have seen trouble. There's Gill, credit to him, he legged it back. But I'm telling you that the throw that was straight at Sudasanan was going to spell trouble for the Luxembourg opener. See, because the fielder dives, he can't start chasing, and it's left to Zishan. You know, credit to Zishan, he's looking fighting fit, isn't he, at the moment? And then didn't quite get the throw where he wanted it. Good running, though, from Luxembourg. They get a triple. 100's up now, last ball of the over. And this is a shot that's nailed over cover, point for 6. Maximo! Well, Shivkar and Gill uses the pace of Afridi against him. And he just takes a little skip step, slightly away from the ball, but he times it perfectly, lets the wrist go at the right moment. And Luxembourg get a 3, then a 6, 11 come off the over in total, and they're 106 for 2 after 13. Really good game at the moment. Hello to Liam Dane watching from New Zealand saying, can Lux get some points on the board? Well, I think if Shivkar and Gill bats the distance, there's every chance they will, but still plenty to do. Yeah, 13 overs down comparatively. Malta were only 78 at this stage, but don't forget, the best was yet to come for the Maltese innings. He put on 52 in a 3-over blast through overs 17, 18 and 19. Yash Singh's been pretty good so far, been pretty accurate. Get him all over number 14. So Joost Mees, he's got a little bit of an identity crisis, I think. He looks like he's built to hit sixes, and I suppose, what's his role here? Does he go for boundaries, or is he happy just to knock it around? Well, there's your answer. Tries to turn this into something it probably isn't. Gets clonked on the pad. Top ball. He's searching for that short boundary again. Square of the wicket. Doesn't beat the fielder. Oh, I think fields that with the sole of his shoe. Yeah, she'll take it 2 dots. Got to start somewhere. This is up, it's in the air, it's into the gap. Long chase. Successful chase for Waka Afridi, who bowls it in. Saves a couple for his team. It's fairly good placement, timing just not quite there for Mays. Shivkar Gill, he's actually shown remarkable composure. We consider that he's been batting for an hour now in this heat. Mays again, can't time it. Shiv likes the idea of 2, but I don't think it's quite there. Just getting away with a full toss. Mays will be frustrated when he gets into a really good position, gets it on the full. Couldn't have hoped for a better delivery to get. Wanted to kind of nail it through cover or over cover for 4, but he only gets a single. Back to Shivkar and Gill. Cut away. Zishan. Some fancy footwork, keeps it to 1. Gill to 47. You can see at this stage Malta were 85. A long way ahead. On the comparison, it doesn't really matter too much, does it? Just matters what they need, not what happened before. Rate required still in the 8s. Mays goes for it this time. Does he get enough? Backing back, and I think that's gone for 4. Yeah, this is just getting over Waka Afridi. Yeah, 4 runs. And just bouncing about a metre inside Afridi. Probably didn't clock straight away that he had to back. And, well, credit to Mays. He does get that one, but he gets it just over. And I mean just over Waka Afridi. The boundary riders here, they're not always right back on the rope like we'd see in ECS cricket, for example. When these boundaries are so big, they're also in a position where they're trying to cut off the likelihood of getting a 2. So, yeah, that's why Afridi isn't right back on it. So you can't blame him that much, but he just didn't judge it that well off the bat. Mays to 9. Still interesting. I thought there's still a ball to go. No, maybe not. Yeah, certainly the graphics suggesting that. So, yeah, still waiting to see what's happening. Obviously, this is the end of the over because here comes Wasim. And anyway, we might have some trouble here. It's skied in the air. Fielder comes around and takes it. Prasath. He goes a long way to get that, and that's the end of Shiv Karan Gill, who falls just short of his half century. And so this game takes another turn. And just went after Wasim straight away. And good call by Prasath. He saw he had an angle on the ball. It was going to be pretty tough for Abbas to turn around and just follow through and go and find it. But it will be a wicket. Well batted by Shiv Karan Gill, and you know, slaves away in an hour. And here's the third wicket fall, though. 114 for 3. This game, twos and fro's. So Orsu comes into the side and gets an opportunity at number 5. Abbas comes back and gets a wicket immediately. So yeah, real crossroads here. Race to the finish. Orsu wants to be busy, and he does get more pat on this than anything else. Gets quarter leg by the umpire. He's not off the mark just yet. Kai Bay saying, ouch, that hurts Lux. Yeah, I mean, there was a degree of premeditation there from Shiv Karan Gill that probably wasn't necessary. Wasn't there if he had his time again. You have to ask yourself the question, what was he really trying to do with that? Mays drives. Let's get one here, well covered out there on the boundary. Oh no, they're going to go for 2. Oh, he's gone. Oh, I don't know if there was 2 on there. And, well, there really wasn't. And even Mays, who's got the long strides, I just wasn't expecting him to go for this, and you could see that he's short of his ground when he tries the dive. And, yeah, no doubt, see the sun and takes him. He's gone by half a metre. But, I mean, whose idea was this? Again, I'm going to file it under you for unnecessary. He Mays, and he likes the idea of 2. I mean, he turns correctly, he's facing, and to be honest, it was Orsu that kind of was sold on the 2, but I think he convinced his skipper to come, and that's cost Lux a couple of wickets in the over, and they're both avoidable, I think. They've lost Mays for 14, the score 116 for 4. Got to say, it was a good bit of fielding as well, to be fair. It was Eldos Matthew out there that threw it in. He's on for Stanislaus still. Siddhasan did the rest. But, yeah, Luxembourg, you're going to have sore feet if they keep shooting themselves in them. Having said that, you've got Vikram Vij, who's going to face up now, and he was kind of the one batter that stood up for them yesterday. And he's kind of ideally suited to this situation. You know, he can hit boundaries, but he's also a pretty good worker with the ball. Doesn't need up too many dots. Wasim Abbas changing the game a bit like he did the other day when he took a hat-trick, don't forget, 2 days ago against France. First one blocked out to cover. Prasath pretty tight there, keeping on the 1. Got to admit, I didn't notice they were going for 2 till very late at the piece. I just thought it was a regulation. You know, run the first one hard. If it's picked up cleanly, just, you know, be happy with that. Run rates required reached 9 for the first time that I can remember. No full toss, stroked away, but the fielder, Zishan, in the perfect position. Interestingly, Zishan's fielding on that side of the field. Had some issues, I think, on the other side with the just seeing the ball a couple of times yesterday. But yeah, no change of personnel for Luxembourg. Still 6 wickets in hand, so it's nothing to panic about, but don't have too much time to get started, do you, in this situation with a rate at 9 and over required and climbing. Steps across also, gets off the mark here. Again, it's one that you probably should get to, but you can understand why. They've got some issues now with hesitation after what happened earlier in the over. So just one also gets off the mark, retains the strikes. Game on in Marsa. The score 118 for 4 after 5. And Kai also mentioning it was a pretty good throw from Eldos Matthew. Yeah, you're right there. And Sudasana didn't have to do too much. Was right next to the stumps. Yeah, at that stage, you just lost a wicket. Probably don't need to take on two like that, but hindsight's 2020, as they say in the classics. Plenty of bowling options still available for Malta. If Malta want to win this series, they've got to win this game. Simple as that. It's over to France to see if they can outdo them. Guess the same goes for Luxembourg. So, yeah, big 5 overs of cricket ahead. Gets a long way across again. Also, it's really giving the bowler a good look at that front pad, but he should get a couple. So now we start looking at, okay, can they get 9 off this over to stay on the pace? More than 9, I think they win the over. Less than 9, they don't. Simple as that. Charju being brought back. Can't quite get to this. Scramble through for a single. I think they would have got there anyway, despite the fumble from Varun Prasath. Had to run to his wrong side. I do Pintu, nice to see you. Anime saying, pray for Lux. Well, I appreciate your support, however you want to support them. How important was that burst from Malta in overs 17, 18 and 19? They brought them 52 runs. It's pretty much almost a third of their runs, or let's say 30% of their runs, came in just 3 overs. Vidge has that technique, starts a long way outside leg, shuffles across. Hits this pretty well. Again, 2 might be on, but Afridi's got a strong arm. He likes to bowl it in this time. They do get 2. So how important is the running between the wickets at this stage and those critical split-second decisions of whether you go 1 or 2? It's just one of those things. I suppose it's an acquired skill as well, judging the level of risk and whether it's worth taking it. You've got to do all those calculations in a fraction of a second as you're turning. You're also kind of thinking about it as you're running the first run. The difference between a 2 and a 1 is huge at the moment. 2's put Luxembourg ahead, and 1's tilt the equation towards the hosts. Vidge doesn't hit this too hard, he'll just get the 1 this time. It's a really tense finish, I think. We've had some really close games. I know yesterday didn't really work out that way, with Luxembourg kind of finding their feet here in Malta, but the first 2 games we saw France win by 9, we saw Malta win by 4. 2 games that really chasing team had the upper hand, in fact had all hands, but then somehow gave it away. In both cases. It's pushed too wide and called. So 39 off 26, so plus 13 if you're looking at runs required minus balls remaining. And that's the gap that Luxembourg needs to bridge. If they're going to win this contest and chase this down, it would be a really good effort if they were able to. Remember, ranking points on the line, all official T20 internationals here this week in Malta. That's well bowled. Just inside. Yeah, this is exactly where you're trying to be. I think you're trying to force the batter to play away from their body. This is your tactic. You've got fielders there. You've got 4 fielders on that shot. You've got deep point. You've got 3 in the circle. They're kind of just behind point, so you're protecting that area. Nice ball the over. Another dot ball. And now they think of a bye. Siddhasanan, shocker, has a throw. But anyway, it's the end of the over. It just turns out to be another dot. 16 overs in. It's 125 for 4. And credit to Shardru. We said, will they get 9 off that over or not? They didn't. They got 7. So that rate just creeps up a little bit now. We're kind of saying 10 and over to win the over if you're Luxembourg. Anyway, this is today's schedule, and the next game here is scheduled for 12:15 local, which is 3:45 in India. And that's match 6, France versus Luxembourg. The toss will happen just after this game finishes. And it is possible it'll be pushed back a little bit because that's been happening the first couple of days. Just keep an eye on the stream to find out how long until that next game. At this stage, it should be in around about 42 minutes that we get going. So this afternoon, action from the Netherlands. We're taking on Scotland, the T20AW, and then Valletta Cup starting later with Malta backing up to play France. What should be an excellent 3-match of what we saw on Monday. Anyway, Abbas to bowl out, no surprises there. Got things happening last time. And yeah, now we're talking 10 and over. So let's keep an eye on this over. Can they get 10 or not? Abbas, a kind of action magnet, isn't he? Always seems to be in the thick of it one way or another. Shelled a couple of catches in one over earlier, but he can make up for it now. Has already, I suppose. All right, this is sliced up in the air. I think it's falling safely, and it is. And now should get 2. They get 2 pretty easily. Vidge takes it on. This is a luck factor. Could have gone anywhere, to be honest. Sliced away over the infield, but didn't quite carry to the fielder, who was herring in from long off. Doesn't matter what the format is. Everyone loves a close contest. Whether it's a test, whether it's 50 overs, 20 overs, 10 overs, 3 overs. Got a close one here. And Vidge nails one out of the ground. Maximo! And that ball had some hurt on it from Vikram, who goes bang. And like a bullet, it left the Marsa International Cricket Ground over the trees. No doubt whatsoever about the result. And that relieves the pressure to a degree at least. 8 off the first half of this over. .26. Luxembourg closing in. And again, you see that ball before. It's kind of skewed up in the air. Could have easily fallen to a fielder, but it didn't. Vikram takes full toll on the next delivery. This one has the feeling of a genuine toss-up. I mean, on paper, you'd probably say Luxembourg a shade ahead. But, you know, Vikram, that's the first one. He's really got out of the screws. You've got Orsu, who hasn't really been that convincing at the other end so far. Both players relatively new to the crease as well, I suppose. This could go either way. Well, they find that ball. Everyone take an opportunity to gather their breath and just have a few drinks of water, which makes sense. Okay, Vidge. Seems an age ago he hit that 6. Spent a long time finding the ball, but we're good to go. And Abbas has the right of reply here. 31 of 21 now for Luxembourg. Trying to bring up their first win in the series. Not quite sure what the issue was. Maybe they'd replaced the ball, but then actually found it. So I think they're saying, okay, if you found the ball, we haven't used the new ball yet, so let's use it. I think that's exactly what's happened. So they're about to use a replacement ball. And they say, no, let's stick with the one that was in play because we haven't used the new one yet. Oh, fair enough. Makes sense. Anyway, here is the next ball. Oh, Vikram chops onto his pads again. We've seen these go onto the stumps before, haven't we? They're just getting perhaps a bit carried away. There's an error of premeditation around that stroke as well, wasn't there? Remember, if this is tied, we'll go to a super over. Just saying. All right, off the end of the bat. Could be gone. No, just gets over Prasath and they'll get two. That carried a long way for a ball that hit right down the bottom of Vikram Vij's bat. And again, he has the luck on his side and he gets a couple. Luxembourg closing in. Yeah, so we wondered, could they get the 10 off this that they wanted? Well, now they've got it. It's gone .26.2. So 10 runs off the first 5. So I suppose we're in bonus territory. Now Luxembourg now. If I'm Vij here, I'm just concentrating on getting the 1 and controlling the strike rather than really giving it back to Orsu. Well, hits it pretty hard. And they are going to come back for 2. I suppose you take every run on offer at the moment. Orsu was probably the man that made the final decision. Whether the 2 was on, he decided it was. And so they get a dozen off the 17th over. And Luxembourg 137 for 4. Pressure, pressure, pressure. Look at the bowlers they've got. I mean, they've used 7 bowlers, so they've got heaps of options. Would they be game to go for spin, for example? Or do you stick with the pace? I don't know. I've got a feeling about Yash Singh. He's got 1 for 16 off 3. I feel like he deserves a 4th. But I think Prasath is going to go for himself. He took none for 8 off his only over so far. Whoever you bowl, though, they're going to have to bowl well. Orsu is just coming off 2 dots. He's a guy I'd probably kind of put the squeeze on a little bit, maybe bring the cover in. You know, he's just looking to sneak away from the strike. He's got his sneakers license, I think. Can't see him really firing a big shot off. So you're trying to make it hard for him to do what he wants to do. He's 4 off 6. There's 27 required off the last 3 overs. Starts with a wide. Yeah, so now at 9 and over. Luxembourg, more than that. I feel they've won the over. Less than that, they'll feel like they haven't. Everyone in the chat going wild with anticipation because this game is a coin flip at the moment, I think. Orsu does his best to annoy Prasath by backing away. Maybe just a bit of chat still in the field or a couple of people moving. Beats him outside the off stump. It's been the issue with Orsu. It's basically 3 in a row that he's missed. Outside off. Just beaten by a bit of extra bounce. So maybe that's why they stick with pace, because they say, hey, you know, this guy gets the pace last over. Recent history is important. Wasn't able to get bat on ball. Pushed too far again from Prasath. Probably doesn't have to be that defensive against Orsu's or any kind of swung missed it a few in a row. You'll probably know that, Varun. Captain giving himself the ball in a pressure situation. It's better. That's where he wants to be. Don't think there's an edge. I think he might have hit the ground there, yeah. It's just kind of what Orsu was establishing. But that's basically 4 legal balls in a row that Orsu hasn't got bat on ball. And Vij is getting itchy at the other end. That's why I wasn't certain about taking the 2 off the last ball, the last over. Because his over's creeping away now, isn't it? Also, he's been in the action today. Took a great catch earlier. Prasath with those under sleeves. He has to roll them up to bowls. They're just trying to get it under the red sleeve. Can't be easy on those big arms. Five in a row. He hasn't been able to hit. Now pressure's ramped up on Anup Orsu. Prasad pulling the right strings at the right time. Sometimes if you need a job done properly, do it yourself. That's what he's done here in the 18th over. Now you can kind of eat a one, but you'd love another dot on Orsu. Another one he can't catch up with. So, I mean, you can see if he was going to miss, he's going to miss left, and that's why he's costed himself a couple of wides in this over. But that's the price of doing business, and also he's just struggled with this ball time and time again, having to play away from his body, away from his eye line. To be honest, I'd be considering maybe doing something dramatic, like making a big step out there, just getting your head closer to the ball. He does, and he absolutely nails it. Well, there you go. Change your tactic, change your luck. Maximo! And this game is changing so quickly, it'll make your head spin. Orsu was just sick of the same thing happening, so he took a step forward and a slight shuffle across, and he forced an error from Prasad, who went a bit straighter, but it was a hanging full toss, and it got pounded out of the ground. Oh, what a match. Yeah. It's all about the length being wrong there. So, I mean, just like that, they pretty much have gotten what they needed off the over. They were just 2 off it before that ball, and now it's 8. And we said 9 was par. So, Prasad, who'd been so good through his first, 6 deliveries really. 2 were called wide, but, I mean, he stuck to his plan and got that one all wrong. He's still got 1 to bowl here in the 18th. 7th ball gets banged for 6. Also, actually hit that so hard. Round the wicket, changed his tactics and bowls wide. And there's your 9. Tell you what, also, he's probably the most relieved man in Malta right now that he's able to get that full toss and put it away. To be honest, no real pressure on him to score this ball anymore. Oh, well, for good measure, he misses that one. Well, for an over that he swung and missed at 5 balls, it turns out to be a pretty good one because they're going to get 9 off it. And the score is 146 for 4. So that one, I'm calling a draw. And if you want to see what a close game looks like, look at that. But look at how the different ways that the teams got here. I mean, Malta crept up on it, didn't they, with a big late surge. Luxembourg were ahead. They've decelerated, if anything. And 18 required off the last 12. This is where, the running between the wickets is highlighted even more now. 6 wickets in hand, but you don't really want to lose a wicket and expose a new batter. Also, getting the full toss and absolutely nailing it, changing the whole face of the over and the match really in a second. Kobe enjoyed it. I think we enjoyed it more. Oh, well, as we say in the classics, it all happens in the 19th. And a pretty good bowler to bring back. Makar Afridi Ahmed is coming on. And he's hit pretty hard down the ground. Fielder comes in and holds the catch. So Vikram Vij is the man who's going to have to go. That might have done some damage to the fielder. I think it's Shaju down there. Might have knocked a finger the other way, but the main thing is it's stuck. That might be a dislocation, but all in the name of productivity. Thought they might stick with Wasim, but they go back to Waka from that end. And Vikram hit it pretty well. You can just see it didn't go in the middle, did it? Kind of flicked the fingertips on the way in. And Vikram played a good hand there, but he's going to have to go close to the finish line. Big wicket, isn't it? 146 for 5. Vikram goes 16 off 11. Shaju with the big catch. A disappointment for Luxembourg fans there because, okay, Orsu, a bit like Jennifer Page, a bit of a one-hit wonder at the moment. And he has more responsibility now as Vikram was kind of controlling that game. Didn't face the ball in the 18th over. Also did it all himself. And the next ball he faces, he's gone cold a little bit. Hit it pretty well, to be fair, but Shaju is coming off. And that looks like a classic dislocation. And hopefully it's something they can pop back in. And the medic just saying, no, you need to come with me. I tell you what, it'll hurt a lot less than if the ball had jumped out of his hands. So Yeah, big pressure all round. Elias Chabakel, the new batter, of course, he's facing up. Michael Afridi, his second wicket. Wicket, for me, it just tilts a little bit towards Malta, but only just. Oh, Vikram was there. It was probably tilted slightly towards Luxembourg. You know, it's anyone's guess. It's what we want to see. Close cricket. These two teams ranked really closely on the ICC International T20 rankings. And showing why right now. Charju is replaced in the field. Probably Patanka coming on for him. Can't spot him at the moment anyway. Chabakel, what can he do? 11 balls left. 18 required. Full toss, got to run hard here. Any fumble? No, clean pickup. That's the play at this stage. Run hard, any fumble you go for 2. All 3 results possible here. The Robots put a poll in, and I've got to admit, I voted for tie. Yeah, Darsha Patanka on the field. So you got 2 subfielders on right now. You got Matthews fielded the whole innings for Stanislaus. You got Patanka who's on now for Sharju. Michael Afridi. Oh, tries to get funky and misses. And yeah, you probably don't have to be a geometrist to know that they're going to target Orsu outside the off stump after he swung and missed it plenty. So he predicts it. To be honest, I don't mind the tactics. You know, if he gets any bat on that, it's going for 4. But spoiler alert, he doesn't. 10 balls remaining now. 9 balls remaining, pardon me. 17 to win. Deep in his crease and misses. This has been the issue. Orsu, he's backed himself into tight corners so far with a bunch of dot balls. Goes really deep in his crease. Tries to kind of slice inside out. 17 off 8. And remember, it's a bit different to 17 off 8 in the ECS when you've got the boundaries in a fair bit. It's harder to hit boundaries. The running's going to be super important here. 2 to come for Michael Afridi Ahmed. Deep in his crease again, gets a bit on this, but he should be gone. He's caught. And so Orsu finally gets him bat on 1. It's Eldos Matthew, the subfielder, that takes the catch, and Afridi does it again for Malta. He's been the money man for them this week. And Orsu had a bit of a torrid time out there, didn't he? Swung and missed it plenty. Did smash 1 for 6, but kind of kept them in the contest. But right now, he's going to go. And Luxembourg, they're on the ropes. 1 for 7 for 6. And Afridi does it again. And also would have loved to hit that maybe a bit later, a little bit squarer, and maybe get enough bat to take it to the point boundary, but it went straight to the man at deep cover. Yeah, also made tough viewing, except for probably that one shot that he was able to get the way he wanted anyway. A lot to do, 17 off 7 now, and more importantly, it's not ball, it's the ball they don't score off. And you've got James Barker. Well, to be honest, if you ignore the first 30 balls he faced yesterday, then he smashed them, because then he smashed a 4 and a 6, and so he just needs to go straight into that mode this time. Easier said than done, though. Kai's asking what happens if there's a tie. It'll be a super over in accordance with the ICC regulations. But yeah, left-hander, so that kind of throws things a little bit. Who's going to bowl the last over? You can actually choose Sharju or Abbas. I'd probably go Sharju just because he did it the other day from the same end. They were kind of having the option this over of whether you want to go Abbas or Afridi. They've gone for Afridi. He's done a good job. All right. Well, we'll get 1 here. Don't think they can go 2. Oh, they are. And this is going to be a run out. Any sort of good throw. It's not a good throw. Oh, no power on it. Oh, Barker. He actually spent so much time thinking about this, and then by the time he went, he probably felt like he was a dead duck here. But the throw, despite only being about a 30-yard throw, he's never really got to Sudasan, who had to deal with a short hop and then fumbled around. Look, there. And by the time he does grab it, he's in. So I guess it does turn out to be a good run because they made it. End of the over. 149 for 6. Now, who's bowling the last over? They're going to go for Wasim Abbas. And like I said, they're kind of spoilt for choice here with their bowling options. Partly because Prasath kind of snuck through and over there when I wasn't expecting him to. So they've had basically Abbas as well as Wakar and Sharju all available to bowl, but they only need to bowl 2 overs. So Sharju's the man that misses out. And Sharju was the man that put the icing on the win the other day in match 2. But anyway, game on. Yeah, just confirm it will be a super over, but they'll need 14, Luxembourg, to tie the game. They need 15 to win. You haven't seen many 15-run overs here. Now with these big open spaces, obviously you're trying to hit a 4. If not, I mean, a 2 kind of keeps you in the hunt, doesn't it? Jabarkel shown he can hit boundaries. You can see Malta making a little bit of an effort to bring the outfielders on the long boundaries up a bit to prevent it. So they're actually going to bring the mid-off up. They've got fine leg backs. So they've got third man back. Still no fine leg. So the ramp's on if you want to try it. Jabarkel faces up. Luxembourg need 15 off the last. Hit pretty well, that's 4. That's absolutely smashed through the covers. Jabarkel finds the gap. They brought the mid off up into the circle. I'm not sure whether he would have got it anyway if he was back, but he would have had a chance. Abbas kind of rocks in, bowl at half volley and gets drilled through the covers. What a match this is. 11 off 5 required now. We've been treated to some really close contests already this week. Luxembourg fighting for a T20I win against Malta, who are slightly higher ranked. Trying to keep their tournament hopes alive as well. Now they put the sweep around a bit further from point to more like cover point. Now there's a big gap at traditional point or just behind. They'll bring up the third man. They'll take the long off back. So Abbas, that probably wasn't his best delivery, to be honest. Prasath himself goes back at long off now. And they leave Wakar in the circle. 11 to win. And I think there's still movement, there's still chat in the field. And so, you know, rightly, Jabarkel backs away and says, oh, hold on, you guys sort yourselves out and then I'll face. Most people in the poll, they were favouring Malta, 62% over Luxembourg 30 and 5%, including me, going for the tie. Oh, swing and a miss. That does tilt things further. I mean, to be honest, that's the kind of ball, if you can slash it away, there's big gaps in that quarter in the outfield behind point. But he's not able to hit it. And yeah, down the stretch, there's just been way too many dot balls for Luxembourg. The ticking stopped. 11 off 4. Oh, hits this pretty well. And that's away from the field. And that's 4 as well. So Jabarkel, playing Russian roulette there on the offside boundary. I mean, Zishan, to be honest, that's where he was a second ago. I think after that ball, he went back to a traditional point position. And it goes back to where he was standing originally. So 7 off 3, they can tie the game with a Maximo now. It'll still be a memorable win for Luxembourg or for either team really. They can pull it off. Jabarkel, he's gone hit, miss, hit. And now this is hit really hard, and that is going to be 4 as well. Oh, Zishan, he went with the foot. He couldn't get off his feet and get a dive on it. And he ends up assisting it over the boundary for 4. 3 off 2 now. Luxembourg, so close, yet so far. 2 singles off the last 2 balls will tie the game and we'll have a super over. Oh, at the international level, you don't see the feet being used too much. You're pushing for 2 here, I think, no matter what, if it goes to the outfield. 2 to tie, 3 to win. Got to go, I think. And they'll probably get it. This will tie the game. And you can see already, he's excited. Scores all tied, 163. You've got to bring everyone in now. You've got to bring everyone in because only a dot ball keeps the game alive. And you've also got to have someone covering those bowlers' end stumps. You might as well take some time here. Take some time, get your field right. You need someone covering the bowlers' end stumps in case it's kind of dribbled. To me, they're all too deep. Okay, just got to hit it and run. Any score wins it for Luxembourg. Last ball, score's tied. And they'll get it. And again, I don't think the field's quite right there. They're way too deep in the leg side, but take nothing away from Luxembourg. Jabarkel, their hero, in the 20th. And Luxembourg right back on track. Well, he carries Barker there. He's carried his side over the line. The final score in match 5, Luxembourg 164, Malta 163. And once again on the European Cricket Network, Luxembourg engineer a big chase against the Maltese. And really, this throws things wide open as far as the Mdina Cup, but disappointment for Malta. Again, I just think they needed to take a bit more time before that last ball. You can't have him dribbling one into the leg side and scoring so easily. Everyone was back on the circle. You just got to know the situation. And I just think that's one time you can take as much time as you like. Maybe ice the batter a little bit, make him think about it a little bit. But to be honest, Jabakel, okay, might have swung and missed at one of them, but he was ice cold in the heat in that last over, nailing a couple of boundaries through the offside, and then a third, running a two intelligently, and then winning the game off the very last ball. All right, everyone, towel yourselves off, and let's get ready to watch the highlights. Luxembourg, they got the jump early, didn't they? And that was an unassisted 5, wasn't it? Jerome into the side, but didn't really find his radar the way that he wanted. And meanwhile, we saw Tim Barker getting that slower ball, putting it into the trees. And he looks like a good player that just can't go on with it. There's been a few of those this week. Ended up skying one, fighting the angle. Sudasanan took the catch running backwards. And we saw in this period that they were just kind of able to be productive off the balls that they were hitting defensively. And that's something that kind of dried up towards the end. They went for a few big swings, a few big dots that made them have to work really hard for the victory in the end. We talked about partnerships being important. And, well, they got a partnership. No thanks to the fielders for Malta. Wazim put down a couple. Shiv Curran Gill, he was really important in this phase, wasn't he? Just continued to keep scoring, ran pretty well. Hababi was important as well. He scored 25 at more or less run a ball and just kind of got them closer and closer and closer. It was one of those funny partnerships that kind of decelerated rather than accelerating. And in the end, it forced Halbabi into a shot that wasn't really on. He holed out to long on. Meanwhile, Shiv Curran Gill, he found another gear. Absolutely nailed that one over point for 6. I mean, Yashing never got a 4th. I thought maybe he deserved one. It's not the only ball we've seen today go over an outfield, but still pitch inside the rope. Wazim Addis came on and he swung the game as well. Mays was out there for a while. And then went for a 2 that wasn't on, despite the dive of the big man, couldn't get in. Prasad was all over Orsu in this over, but he got it wrong once and Orsu pounced. And to be honest, it looked like Orsu was batting with a toothpick for a fair bit of his innings, but then he was able to nail that one for 6. And then Sharjah took a clear catch that might have blown one of his fingers off. And then another wicket, and Vikram went up. Orsu went in quick succession. Barker came out there. I mean, even this, when you consider it went down to just the 1 run, there shouldn't have been 2 there, but they snuck a 2. And then Jabakel, it was over to him, needing 15 off the last over. There we go, 4 through cover. And then he moved the field around, did it again. He needed 15, and he got exactly 15. And this is the one that really hurt. Zishan just went too quick for him. Couldn't get off his feet, couldn't make a play on it. And needing 1 to win. I've got to say, you got to have your field in. And that was the 2 second last ball that tied the scores. But yeah, you can't let him squeeze one. Rather make him hit it past you. That was just dribbles. There's nobody there. Got to say, you've played for 3.5 hours in the sun. You just got to get it right that last ball. And I've got to say that Malta didn't. And I'm not going to say it cost them the match, but it really cost them any chance, didn't it? And Jabakel, take nothing away from his effort at the death. I mean, that's the making of him as an international player right there. And he brings up the winning run off the very last ball. So I believe that will actually be starting the next game in 30 minutes from now. So yeah, 15 minute delay on match 6, the final match of the Mdina Cup. And it'll be really interesting to see what the table looks like after that, because Luxembourg, in theory, they can win. France with a win for sure. They will win the Mdina Cup with a 3-1 record. 47 for Shiv Curran Gill, the top scorer. Look at that. All 7 players in the top 7 make double digits. And I've got to say, Halbabi with 25 was important. Vikramvich with 16. And 16 on out for Jabakel. 15 of those coming in the last over to win the game. 3 for 25. Waka Afridi tried his heart out, as he has all week. Wicket also down there to Yash Singh. He bowled pretty well, 1 for 16. Abbas, a wicket as well, but went it over 10 and over, which didn't help. But anyway, it's a nail biter. We'll be back in around about 25 minutes to take you into the 6th and final match of the Mdina Cup before the Valletta Cup starts later on. We've got action from the Netherlands coming up in a couple of hours. You'll flick over to Hungary for a little bit. Say hello to Charlie for me. I'll be lurking in the ECS Hungary as well. But for now, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Hope you're enjoying the day. Hope your fingernails are okay. We'll see you back. French in action shortly in match 6 in this Mdina Cup T20 International.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to Malta. The heat is on and we're ready for the sixth and final match in the inaugural Mdina Cup, a tri-series between Malta, Luxembourg and France. Right now, it's going to be France versus Luxembourg in the final game. Let's have a look at what happened at the coin toss a little bit earlier when the officials with the two captains.
Hey, welcome to the match. You are the home team, France is home team. You are the away team.
Yep.
This is the head, and then it's the tail. You toss and you call.
Sure. Heads.
Heads is the call, and it's heads, and Luxembourg wins the toss.
We'll bat first.
We're going to bat first. Good luck, guys.
Super.
We start at 12:30.
Thank you. Good luck.
Luxembourg winning the toss, selecting to bat. You see the openers out there already. And what a heist they pulled off in that previous game that finished only about half an hour ago. It was drama with a capital D. Luxembourg winning by the barest of margins, 164-163. Scores were tied, and Elias Jabarkel scrambled a single off the last ball of the game to give Luxembourg the win in their first points in this series. And so now the situation, well, pretty clear. If France win this game, they'll be head and shoulders above the rest. And they will be the winners of the first ever Mdina Cup. But for Luxembourg, I mean, mathematically at least, they could smash France here. And if they do, then they could still win. So, I mean, it's a pretty crazy situation. But, well, anything's possible. And Luxembourg have already made the improbable happen. And, you know, they batted very well. Having a look at France, they have gone without Ramatullah Mungal once again. He's nursing a bit of a groin strain, so they're kind of saving him up. Anyway, it's Noman Amjad, the captain, gets us going to Tim Barker. First one talks. Now, the real question here will be, can Luxembourg handle the heat? And what I mean, not just the heat of the weather, but the French bowling. It's spicy. Actually, you know, not often you see this view live from behind the batter, but that's my view from when I used to be a hit keeper, and gives you a great idea of what the bowler's doing, and it kind of gives you the batter's perspective a bit, and you can see what makes Amjad so dangerous to the left-hander. And he just got a natural kind of right to left on your screen movement, and he's just kind of luring Tim Barker into the shot and then nipping it away. Yeah, and so see, Barker tries to counter it by getting across, but then he still can't quite go far enough. Maybe a slight adjustment from Amjad. So, I mean, it's 3 in a row that he's almost nicked off. Welcome back to all of our viewers watching on Fancode and everyone, of course, watching on ECN European Cricket Network. Great to have your company once again. Jeez, we've had some good games here. All right, finally does nick, but predictably there's a third man in place. That's Rahul Mangal. That does the fielding. Pretty exciting proposition ahead then, isn't it, with the situation as it is. Halfway point might be able to give you a bit more of an indication of what's required for Luxembourg, for example, if they're going to win. Don't really see a scenario where Malta can win, but maybe it's possible. We'll have to work that out halfway as well. Malta finished their campaign with a 2-2 record, but could still win on net run rate potentially if it's the best of the three. Shivkaran Gill, he takes it on straight away. One thing he did really well was run those quick singles, keep score ticking early. That time he gets the ball in the back of the leg for his trouble. Rob Thompson, I think, is just stepping away for the day now, probably after midnight in New Zealand. And Luxembourg just engineering a very good chase in the end. It was all about building partnerships. That's how they got there in the end. And then a bit of a flourish from Jamakel at the end to get them over the line. Floating slip in place now for Amjad. You can see why, because Parker's played and missed it 4 of them. And that's the end of the over. Luxembourg, 2 without loss. Got a question in the chat. When's the final match? Well, this is the final match. There's no actual final for the Mdina Cup. It's just a strict round robin. So right now you're watching match 6. And the next match to start in the internationals will be Netherlands-Scotland in the T20Iws, which starts in around about an hour and a half. But then later we do have a third match here. And it's going to be the first match of the Valletta Cup, Malta versus France. So France are pulling off a double header. I mean, so are all the teams you'll see today. Luxembourg playing the first and second matches. France playing the second and third. Malta playing the first and third. And in Malta, they'll be stung a little bit by that loss by 1 run just a few moments ago. It's going to be Shane Warnacool-Soria to bowl over number 2. He's a guy who just gets an unreasonable amount of lift out of this surface. I think it's partly to do with the wrist snap and the fact he hits the seam so often. He can really get the ball to talk. Here he is, on to Shiv Curran Gill. Pitches up first up, negotiated by Shiv. Liam's asking how's the heat today. Well, the heat is on. It's 31 degrees. And I'm not joking when I say you need to add 8 degrees. That's the Maximo index now, I've decided. There's no breeze, in the middle of the sun, on an island, not too far from the equator, at 8 degrees. So I think it feels like 39 right now. And if you're in the cube, you probably add another 5, if I'm honest. Bit of a waft from Shiv Curran Gill outside the off stump. He was brilliant before, wasn't he? 47 off 39 he scored. Interestingly, a bit of a team effort. All of the top 7 for Luxembourg getting into double figures. But yeah, Gill top scoring with 47. Another lazy looking shot, to be honest. Remove the feet. Hangs the bat out there. They've got fielders waiting for that as well. Their 2 outfielders are both back in this direction. So they've got deep backward point and a third man. And we know France, they like to pack that offside field. So 7 of their 9 available fielders right now are on the offside and just a backward square leg and a mid-on in the circle on the leg side. So really encouraging the bowler to keep it outside off stump, which he does. This one sneaks in. So I thought this one might have got a bit of the line, but the umpire's got to use that line as an indication. Come back a bit. I think that's wide, to be honest. Anyway, difference of opinion. Surya. There's 4 dots now. And another swing and a miss. Warnacool-Soria. Already hasn't made it in the series, you know. It's been a bit of rinse and repeat here. Even if he hits this, it's hard to see if it's how it's going to go for 4. There's just too many fielders in that part of the field. Push and no run. So Warnacool-Soria does deliver a maiden. And at the end of the over, it's 2 without loss. Very tight start at the moment. Gives you a good view of what we're looking at. And I've got to admit, I've been here now, it's my 4th day here. I am yet to see a cloud. So, looking at this. Final match coming up, so each team will play 4. Either France wins it the easy way by winning this game, or Luxembourg, if they win, it'll be 4-4-4, and it'll go down to net run rate. If France with the healthiest net run rate, I still think they can lose by a certain amount, but still win the cup. But I mean, they won't want to do that because this is a T20 international and there's ranking points. You don't want to lose to a team below you. Well, Barker says enough's enough, and he launches this one. Maximo! Oh, he does hit the ball hard. Noman Amjad gets sent back over his head for 6. What a shot. Check this out. We've got the best view in the house here, right behind Tim Barker. He just plays the drive. Not a lot of foot movement, but have a look at that. Straight as the day is long, and bang, at the bottom of the sight screen. Excellent batting. Now the next one. Good reply. Oh, Barker was struggling to do with Amjad in the first over. He whacks a 6, and then it's back to the old ways. I'd actually consider having 2 slips here, just because I think you're a good shouter of getting a nick. I think we've seen 5 go past the outside edge. Maybe taking out one of the covers. Well, right on cue. Don't know if it would have gone to a second slip, but who knows. Middle edge going for 1. Shiv Gill gets a chance now. Some yard, so he'll bring the ball back towards Shiv Gill with that right and left movement. I wonder how aggressive Shiv Gill wants to be here. Does he maybe want to kind of shuffle across, try and flick away to the leg side? There's a deep backward square on the boundary, but instead he gets the ball, hits top of the bounce. Wants to run, but he won't get one. Pretty good fielding by Darwin Ahmedzai. Mr. Universe there, as we like to call him. He's a very exciting wrist spinner. We'll probably see him maybe just out of the power play. So just have a look at the bowlers available for France today. They've left out Zain Ahmed again, who is a left-arm spinner. We didn't see him playing yesterday. Maybe we'll see him playing later on, of course. France playing Walter in the last game of the day. Edge and gone. What a catch by Action Jackson. And Shiv Gill gets on the march. Thick edge. And, well, we call him Action for a reason, don't we? Sticks up the right glove. He's not the biggest man you'll find on the field, but he's got one of the biggest hearts. And that one lodges in the right glove. It's the first wicket. Amjad gets his man. Shiv Gill goes for 1. 9 for 1. Have a look at this catch. Bang. And look, he maybe could have gone with 2, but sometimes you can have one hand messing up the other. He was pretty confident. He saw it. He said, look, this is a perfect catch for me to just take like this. And he says, yep, very good. Drops the next one, but catches the one that counts. And wow, disappointment. Shiv Gill trying to move things along. We were wondering how aggressive he'd be. Well, there's your answer. Disappointment for Shiv Gill, but gives an opportunity to Halbavi. Had a bit of a torrid time, to be honest, yesterday, facing the French bowlers. Took one in the rib cage early. Took one later on as well. In the helmet, not too long after that, to be honest. Here he's facing Amjad. Aggressive straight away. Let's just smash it on the uppercut. Takes us to the end of the over. And the score, 9 for 1. Back Shiv Gill though. What a catch that was. Halbavi joins Barker. So I think these two were opening the batting before, so they should know each other pretty well. Yeah, France, they'll be able to do a number on Luxembourg. Kind of let them off the ropes yesterday, 26 for 5. They had Luxembourg at one stage, and Luxembourg kind of recovered to an extent. All right, so Watercourse Area is going to continue over number 4. Swings in late. Umpire has no idea what's happened because the bowler ran straight in front of him there, which isn't smart. Watercourse Area's got to work on that. Anyway, here's a leg bite. So, Liam's got a question with noting that I'm a keeper who's caught my eye with the gloves over the years. So there's a few. I mean, there's a few I enjoy watching, even if they're not quote unquote overly technical. Action Jackson's one of those. I just love watching behind the stumps. There's probably someone like a Jason Martin from Griffins and Guernsey back in the ECL. He's probably one that caught my eye back in early 2022. Very late cut down to McKeon at slip. Hopefully he's all right. Suffering a bit from cramp yesterday after fairly long innings. There's a few though. Right, especially, I suppose, there's a bit of an up to the stumps specialist. Enjoy some guys that are good at that. They go on the hit despite it being a fairly packed offside field. They'll get away with it. Yeah, so, yeah, throw a few names at you. Humi and Jyoti, always fun to watch in Sweden. We saw Imtiaz in Sweden as well, doing a pretty good job behind the stumps. Paraskar in the Czech Republic's made a good start to his international career as well. Up and away, going, and a 1 bounce 4. Really nice shot. Tell you what, Barker seems like a player that's too good to be kept down for too long, doesn't he? And just kind of goes with the angle, which is into him from Watercourse Area. Hits it pretty well. Little bit of swing in there, you can see. To be honest, I think the umpire should be dishing out a warning to Watercourse Area for running in the protected area. Not so much because I'm worried about the wear and tear on the pitch, but more because he's blocking his view. Isn't too good. Oh, yeah. Well, that's giving him something to think about. Goes shorter. It was a genuine bouncer, wasn't it? Had Barker weaving out the way. Yeah, look at that. Does pretty well though, plays it well, drops the gloves, watches it go past, watches it. Doesn't turn his head, that was the key. And goes slower ball. Hit pretty well. And this could run all the way, you know. It will. So great shot by Barker, good comeback, and he tries to go the surprise tactic by following up the bouncer with the slower ball, and yeah, plays it pretty well. Another 4 down the ground into the over. So yeah, Luxembourg giving a little bit back. Beautiful day here, 31 degrees and counting. Still 2 matches to go, so another 7.5 hours of cricket. Yeah, you probably noticed this is around the time of the day where the heat starts getting into the system. You get a few gremlins, but hey, we're still bringing you the cricket live. All right. Harvey keeps this one out. Just a reminder, if you want to, you can drop us a message in the live chat. ECN European Cricket Network. Great to have your company once again. Luxembourg trying to go 2 for 2 here on their second day of action, day 3 here in Malta. Another ball beats Luxembourg banner outside the off stump. Habab is an interesting one. I mean, looks like he's got a habit of getting across, but he doesn't do it all the time. Sometimes he kind of exaggerates it and really opens up that leg side. He's got a pretty good pull shot on him. We saw that yesterday. Another ball. Oof. I think that's a harsh call. Yeah. Have a look at this. We got a pretty good view of it. For me, it was inside, but let's have a look. Bit rough, but you know what? Amjad will get another ball to take a wicket. So, if you're looking for a glass half full kind of person, that's the way you could look at it. Oh, tentative little prod from Halbavi. Remember, got badged yesterday. He does get it past the fielder. We'll get two. Little poke. Wasn't the full-blooded hook shot, was it? French attack, it's just multifaceted. We got good pace options, anti-spin option to come as well. Albavi wants one, he's not going to get one. What Ahmedzai, it's one of the all-time terrible throws, but it doesn't matter. He kind of spikes it into the ground and rolls back, but that was all about cutting off the ball quickly. This one is a hit and run. Oh, I think this would have been out, you know. Yeah, just think, well, he was struggling for his ground, just eyeballing it. Well, gets away with it. Something Luxembourg did fairly early in their innings in the last game. They were able to take on the infielders, pinch a few extra runs. So Barker and Amjad, it's been a good little battle so far, hasn't it? Earlier here in match 6. And so Barker saying, hey, you know what? I'm not too thrilled about having to deal with these off-stump thunderbolts. I'm just going to let that one go through. Probably a smart option. End of the 5th over. Luxembourg 23 for 1. Tell you what, though, that shot he nailed down the ground was pretty pure, wasn't it? So, with the situation how it is, I just think it's really great we get to match 6, and I think there's still 3 possibilities about who could win here. So, one of course, is going to get a 3rd over. Well, there you go. It's a decent looking bouncer first up. It's be the one for the over. Certainly hurried him up a little bit. Yeah, I think that's okay. If it's above his head, if he's standing at the crease, it'll be a wide, but I don't think it was. Halbavi will be happy that he dealt with that one a little bit better than the one he had to deal with yesterday that got him right in the helmet. It's good bowling though, just goes a bit fuller, but still with good pace and just inside the tram line. So, apologies while we're trying to get the scorecard back. I can tell you right now, 23 for 1 off 5.2. Oh, goes straighter, but pretty well clipped away from Halbavi. He'll get 4. Good shot. It takes a big risk here because this is knocking middle out of the ground. But he does get it and gets it really well. So, yeah, very nice shot. It does give you a chance, but to be honest, he hasn't missed one on the stumps yet, has he? So, you know, give him some credit there. Eventually they get that one back. Yeah, such a big day of cricket here. And it's going to keep going this way, 3 matches a day. So potentially we've got 120 overs of cricket from Malta a day over the next 5 days. Oh, he loses this one to the left by quite a long way. It'll be a wide. Surya. I'm trying to work out why he gets this extra lift. I think partly, it might be that he might have a slight kind of scrambled seam, that the ball hits the seam sometimes, just takes off. Another wide, but look at that lift he gets. So sometimes in extreme cases, you might hold it across the seam rather than traditional seam, which is where you kind of hold it with the seam vertically in your forefinger and your middle finger and your thumb underneath, and then you expect the ball to do a little bit sideways when it hits the seam. But yeah, the fairly modern way as a variation is hold it across the seam, and when it hits the seam kind of horizontally, it can either shoot through or jump. But he gets a lot that jump. Surya, just wondering why. And this time, times it pretty well, but that's well handled out there. Just a single. Luxembourg once again finding it a bit hard to get going. The score now 30 for 1 of 5.4. Used the pace well that time. Yeah, working on getting those graphics back up for you. This is the last over of the power play, so into the 6th. Just 2 balls to go. Barker pushes, runs, judges it well. Gets 1, 31 for 1 of 5.5. So last ball of the power play coming up. I wonder if we might see a change in bowling. Ramchand's been pretty good, but might just want to keep him with one up his sleeve. Likewise, Surya. Gone wicketless so far. Last ball of the 6th. Another ball that's swung and missed outside the off. It's the end of 6 overs now. Luxembourg with 31 for 1. So, yeah, Barker and Halbavi trying to move the game forward. And moving forward, we have so much cricket for you here on the European Cricket Network. We've got the Valletta Cup starting this afternoon, so that's kind of next cab off the rank. Of course, right now we've got cricket in Hungary as well as Mdina Cup. Last match you're watching right now, cricket from the Netherlands coming your way in about an hour's time, with the Netherlands taking on Scotland today in match 3. We're looking forward to getting back to Prague as well. You know, we've got a lot of history there one of our first series after the pandemic lockdown in 2020 was the Czech Super Series back in June 2020 from the Vinaj Cricket Ground. It's great pitch there as well. We've seen a lot of cricket from there with 8 sides in the Czech Republic getting ready to go on Monday. Danny Hudacek will be there. I'll be joining him during week 1. So yeah, really looking forward to that. Okay, so we do get a change, and I'm going to bring on Usman Khan here, I think. That's very early to bring on Usman, but he's been a bit of a go-to man, hasn't he, for France in this series. He's got a really good slow ball. And he's watch out for the wildlife here on the field as well. First ball's fast. I'm always curious to see how he does it. They might get 2 here, you know. They would have if they'd been looking, I think. I guess McKee might have been foxing a little bit. So they do just get the single. Usman Khan. You'd expect him not to pull as many slow balls early, but I still think it's a weapon. He'll kind of utilise it any time. It's straight. It's a straight pull shot. Parker thinks it too. It's not quite there. Probably just as well he doesn't go. Barbie came out pulling everything when we first saw him yesterday, but since then hasn't quite been as proficient on that stroke. Guess it's one that you could almost get to, maybe not. McKeon is on it quickly. You can hear the birds tweeting in the background, actually. It's a really nice cricket ground. I mean, of all the cricket grounds in Europe, you'd be hard-pressed to find a nicer one than this, to be honest. Just was in Romania, and that's probably right up there as well, the Moravlesia ground. Luxembourg, I've heard, has a really nice ground. Yes, that slower ball, and Abavi picks it. Can't quite deal with it. And he spots it, doesn't he? But then just loses his shape. A little bit early on it, I think. Charge. That's one. I'll get 2 there. Although, long throw. I think the dive saves him here. And, I mean, only just. Yeah. I mean, I think Barker spotted it, said, look, he still hasn't fielded the ball yet, and I'm about 3 metres into my second. Let's go. Yeah, you see the dive. Does the job. Gets him in. It's kind of interesting that Action Jackson takes his glove off there, despite, of course, he's never going to throw that ball. So probably just out of boredom threw the glove away. I'm not sure. Luxembourg setting the world on fire with the run rate, but they've only lost 1 wicket so far, so that's something, I suppose. Oh, Barbie, 12 off 16, taking his time. Ball probably would have been a wide, you know. Slower ball, gets the end of the bat on it, gets 1. End of the over, Usman goes for 6. And after 7, the score is 37 for 1. Seven overs in, Luxembourg. They need to get a move on, don't they? But I wonder if someone like Jabberkel, send him out, a bit higher after he was the hero in the last game. Be a possibility, I suppose. So, another change of bowling. And yeah, we're waiting for this guy to come in. It's going to be Dawud Ahmedzai, Mr. Universe, coming in. He's just a really clever wrist spinner. Bowls over the wrist, has the wrong end, has a leg spinner, bowls a lot of toppies though. Halbavi likes to charge the spinners. We saw that last time. So, let's see if he's game to take on Ahmedzai. Slip in place for him as well, very attacking. Nice looking shot first up. Just times it nicely off the stumps. Gets one out to McKeon. McKeon's one guy we haven't seen bowl yet. Can bowl a bit. See this one more or less. Looks like one of those top spinners that just kind of hurries on to the batter after it bounces. It's Mukhtar Ghalami, the beast, getting a drink. Even beasts need hydration on a day like this. All right, left-hander against Ahmedzai. Barker stands and delivers, gets one down the ground. McKeon is everywhere at the moment, isn't he? Grabs that one as well. Yeah, but well, to quote a line from the theme song of a famous 90s sitcom, it's like you're always stuck in second gear at the moment. It's one thing to survive these French bowlers, another thing to kind of score. I like this show from Halbavi. He gets across and he times this really nicely. I said it yesterday, if you can't pick it, sweep it. And he just kind of gets across, plays it on length and times that really well to the boundary. Nice batting. He ends up getting on the full even, so yeah, Ahmedzai just a fraction full. If it doesn't bounce, kind of, that's his kryptonite, isn't it? So, one smacks into the wall, back to live action. He overcorrects now, and he's going to go for another boundary. Well, that's really, really good batting from Halbavi, who probably knows he's going to get a bit of length this time. He couldn't see Ahmedzai bowling 2 full tosses in a row. So he kind of sets himself on the back foot and pulls that away. It wasn't that short, but he had something to work with. Back-to-back boundaries. And the score now, 47 for 1 off 7.4. Again, try and get those graphics back as soon as possible. Stroked away to deep backward point. Still one. Tell you what, Ahmedzai likes to get fired up when he takes a wicket. He didn't take a wicket yesterday. And I think if he goes a couple of boundaries, he'll be extra fired up if he takes one. So he can get pretty animated. Barker doesn't want that to happen. He's 20 now. Quick load to Danny Pinsuti. Oh, this is almost a return chance, and it's going to end up under the side screen. That's 4. Oh, Barker plays a good shot, and Ahmedzai goes for a third boundary. 15 off the over, and the 50's up as well for Luxembourg. 52 for 1. Not really a realistic chance, to be honest. By the time he jumped, the ball had long gone. But still, excellent batting from Tim Barker. 8 overs in, 52 for 1. Hello, Danny. Where are you watching from? Said it's halftime in the State of Origin. So what he's talking about there, the Australian Rugby League. New South Wales and Queensland, they're big rivals, as they are in most sports actually, but in Rugby League, it's a big thing. And so he says halftime, thought he'd pop in. Hello to you. Danny, and let us know who you're rooting for then. New South Wales or Queensland. Say, as I'm from Western Australia, it's a bit of a tough one because I have a mild dislike for both of those states, having played against them before. So I don't know who I'm going for. Kind of depends who I'm sitting with. So I tell you what, Danny, if you tell me who you're going for, I'll go for them. How about that? I mean, New South Wales and Queensland playing the State of Origin in rugby league, it's a bit like America calling the baseball the World Series in a way, because the State of Origin only actually involves 2 states. But I suppose that's fair enough. But yeah, I'm a big fan of all sports, particularly ball sports. And yeah, going back to when I was a teenager, WA did have a team in the National Rugby League. It was called the Western Reds. It didn't last too long. There was a bit of a World Series cricket style overhaul with Super League in the late 90s, and the Western Reds didn't last too long under the revamped competition. Anyway, back to cricket. It's going to be Perabakaran who's going to bowl over number 9. And he's going to start with a wicket. And Halbavi can't believe he's just sliced it inside out. He's found Lingeswaran Kanisane at backward point, and a wicket from nothing really. Perabakaran has the golden arm. And Luxembourg lose the second wicket, 52 for 2. And so, yeah, I mean, just kind of goes with the hands. I suppose he does everything right, but keep it down. I mean, if he gets that in the gap, it's probably 4. And you can see he's just willing that to go anywhere else but to the fielder. And Halbavi again makes a good start, but he can't do much more than that. Goes for 23 off 22. It's 52 for 2. Okay, so I'm asking who the umpires officials for today. You too, got Shanika Fernando as well as Venki Sridhar and Sunil Kauda overseeing this match. Well, in T10 cricket on ECN, we always say it all happens in the ninth. Well, it certainly does for Perabakaran, who comes on with immediate effect. This will bring Joost Meijs to the crease. The Luxembourg skipper batting 4. So Perabakaran, yeah, he's a bit more of a medium pacer than an out-and-out pace bowler. That's why you see Action Jackson up to the stumps. Ooh, gone. Yeah, looked pretty straight to me. And Meijs is going to go for a golden duck. And so Perabakaran is 1 for 1. Now he's got 2 out of 2. And just like that, he's on a hat trick. And poor Meijs, he just played all along this, all around it really. You know, tried to work it to the leg side when it certainly straightened down the line. And I'm going to say, as soon as he was hitting the pad, I thought he was in some serious hot water. He's got Golden Derek for company. As he becomes the 3rd wicket to fall, it's 52 for 3. Yeah, so let's check this out on the replay. Again, from behind, we won't quite see where it hits him, but I mean, based on what I saw, it's straightened down line. That doesn't give you the best look, to be honest. Maybe this one's better. I mean, yeah. Sometimes you just feel it. You know, that one's, it's an outswinger, so it's kind of swinging down the line, and I think the umpire gets that 100% right. So, hat-trick delivery. We already had a hat-trick, didn't we, in the previous matches? Wasim Abbas got one against France. And trust me, they'd remember that, because it's as their run chase was falling off a cliff in match 2. All right, now, Perabakaran, not often you see a hat-trick, and certainly not often you see a hat-trick taken with the first 3 balls a guy bowls. And that's what we're looking at here. It's going to be the Barker twins. There's James to face up. Hat-trick ball. No hat-trick. Now, they're going to run, and I'm going to say you'd think that twins batting together is going to be an advantage as far as communication. But after watching Steve and Mark Waugh run each other out about 37 times in international cricket, I'm not so sure. So let's see how these two go together. First time we've seen the twins batting together, the Barker twins. Oh, a little bit short, launches it and gets it out of the ground. Maximo! Oh, Tim Barker. As the man gets one a little bit short and bullseye into the archery range, and Pirabakaran gets a reality check. After taking 2 off his first 2 balls, this one just a little bit short and into the left-hander. Gets 6 runs. Yeah, nicely struck. Yeah, interesting to find out, obviously, what kind of twins they are. I might ask them, actually, whether they're fraternal or identical. But there is like a third type that are like mirror image. I'm trying to think of the actual name. But the fact that they're both left-handed makes me think that's probably not the case. Oh, this is cut away nicely, and I think this will run away for another boundary. It does. So, well, Tim Barker, like I said, he looks too good a player not to make some runs at some stage, and he's up in the 30s and motoring. Pirabakaran once again gives him a little bit of length to work with. I mean, it's not the worst ball, to be honest, but well manoeuvred away behind point. Gets 4 more. Cuatro carreras más. Sri, nice to have you with us again. I have some questions for you, Sri. Maybe you can help me answer after this, because that's the end of the over. Good comeback from Pirabakaran, who does get 2 wickets in that over at 63 for 3 after 9. Yeah, so Sri, if you're watching, I want to know how many clubs are there in Luxembourg that are playing off for the chance to play in the ECL? How is that decided? Is it on T20 form? Is it like a final or something like that? And when will we know who are going to represent Luxembourg in the ECL next year? Will it be Star CC again? I'm sure it could be. Jatin Madden was in the chat earlier. So change of bowling again, and looks like they're going to go to Ibrahim Jabakel now, the off spinner. So I think this is a little bit to do with the fact that you've got 2 left-handers at the crease. So if you've got a genuine off spinner, they'll be licking their lips if you can bowl off spin. And the other thing is someone like Usman Khan with his slower ball probably would prefer to bowl to right-handers than left-handed. So sometimes it's kind of situational about how you manage your bowlers. There's Usman right there. Go on, give us a thumbs up there, Usman. He's on the camera. There you go. Look, see, he's enjoying it, and now he gets moved away from the camera. I wonder if he's hot. I think we're all a little bit hot at the moment. Usman played for Dreux, ECL winners in 2023, earlier this year. Good start for Jabakel. S3 has said they are non-identical twins, so they're fraternal twins. Makes sense. Two's the call straight away. Well, let's just say there was a mild disagreement about whether it was 2 or not. Eventually, Tim convinced James to come back. And so the other thing is, I'm saying they're both left-handed, but, my brother, for example, he plays cricket right-handed, but he's actually left-handed. I just taught him right-handed because I just assumed he was right-handed. So I mean, it's kind of how you learn as well. I say I like this bowling change because Jabakel didn't have an easy time with the ball yesterday, but I think it's a good matchup for him. I still think you can kind of create matchups that are in your favour, depending on who's batting. They can't change the batters without a wicket, but you can change the bowlers. We see a lot in T10 cricket, like situational bowling changes, sometimes depending on who's on strike. Oh, full toss and smashed away, and that'll be 4. Nice shot. Tim Barker this time gets a gift from Jabakel. Is his own worst enemy here, really. Serves it up. I'm going to say that's a good shot selection from Barker. He'd have in the back of his mind where the gaps are in the outfield, and that was one of them at cover. He didn't want to hit it too straight. Full toss, he should be able to put pretty much wherever you like, and he does. 4 runs. So Reinhardt, thank you for your answer, because 3's giving me the silent treatment sometimes. There's a T10 tournament in Luxembourg to qualify for ECL. Oh, that's great. How many clubs and how many matches will they play? And when is it? I want to follow it. Might get it on this time. Yeah, I've got to say, I'm still really hopeful that one day we'll play some ECS cricket or maybe some ECS night cricket in Luxembourg. If we can get some lights out there. I've heard the ground's great. Last ball the over. Jabberkill does go for a boundary, but it's not disastrous. As 8 come off the 10th over, we hit the halfway point. 10 overs in. Luxembourg 71 for 3. Well, with the help of Barker, they're not in a bad position now, to be honest. We know sometimes the French batting can be a bit brittle. They tend to rely on a couple of players. McKeon's one, Galami's probably another to make the bulk of their run. So if Luxembourg can get them out, then maybe they can defend something kind of 120 plus at the moment, 142 pace. But yeah, Perabakaran will probably continue only after taking 2 for 11 in his first over. Amjad, the other man with a wicket. Monaco Surya bowled a decent spell once again. Not quite a run of ball that he gave away. So, time to start the second half of the first half of the middle third of day 3 here in Malta. If you can follow that. Usman has driven close to that fielder, but not really a catching opportunity. Yeah, so the second half of the first half of the middle third of day 3 in Malta, which is also day 1 of the Valletta Cup. So you can work that out. But yeah, I told you, with the ECN schedule this week, you probably need a pen and paper and take some notes. Nice looking drive this time. Should have got 2, but I think that Tim slips on the turn. So make a sensible choice to stick to 1. Tim Marcus moved to 40 already. Always happy to see twins batting together. I think it's the sort of thing that would make parents proud. To see twins both representing their country. They're both really good fielders as well, the Barkers, something I've noticed so far. Oh. This one follows him with a slower ball, and Tim's a bit lucky that it doesn't go to a field. It wasn't really in control of that shot. Hard to generate power. It's kind of a big risk to take for just 1. But survives. Have found a slight uptick in the run rate, haven't they? There's that slow ball. James plays all around it. I was going to say, wasn't so sure about Usman bowling left-handers. I'm not saying he can't do it, but yeah, it's interesting they've pulled Perabakaran against the lefties after he got out 2 right-handers. There's a slow ball again. Quick single, but they make it. Get these 2. Lift it again. Love the boundary here. Again, swings all around it. This time it's Tim. He kind of picks it, but can't work out what he wants to do with it. It's the end of the over as well. Yasman Khan. I suppose they've surprised me a little bit that they bowled him so early. I would have thought he's a guy you kind of lock down to bowl, say 14, 16, 18 and 20, but I think they like bowling him early, and those skills still come in handy in the middle of the innings. Yeah, sometimes they'll leave him for a couple towards the end. 75 for 3 after 11. So, like I said, it might be possible for Luxembourg to still win the Mdina Cup. I think they'd have to really roll France for a very cheap score. I mean, nonetheless, I think a win here is great news for their T20 international ranking. Malta will be watching on as well. Malta went by a single run in that previous game. Got to say, they dropped the ball a little bit on the last ball. Scores tied. Didn't really have an attacking leg side fielder for the squeeze, and Javakel pulled Luxembourg across the line. He says Ibrahim Jabakel from France now. It was also Elias Jabakel of Luxembourg. So Ibrahim gets a second over, operating to the two left-handers. Steps across and tries an attacking shot, but he's picked out the fielder. And Tim Barker's gone, couldn't have picked him out any better. Yeah, frustration for Tim Barker, he won't get a half century after all. It's Dawud Ahmadzai that takes the catch. And to be honest, for a guy that likes to move around, he didn't really have to move a muscle there. It was straight down his throat. And Luxembourg have the partnership broken. It's all about placement, isn't it? And really, I mean, the shot might have been on, but he wasn't in total control of where it was going, and he picked out the deep mid-wicket. Not a bad knock, though, from Tim. He goes for 41. Score 76 for 3. I just think he'd be so frustrated after making such a good start. You know, with 9 overs to bat, have the opportunity to turn that 40 into a lot more. But I suppose, you know, there's always risks that come in this form of the game as well. Whenever you elevate the ball, you're in jeopardy. Hello to Jatin Madan from Star Cricket Club. Nice to see you, Jatin. How are you? Let us know what your eligibility is for Luxembourg. Obviously, we've seen you on ECN before, doing some great things at the ECL. Jabakel, credit to him. He has his first wicket of the series, and as luck would have it, another left-hander comes out. I think that's why they're relying on Ibrahim here. He'll turn the ball away from the lefty. And he gets another one to bowl at. Vikram Vij and James Barker put together a decent partnership yesterday for Luxembourg. Let's see if they can do it again. A bit short, knocks into a fairly open leg side. A single, gets Vikram off the mark. Vikram was pretty key in the earlier game as well. That saw Luxembourg win by a run in the end, but no, it was a great game. Vikram not too keen on a quickish single. Let's see if James Barker can find something more. We saw it yesterday after he'd been here in a long time. Get one here. It's good stuff by Jabakel to get over there, make sure there's no chance of a second. Fielder had it covered anyway. It's very, very warm, and there's absolutely no breeze at the moment. But like I said earlier in the week, cricket's a summer sport. Days like this are made for it. Last ball, the 12th. Vikram watches it sail past harmlessly. End of the 12th over of the score, 78 for 4. So 6.5 and over, that's 130 pace. Well, Jatin apparently qualifies to play for Luxembourg on the 5th of August. That's very specific. So only about 4 weeks away. Okay, so at some point I'm going to do some calculations, probably in the break. And I'll tell you exactly what Luxembourg would have to do to win and make up that net run rate. But it's pretty tough to do because they'd have to make up about 2.4. But having said that, whatever they make up, France lose, right? So it's a bit of a double whammy situation. And we'll keep an eye on that one. Looks like they're going to go back to pace here. It's going to be Rahul Mangal to bowl. There's Galami. You see where he is. He's walking around and yeah, nowhere to hide out there. No shade on the ground at all at the moment. So here we go. Rahul Mangal gets bowled for the first time. Oh, waits the call straight away. They won't get a run here. Just wonder if Barker can find the boundary a bit earlier than we saw him do it yesterday. All right, goes slightly aerial, but this is one hopper. Down too long off, just a single. Taps, and he's kind of looking for two, but he's found the man in the circle. So they won't get that there. Yeah, it's just kind of feel like it's a bit of a rebuild here, don't you? But you know, once you hit the last 5 overs, I think you just got to go for it. Maybe we can do some live maths at the end of the over. We'll work out. Let's just work off a hypothetical score. So let's say Luxembourg, let's say they score 130, okay? Now, what would they have to hold France to win? So, okay, this is interesting. So for Luxembourg to win, they got to win by a lot, judging by this. This one's cracked. You can see the leg side. All right, so the numbers I'm getting right now, Luxembourg probably don't want to see them because if they make 130, they'd have to bowl France out for 6. So they're going to have to win by about 124 runs to win. Okay, so I'm going to say that's probably not going to happen. Having said that, we have seen a team bowled out for 6 on this ground. So there's that, right? So obviously if France win the game, they win the whole thing. They win the tournament, right? But there is a kind of window. I'm working off saying they are going to score 130 here. It's kind of working out at the moment. That Malta could still win the trophy, depending on the margin of victory. Remember that when Malta lost to Luxembourg, they just lost by a single run earlier, right? So looking at this, if it was 130, France would basically have to, as long as they don't lose by more than, say, still working it out, end of the over, 83 for 4 after 13. So France still calculating. So there is a way that Malta can win, right? And as long as France make, if they concede 130, France would just have to get to 106 to win. So France can basically, what I'm seeing from this is France can afford to lose by about 24 runs and will still top the table. That's just based on Luxembourg getting 130 here. So I mean, Malta do have a chance. And they'll become big Luxembourg fans, I think. Remember Malta and France, they play each other later on the first game of the Letter Cup. But if that's the case, it's going to be super close. Yeah, so France, if they lose by 25 or more, they lose the cup. Malta have a kind of bit of a history of redeeming themselves after we saw them blow the first match, and then they pulled the second one out of the hat on Monday. Joaquil gets a third over. I just think they like him to the left-handers, and as long as there's 2 left-handers out there, they're going to keep bowling him. Of course, he'll only get one more after this one. slants in. Vikram misses out on it. Jackson on the stumps doing the rest. Yeah, Jatin's enjoying the lovely tournament while sitting in his office. Well, Jatin, tell me you've got air conditioning because it's steaming here. Next one, Vij pushes, runs. Been a fairly cautious start. Vikram will do this. We've seen him taking a few balls to get himself in before taking it up a notch. I want to see the people who are going to back Luxembourg to bowl France out for 6. He'd say it's not possible, but like I say, we have seen it here before. Yeah, Jamakel doing his job at the moment. He's bowled 17 balls. He's only conceded 13. He's doing a good job. Last ball of the over. It's situational here. Vikram saying, look, just have a go at this one, or don't, or... Yeah, I wonder. Last ball coming up of the 14th over. Huh? Maybe it was go for it. They should get 2 here if they go quick. Vikram is on the treadmill and he ain't going nowhere in the other direction. So that's the end of the 14th over. And the score is 86 for 4. A bad shot. It comes down. Finds a big pocket of space. I thought maybe if they'd run the first one harder, there was a chance of a second. But anyway, 6 overs to go. I'd say for sure we'll see Javakel next. Elias Javakel. Amit Dhingra back in the lineup as well for this game. No Dixit. Kind of a like-for-like replacement. About half an hour away, or 25 minutes away actually, from seeing the women get underway as well. A lot of people looking forward to that. Netherlands take on Scotland for the first time this week. Oh, well, Barker pulling, gets an under edge, should get a couple here, and does. Yeah, Luxembourg, let's talk about the 130. They still got to get there though. Just dropping a little bit. Last 5 overs, it's been 4, 3, 5, 3. Now this one, just getting going, 2 off it so far. Another one on the pull, but he should just get 1. Yeah, so let's take those last 4 overs, for example. 4, 3, 5, 3. So 15 off 4 overs. At this stage of the innings, man, I know there's rebuilding, but you know, the overs are slipping away, aren't they? I just feel that France are pretty comfortable with their ability to contain at the moment, but Vij, counter attack, we've seen it before. Tries to. Won't get a run this time. Bowler jumps all over it. It's good stuff by Rahul Mangal. Such a handy ace to have up your sleeve. And don't forget this French attack. Not even using Ramatullah Mangal at the moment, who's out with a slight groin strain. I've got a feeling we might see him later on. I think they feel with him, look, let's just play him once a day at the moment. Let's not overburden him. We've got Pirabakaran to come in as a pretty decent replacement. He's already picked up 2 wickets. Another one that's asking to be pulled, and it is, but Fiona jumps all over it, just a single. Gotta say, haven't seen a boundary for a while, have we? In fact, let me count the ways. It's now 30 balls since the boundary, so 5 overs without a boundary is a long time, isn't it? Barker. I wonder if he'll try to get funky. I think that's going to be his go-to. Yep. He picked it, but get a leg by. Just thought, you know, put myself in the shoes of Barker. You're looking for a boundary option, and given the field and given, you know, what you're likely to get from Mangal, this is probably his best one. We did see him nail one down the ground yesterday. but that's actually the shot that got him going yesterday as well, the little jink. And France leave themselves open for that, but we haven't seen it played very well, to be honest, this week. A couple of exceptions. Barker's one yesterday was probably one of them. Full toss, but he sliced it and he should be gone, and he is. So Vich goes and he gets a bit of a gift from Rahula. Might have been a slightly slower ball, but it was full. It was asking for trouble, but picks out the fielder. And so Vikram not able to find the magic. It looked like an attempted rolling off cutter, and then Vikram just not getting the contact that he wanted there. It's about a knee-high full toss, really, isn't it? That's going to be a frustrating dismissal from an experienced campaigner. He's the fourth wicket to fall. Make that 5, actually. 5 wickets down now. And it's also the end of the 15th over. It's 91 for 5, and Ibrahim Jamakel taking a nice catch on the boundary. All right, 5 overs to go. I think for me, for sure, you haven't seen yet because it's a bit far away from me, but I think you got to bring out Elias Jamakel, don't you? After what he did in the last game, hitting 15 off the last over to win the game off his own bat. That's what I'd be doing, but no, they've stuck with the listed order. Girish Venkateswaran is going to be the new batter. I'm sure that he's quite capable as well of lifting the rate towards the end of this 20 overs. Nicely taken by Ibrahim on the boundary. End of the over, so it will be Barker on strike. It looks like they're bringing back Warner Kulasuriya. He does like to dig it in, doesn't he? We talked about the lift that he gets. He's just got the 1 over left in the bank, so they're using him now. I think they're using him as a wicket-taking option, even though he doesn't have a wicket so far here in match 6. Here we go. Push and run from Barker makes it someone else's problem. We'll get to see a look at Girish now. And Girish yesterday was run out for 7 off 8 against Malta. And didn't seem in the second game that they played. Let's see what he can do. Don't really have too much time to play yourself in now. Maybe a ball, maybe 2, but you're looking to score straight away. You'll get a score here. Action Jackson gets something on it. And the result will be 2 bonus runs, 2 wides to Luxembourg. Just falling away in his action a little bit that time, Warner Kulasuriya. All right, over to James. He hits this okay. Again, he's found the man down the ground. I think it's a matter of time till we see another attempted ramp. Because one thing about Warner Kulasuriya, he does give you length to work with. So I think with the angle that he's bowling over the wicket to the left-handed Barker, I just think that shot's on. Need more boundaries, or some boundaries. Slow ball this time, sliced away. Darwood handles it. Just a little bit off with the ball, wasn't he, Darwood? Although he was played pretty well by Halbavi when he bowled earlier. He's only bowled the 1 over for 15. Not often you'd only see him bowling the 1, but I suppose Jamakel bowled 3 overs, 1 for 14, the off spinner, and he was a kind of, I suppose, a specialist matchup for the left-handers, and so that takes care of those 4 overs. They don't have to bowl anymore, spin unless they want to. Not off the pad, but it will be a leg bye. So let's have a look at how they might manage their bowlers from here. So 4 overs to go after this. Usman Khan's got 2. Amjad's got 1. And then you take your pick, whether you bowl Perabakaran 1 or you go to one of the spinners for the other one. So they got options, don't they? I think with With the left-hander still there, you might consider bowling another over of the offie at some point. I mean, they're all good options though, that's the thing. Oh no, trouble if he hits. He doesn't hit, spikes it into the ground. Tell you who's the unlucky one here is Pirakajan Pirabakaran, who took 2 wickets off his first 2 balls, then went for 11, and he hasn't been seen since. So maybe he feels like he deserves another over, because he just would have been gone, but he threw it over the stumps. So he might get another one. He seemed to struggle once the left-handers took over in his very brief appearance. Another ball which is on the legs. This is going to be touch and go. Gets to the boundary, and finally we see it broken. Oh, he had such a long run with no boundaries at all. What a close area. Just gets a little bit short on the leg side, and well worked around the corner by Barker. No fine leg, like we said a few times. 37 balls without a boundary. But finally we got one. It's the end of the over. Brings up the 100 as well for Luxembourg. 102 for 5. Yeah, so having a look at the 3 teams in this series, France, the highest ranked team at 47. You got Malta at 61, Luxembourg 64. Malta and Luxembourg played a thriller earlier today, just 1 run separating those 2 teams. Romania and Switzerland, who are in the 50s. Romania have just dipped slightly to be 50, believe it or not. And Switzerland fairly recently reintroduced to the ICC structure. They're 58, kind of on the rise a little bit. But that's why it's going to be a super interesting Valletta Cup, which starts in around about 3.5 hours. Or 2.5 hours even. So it's a quick turnaround, I'll tell you that much. So they've gone for here. Not bowling Usman yet. I still think he's going to bowl 2 more overs, isn't he? He'll probably bowl 18 and 20. So Rahul Mangal, he can bowl as well, and he's going to get a wicket. Yeah, and he gets Venkateswaran to chop on. Yeah, I was talking about who they might bowl. I didn't even scroll down to Rahul Mangal, who of course was off the bottom of my screen because he was actually the 7th bowler used, but this time chopped back down on the body, back onto the stump. Thanks for coming. Venkateswaran has to walk. Again, he's just trying to work it for 1, isn't he? But he's a bit late on it, and that's why it gets the inside edge, gets the body, and just drops down, dislodging a bail. And so Girish sent in, but couldn't do too much while he was there. Goes for 2 off 3. And he's the 6th wicket to fall. It's 102 for 6. Hello to Kroom, good to have you with us. And Jatin Mudden in the chat from Luxembourg saying, we need Elias now. Come on, champion. Well, guess what? You got your man now. I think you thought he might come in before the last wicket fell, but yeah, I think it's the only man you want in this situation, given the day he's having. How about that? 15 to win off the last over, all off his own bat to win the game. 4-4-4, 2 and 1. Swing and a miss in there for good measure. Anyway, faces up now to Rahul Mangal. Knocks it straight to point, no run. Yeah, so Luxembourg can kind of play the role of spoiler here. I think Malta will be cheering on Luxembourg, like I said. If they can hold France to a significant amount below the target, then Malta can actually win the series. I don't think Luxembourg can win the series realistically. Is their poor net run rate. They'll certainly take 2 and 2 though after they lost badly yesterday. This one swings after the stumps, and Jackson does pretty well. And all the keepers out here will know what this is like. I mean, everyone's saying, can I just take it? Why don't you? But just have a look at how much this curves about now. Flies to the left. The further back you are, the more difficult it is because it's moved more sideways by the time it gets to you. That's great keeping. Swing and a miss. Jamaica frustrated, and he's dotted up 3 times in a row. Maybe you just have to tap him on the shoulder and tell them 15 required to win. Maybe that'll do the trick. Geez, he played some nice shots though in that last over. Cracked 3 through the offside, teasing the fielder out there. A 100 balls into this innings, 20 to go. Gets a fair bit of bat on this. This is going to test the fielder. Usman runs a long way around. He knows it's going to be 2, so he's really just concentrating on stopping the boundary, and he does that. Jabakel's off the mark with a couple. Yeah, could see Liam Day in there from New Zealand as well. Luxembourg kind of heading for a score in the range of around about what they were scoring yesterday, kind of 120s, 130s. 130s they'd be happy with at the moment. This one doesn't bounce too much at all. It's the end of the over. Jamakel was only able to get 1 scoring shot out of 5 attempts. Yeah, I think that's just inside. Clever bowling. And it's the end of the over. 17 down now. It's 104 for 6. Rahul Mangal 2 for 11. And yeah, so now you can go kind of some death specialists. You got Usman Khan to bowl a couple. You got Rahul still to bowl another one. So they've managed their bowlers pretty cleverly here. That's what I mean with the French attack. They've got a good mix of options and a really nice balance of skill, but also variety in their attack. Probably one thing they're missing today is a left-arm spinner, and they even have one of those. Zain Ahmed, who's not in the side today. We might see him later on. The fact that they play the off-spinner, right-handed off-spinner instead of the left-handed off-spinner works out pretty well, because had to deal with a lot of left-handers in the lineup. And you've got to say it might be clever team selection, knowing that Luxembourg have a lot of left-handers. So having the right-arm off-spinner just has the ball turning away from those batters. And there's a few of them, like we said. Okay, here's Usman from the golf course end. Starts with a wide. So I'm always trying to pick him. And by pick him, I mean pick what he's thinking. So he goes the faster one first, and this is the one I'm never sure. Is he going to go fast, fast, slow, or does he go fast, slow? I'm going to go slower ball here because he missed with his fast ball. Let's have a look. Nope, wrong again, but he's bowled another wide. So now for me, 100% this is a slower ball, unless he's really stubborn and he wants to kind of really show that he can bowl the faster one straight. But I had a really good record of picking him until now. So I think this one is straighter. It's the over spinner. You can put your house on it. Here we go. Yep, there it is. Hit down the ground. I probably want 2 here, but a good pick up and throw will make it close. And in fact, it would have been a tough throw to take, but certainly the throw would have beaten the fielder. But at least I'm back in form as far as picking Usman. But the thing is, even if you pick it, even if he tells you, hey, this is what I'm bowling you, it's still not an easy ball to hit. So even if he was just to walk up and say, look, give you a pat on the back and say, look, I'll give you 6 of these, it's just not an easy ball to hit because of the overspin, and on the artificial surface, it does bounce a lot. So now, looks like they're moving Gulami around to a really straight long on, but he's pretty much a straight hit. And a deep mid-wicket and deep long off, creating a wall of 3. Squeezed out McKeon, covers this, and he's got a strong arm as well. He's just been brought up on big fields in Australia and fires that one back to Action Jackson. They've really squeezed the life out of this innings, haven't they, France? They haven't taken a bunch of wickets, but they just made it really tough for Luxembourg to find the boundary. And that's what I mean when I talk about the extra 15 metres around the boundary. It makes them so more protectable. Goes after this, leans on it. Should be a caught opportunity, and it is. Watercooler Saria takes the catch. He doesn't drop too many. And Barker goes for 23, trying to move things along, but he picks one of the longer boundaries here at Marsa. So Usman Khan with his first wicket of match 6, and Luxembourg have just stalled a little bit here towards the end. 108 for 7. I think he picks it, but this is what I'm talking about. You can pick it, but you still got to hit it. And you can see that Shyam didn't have to move too much. Hello to Tim Kluger, who's watching the game from Australia. Tim, great to see you. Where are you watching from in Australia? I'd love to know. Originally I'm from Perth. A bit like Gus McKeon for France, who you will see opening the batting in the second half of this game. I'm going to say the ECN crew, there's a little bit of a Perth, I'll say Perth chapter with myself and Stephen Gooch from Perth. Of course, Dan Weston founded the company. He's also originally from Perth. Anyway, new batter out there is Malav. Of course, tack strike because he can't cross on a catch anymore. Gets off the mark with a single. So I spent a bit of time in Australia recently. It was a little bit cloudy where I was in Perth, but we have a bit of an expression saying that Australian winter is a bit like an English summer, to be honest. That's science. Slow ball, tries it on, thick outside edge, and caught. Nicely taken. And so, he does it again, doesn't he? And I think that's been taken by Ibrahim Jabakal, long way away from us. But there's one Jabakal catching out another. Again, watch that over the top. Slower ball, the overspin. He sums it up really quickly. He has to back and takes it kind of goalkeeper style, doesn't he? Above the head. Well judged. And so Luxembourg fall further behind. It's 109 for 8. So now, back of your mind, you're thinking, geez, I hope we can bat these overs out. France will have their fate in their own hands. I mean, obviously they want to win the game here, and that's quite important as far as holding their ranking and keeping their ranking in check. But also, you'll have a secondary target, which is to win the trophy here on net run rate. We think it's about 15 less than the actual target. Anyway, we'll see. Nanda gets about at 10. Pushed himself back there. Doesn't get a run into the over. Nice one from Usman. He's still got one up his sleeve. Should we get that far? 18 overs in. It's 109 for 8. So Tim says he's watching from the New South Wales East Coast. Oh, why don't you be specific with me? Saying you're from the East Coast, I'm assuming you're not from kind of central Sydney, even though that is East Coast. But I think you would have said Sydney. So kind of Central Coast maybe, or maybe a little bit under that. You can see that the wickets falling semi-regularly in the second half of this innings have just pulled that run rate back a bit. They looked on for about, say, 140 earlier, but it doesn't seem like they'll get that many anymore. Yeah, Tim, welcome. Maybe let us know. How did you find the European Cricket Network? I mean, over 1,700 cricket matches live this year. People find us in all different ways. Sometimes through a player they know or family or friends recommending it. But anyway, it's Vinny here, and it's great to have you with us. Here's Rahula, 19th over. And the first ball, might have nicked it into the ground or maybe just missed it. Malav doesn't get a run there. So I was doing all my calculations based on 130. That's seeming a long way away at the moment with 8 down. 111. 11 balls to go, I should say. 109 on the board. Love is caught, and he's caught brilliantly in the circle. And once again, it's an excellently judged catch, and that's Gulami, the beast, who almost looked like he had a trampoline under him there because he really gets up, both feet off the ground. To be honest, it was quite a good shot by Malav. If he got it over him, there was every chance to get a boundary, but instead, he's going to have to go as the 9th wicket. 109 for 9. Rahula Mangal with yet another wicket. Check it out here. I mean, yeah, I like the shot, but I tell you what, I like the catch even more. And Gulami saying, yeah, told you I was going to do something like that. France playing like a team that are happy to be here in the box seat to take this first Mdina Cup. 109 for 9 now. Hello to James Stewart watching from Estonia. Now, James, what's the weather like in Estonia. Are you enjoying the sunshine? I've spent a fair bit of time up there, and I love getting up to Tallinn when I can, which isn't that often. But we're hopeful to have a European Cricket Series up there next year, which I will not miss. Dhingra comes out as fairly useful number 11. He's probably going to have Mangal trying to knock his head off. Or perhaps going at his stumps, but I just know Mangal, he loves banging it in. So here we go. 10 to come if they can get there. 109 for 9. A bit of length, but that's also good stuff. But might want to hurry though, because that would have been gone. And Mangal, he's got a bit of a habit of having the opportunity to finish an innings with a direct hit. So here, you'll see the ball beats the batter for sure. Bang. Rahula got one a bit more difficult than the one he missed against Malta the other day in match 1, but ended up winning that game anyway, thanks to Warnacore Surya and an acrobatic catch. Nanda on strike. In the air, and that'll do. Well, lightning strikes twice for Gulami, who is 2 feet off the ground again. And that'll do it. Put a fork in it. It's done. Luxembourg all out. 110. Gulami probably can't believe that. You probably get 2 of those a season, and he gets 2 in an over, and he finishes things. Again, not too much wrong with the shot from Nanda, but Gulami saying, hey, can you believe that? I can't. But his teammates enjoying it. Like I said, they're having a really good time, aren't they, out there, France, and have just kind of squeezed the life out of this innings, haven't they? And in the end, Luxembourg, they leave 8 balls on the table, all out for 110. So we'll give you some updates on about what the target is that France will need. So 41 for Barker at the top, Halbavi with 23, James Barker for 23, 110 for 10. And so, yeah, got to say, that, people getting a start, but no one really dominating the bowling. Tim Barker, when he got out, it was kind of the beginning and the end, wasn't it? Gulami with 2 good catches at the end. As we roll into the highlights, and this is the story. I mean, Barker played and missed with alarming regularity early, but he also smoked one into the sight screen off Noman Amjad. Meanwhile, Action Jackson said, how you doing? And takes that one in the right glove. Tim Barker, stylish left-hander, looks pretty well put together. And yeah, he just felt that he needed to make a big score, able to keep going. Halbavi at the other end proved a pretty useful foil as well. And yeah, I just kind of like his innings, even though he didn't score at a crazy rate. Mays came and went pretty quickly, first ball. And yeah, a bit of a frustrating tournament for us so far. But yeah, the left-handed attack was in session, wasn't it? And so, yeah, just found a way to get out there. Ahmedzai got out, Vidge similarly knew he was gone. And they just had this long, long period where they couldn't strike a boundary. I think it was something like 38 balls between overs 10 and 16 where they just couldn't get a boundary. And that's where things stalled. And then it was kind of death by 1,000 cuts. The wickets came towards the end. And we had 5 of them falling in the last 3 overs. And Gulami, not once but twice, but oh so nice, as he sprung off the surface twice to get wickets 9 and 10. Rahula finishing with pretty good figures, just touching on the scorecard again. 41 for Barker, top score, but would have wanted more. 23 for Halbavi, provided a useful ally for a while and just recovering after the early wicket of Gill. May's no good, golden Derek for him. 23 for James Barker, but once again not quite able to crack a run of ball. Things fell away pretty quickly from there. 10 extras in the almost 20 overs, 18.4 bowled. But 7 wides in 19 overs, I think that's okay. I think a couple were marginal. France will be pretty happy with their work. Looking at the bowling, it was a team effort, wasn't it? In fact, we saw 7 bowlers used and they all did a pretty good job. Dawud Ahmedzai had a kind of off over, so they didn't go back to him. They preferred the off spin of Ibrahim Jabarkel, who took 1 for 14. Very tight off his 3 overs. Got to say, Amjad was great early, 1 for 13. Just had 1 shot in anger against him, but then got the big wicket soon after. Wanakula Saria had a maiden, but despite that, he did go for 27. 2 wickets for Usman Khan. Once again, reliable as you like. Prabhakaran was an interesting case. He took 2 wickets in his first 2 balls. Bowled the over, was never seen again. 4 for 12 at the end. Rahul Mangal, that is, scoops the pool and he cleans up the tail with a bit of help from Galami. We'll take a break. We'll be back in around about, say, 15 minutes or so with the chase. And I'll give you all the stats then about what France need to do. But if they win, no doubt they will be the champions of this Mdina Cup. Plenty of cricket still to come today from Malta. Hope you're enjoying it as much as we are. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. We'll see you around the corner here on ECN for more Mdina Cup.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello, cricket lovers. Welcome back to Malta. Great to have your company. It is day 3, and it's the final innings of this Mdina Cup coming up very, very shortly. It is Luxembourg taking the field. Malta going to take the bats, and they'll be chasing a victory target of 111 to sweep their mini-series with Luxembourg. And if they do that, they'll win the trophy. Crunch some numbers. Some pretty interesting possibilities coming out. More of that in a second. But right now, let's watch the French openers coming out there. That's Gus McKeon, who has been a bit of a revelation in a French shirt since he debuted last year. This is his second series for France. He's out there with Action Jackson. Looks like it's going to be Ankush Nanda, who bowled really well yesterday in this contest. And so, yeah, it's a big afternoon of cricket still to come. We've got this, but also, of course, we'll have the first game of the Letter Cup following on pretty quickly, probably 30 minutes after this finishes. 4:15 local, which is 7:45 in India. Welcoming back all of our viewers watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, as well as everyone that is watching on fan code in India. Almost ready to go. Shake, rattle and roll. 1-1-1 for France to win. Starts with a slightly mistimed drive. Luxembourg have to be pretty disciplined here. McKeon looked better as the series has gone on. Let's just see if he can capture the magic. McKeon, we'll see a couple out. It's got the time to do that, I suppose. But yeah, into the over, I'll give you the equation. It's a pretty interesting one, to be honest. Oh, loose shot. Another way to say it from McKeon, who tries to go across the line. Knows that they've got the infield up in the leg side. So, you know, plays the wrong shot here, takes the bait. Pressure of a couple of dots, I suppose, early in the piece. Balls to start. It's off the outside half bat. Another dot. It's a good start from Luxembourg. Luxembourg, I mean, they'll be concerned first and foremost about just winning because it'd be a big scalp if they were able to do that. Because France is some 17 places above them in the T20 International Men's Rankings. 4 dots. McKeon first up. Interesting call, this one. The reason I said it's interesting is, to be honest, I think McKeon, he kind of walks before the ball's bowled. Look, still misses by a bit though, so that's why the umpire still calls it. Probably don't have a problem with that. Probably was a stump outside off, and then even if you move that line one stump over, probably straight over the line, so fair enough. McKeon, it's the inside half of the bat on this one. This could run all the way. In fact, it does. And this outfit really does get quick the longer the day goes on. And it ends up the square leg boundary. So relieves the pressure somewhat. First runs of this chase. 1-1-1, the victory target. Ken whips this away, and he probably gets enough of this too, or does he? He doesn't. Yeah, proper flick back job there. Excellent fielding. Luxembourg have done this pretty well during the week. Keeps it to 2. Still 6 off the first over. Puts him ahead of the rate. So, end of 1, 7 without loss. Okay, so here we go. Have a look at this. So, obviously France, they're trying to win. The target's 111. But they will win the cup on net run rate if they score 91 or more in this inning. Now, if they score 89 or less, Malta win on net run rate. But here's the interesting one. If France score exactly 90, then France and Malta tie net run rate. And then I've got no idea what happens. How often do you see a tied net run rate? And the thing is, if you go head to head, they beat each other, right? They beat each other. So then, I don't even know if there's a rule for this, but my guess is it would go on the net run rate in the games between each other. And because France beat Malta by 9, but Malta just beat France by 4, I think France would still win. But that kind of nihilist to me wants to see it. What do you think? France got to be odds on to chase these down, though. It might be all academic. And here's Javakel starts with the ball. Getting past Action Jackson. First ball he's faced. Yeah, so what do you think of that? Interesting. Javakel was having a pretty good series for Luxembourg. Won the game for them earlier. Solid defensive shot. Gets Jackson off the mark, thanks to a slight fumble at point. So yeah, how about that? Well, let it Dave B. Good to have you with us. And, yeah, apologies. I did make an erroneous calculation in the chat. That's because I set it for 10 overs out of habit. But of course, they're 20 over matches. So yeah, if France make exactly 90, then France and Malta are tied on net run rate. And then I've got no idea. I think it goes to rock, paper, scissors. Maybe they might share the trophy. I think that might be a possibility as well. But hey, I don't think they've got the budget for 2 trophies. He steps across, and that's why he doesn't get the wide call here. Check this one out in the replay. Yeah, because of that movement towards the ball, doesn't get the benefit of the call. Pull shot, hits it pretty well. A little bit short from Javakel, and we know that McKean's strong in that area. Strong enough to get 4. Brought up on bouncy pitches. That one disappears. Confident looking start. Javakel, I think if you look at how McKean's got out so far there, balls that were pitched up more. He's bowled around his legs on the first day. He's kind of knocked a leading edge back to the bowler once. Caught once in the deep. Oh no, that's off the pitch. It's actually the first one of those we've seen this week. I think Javakel tries to slow a ball. It goes very wrong and gives McKean the license. Free hit coming up. Yeah, that ain't too good at all. But anyway, strap yourselves in. Free hit time. See too many of them. His form of the game. And he's going to cash it in. And it ends up 2/3 the way up the fence. Maximo! And poor Elias Javakel finding out the hard way. The cricket can take you down again. We saw that on day one, didn't we, with a couple of players. He makes his own bed and has to line it. 6 to the total. McKean looking like he's on a mission to finish this pretty quickly. Must be a great feeling. I never faced a free hit because I stopped playing before the rule really came in. But when it was right towards the end when I was playing, the 3 no balls I faced, I hit for 1. So I've never had that feeling of being drunk with power, not being able to be dismissed. McKean's enjoying it. Has a pretty solid back defence. To Mullove. What's it after saying France come back slowly because the target's less? But I don't think they will, judging by what we're seeing so far. 19 without loss after 2. Nanda to come back. A reasonably good first over. Anyway, Action Jackson will get to face him for the first time. Oh, he's knocked over. He's just wandered across and trying to hit across the line. And it was the gate so wide open, you could have driven a double-decker bus through it. And Nanda finds it. Action Jackson, rock and roll. First wicket down, 19 for 1. We know that's his game, though. Jackson likes to attack early. Does just that. I mean, these are the risks, playing across the line, kind of looking for that shorter boundary. But France lose their first, and Luxembourg, well, like I said, I mean, they're not too concerned about who wins the Mdina Cup. Luxembourg won't be able to do that, even if they win here. But a win's a win, and a win against an opponent which is 17 places higher on the rankings. That's good. And well, Nanda, not only is a good bowler, but he's also dishing out some free advice for Action Jackson. Galami, the beast, comes out at number 3 to face the music. Let's see how he goes. Yeah, look at this. A true all-rounder, Nanda. He bowls him. And then, you think he said well batted. And these two will meet again later in the week in the Valletta Cup. So, yeah. I've heard that the women's is slightly delayed, but it still is 20 overs. We'll be getting going pretty shortly as well. So you got your choice at the moment. Hungary as well. Galami, which is the first ball go past. So, yeah, Galami built an innings yesterday. In fact, these are the two I think that Luxembourg need to get if they're going to win this game. They've got to get them before they can inflict too much damage on the scoreboard. Yeah, Galami plays out on the dot. Question from Dave, where are these two batters originally from? I know that Gus McKeon is from my hometown in Perth, Western Australia, but qualifies on French citizenship to play for France. Galami, I'm not so sure from originally, but I know that he's played some cricket in Sweden. A player I really enjoy watching. Played for Seaside back in 2020 ECS. Looking for a run here. It's not quite there now. It's been pretty tight. Okay, it's a pretty quick turnaround. So Valletta Cup will be coming up as the third match, but I'm just going to warn everyone right now, it'll be on a different stream because this is the end of a tournament. Because Valletta Cup's a new tournament, it'll begin in probably an hour and a half or so. So just stay tuned for that one. Galami leans on this, finds the fielder again. Another dot, now they're going to get a run. Bit wasteful, to be honest. Good throw, to be honest. Good throw, but bad throw. There, Galami gets off the mark, he'll take it. Have a look at this. All those throwing drills you do, he says, come on. I hope to catch him napping, but of course, rebounds to a place where the fielder backing up doesn't expect it. So, I don't know. I don't mind that. Kind of sends a signal. Probably depends what happens to this last ball with McKeon on strike. I mean, if McKeon was to nick off this ball, then the fielder looks like a genius. Hello to Oktay Galami. Oktay, nice to see you. Maybe you're tuning in to see Galami. Maybe you can help a bit with his background. Anyway, it's McKeon right now. Taps it away. Should just be a single, and it is. Into 3 overs. France on target at the moment. 1 wicket down, 21 for 1 after 3. So, yeah, just if you missed it before, this is the equation for France. Obviously, they're trying to win the game, but yeah, if France score 91 or more, they win, even if they don't achieve the victory target, because they'll have the superior net run rate to Malta, who'll also be on 4 points. Obviously, if France win the game, they win anyway. But yeah, the interesting one for me is if France score 90, France and Malta tie. And I don't know what happens then. It's pretty unlikely. Still, it's possible. Malta, well, there'll be big Luxembourg supporters here because I suppose on account of their really tight loss, then Malta, yeah, they could win on net run rate if France don't achieve 90. Again, they'll be kicking themselves, the Maltese, that if they just been able to squeeze out a win, then they'd have a lot more friendly equation, I suppose, the host nation, to lift the Mdina Cup. Dingra gets the ball in over number 4. Not a bad ball. Well jumped on there by Halbavi. Just a single. Yeah, so Tarek asking, how do we feel about putting pineapple on pizza? This one always comes up, doesn't it? I've answered it a few times, Tarek, but I'll say I like pineapple, but I don't really like it on pizza. But I do like pineapple, and my reason is I just think it overpowers the other ingredients. So that's all I've got to say about it. But I will eat it. I'm not super against it. I just would prefer it without. A bit early for food chat. Cracking drive. Picks out Shivkar and Gill. He's pretty happy with himself there. Yeah, he handles it. Played a really important innings earlier in the day. Driven. And just the 2 outfielders, there's one of them. First 6 overs power play, of course. Yes, I have heard there might be a bit of a guest commentator in the Netherlands' second innings. Scotty Edwards floating around, the men's skipper. Also housemate of Corey Ruckers. So that'll be a bit of a treat for everyone. Pitched up again this time, it finds the gap, and I think this is running for 4. Yeah, it's a cracking shot from McKeon. Just makes a really good sound off his bat when he hits it well. That time he did get the placement that he was looking for. And he gets the boundary. It's over there in the Netherlands. Netherlands winning the toss and to bowl, so I think they're having some success so far. Oh no, didn't quite get the timing. Still a solid looking shot. You can see the plan is here. They've got 6 on the offside, just trying to plug it up on one side of the wicket. McKean's found a gap earlier in the over, that time he doesn't. Hit a couple of fielders. Stands and delivers this time and finds the gap again, so yeah, I mean, McKeon, for a guy who's 19, he's played a lot of tough cricket, you can tell. And this artificial surface, I said yesterday, it's quite a lot easier to go from turf cricket to artificial cricket because the bounce is so consistent and kind of drives that despite it not being a half volley. End of the over, he's dominated the first 4. He has 26 runs out of the 31 so far. It's 31 for 1 after 4. So, yeah, Dingra goes for 10. Saber Zakil is in the chat watching from Belgium. Hello, Saber, how are you? Well, I like your tongue-in-cheek comment. Yeah, Saber is a guy that I admire a lot. Plays his cricket for Belgium and Beveren. We've seen him a fair bit at the Cardimer Oval. Really exciting player. How's your shoulders, Saber? And yeah, we had the pleasure of playing against each other in the Prague T10 2 or 3 weeks ago. If you want to know how my hamstring is, it's slightly better because I did pull my hamstring in the semi-final. Anyway, this is cut away. Brilliant stop. Really good stop from Vikram. Actually goes kind of opposite hand. He was diving to his right. I think the first thing that hit the ground was his face, but then he was able to get the left hand up in hope more than anything. And yeah, he did really well. Saves 3 runs for his team there. Yeah, so Sabir really enjoyed that. Obviously, he had a pretty competitive final against each other. But greatest respect for all the cricketers that took part in that. Anyway, this is a full toss, and he just caresses it wide of mid-on. McKeon looks on here. But again, you know, getting a bit of help. That's just an out-and-out full toss from Jamakel. Maybe an attempted Yorker. He gets it wrong. Just times it. McKeon doesn't feel under too much pressure here at all. Made a really good start. Hello to Shazad as well, who's watching. Hello to Emma, saying to Mummy's Afghani but grew up in Pakistan. Well, I thought it'd be something like that. Thank you, Emma, for that information. This is an umpire's calling wide. It has a bit of sympathy for Jamakel this time. And Kalami, first time I saw him was back in 2020. He's always playing the game the right ways. Playing the game in the right spirit, enjoys being out there. And the guys love being out here, even though it's kind of like if you turn on your oven, wait a few minutes and stick your head in, not for too long. That's probably what the guys are dealing with at the moment here. It's good. Yorker gets it right on that occasion. So Dave was asking about Action Jackson. Now that I don't know, but I feel like Action Jackson might have been grown in a lab where they were just trying to develop the perfect kind of wicket-keeper prototype. Turns this into a pull. Despite it not being very full, that's why it's hit pretty straight, like a flat bat. No run though. Yeah, good to see a few people in the chat. Yeah, Sabera, hopefully you're well. How are you doing? And yeah, I enjoyed it. I did play 3 days of cricket, which is probably the only 3 days of cricket I've played this year. I really enjoyed it, particularly keeping. Keeping's my thing. Had the occasional bat. That's trouble as well. That's a full toss and it leaves the ground pretty quickly. Cracked away for 4. Pretty well fielded for a guy that's being rested. He doesn't get a rest here. Have a look at Ramatullah Mangal. And I think Ramatullah, he wants the Purple Heart here for saving a life. Look at this. He's saying, look. He's trying to say I saved you, but to be fair, it would have gone over everybody. But yeah, France, they're cruising at the moment. It's Luxembourg taking the bruising. And it has to be the end of the 5th over. I make that 40 for 1 off 5. Yeah, Saber was playing for Donnerstadt on loan. But yeah, Saber's a guy. Perhaps we'll see him for Belgium in the ECC this year. Can't wait for that tournament. I mean, that is going to be something else. Biggest one yet, 31 countries. And yeah, Saber, I enjoyed playing, but I'm also going to enjoy my 362 days rest before I play again. I think I'm a bit more suited at 42 years of age. Stay in the commentary box now. Anyway, McKeon sits and watches for a sec. It's going to be Galami facing up, and it's going to be Malab. Malab's an interesting one. We talked about the fact that he plays a bit of peekaboo with his run-up. I think you're trying to say, look, you have to wear a helmet because he's a pace bowler, and Gus is saying, I don't think he is pace bowler. I think he's trying to say the keeper's up to the stumps. So this is where it's a bit of a grey area, to be honest. I think they should get the speed gun on Malav and then make a judgment. I got to say that's why I actually think the ruling would have been better from the ICC if they said, look, you just got to wear helmets all the time. You know, if the keeper has to wear a helmet up to the stumps, I mean, the batter's even closer. Gus looks nonplussed, but I think that would have been a more sensible step. Stops this constant taking off, taking on. But I love it then. It's a bit of an alpha move on Malav as well, saying, well, I don't think you are a fast bowler. I think they're saying because he's not a spinner, he has to wear a helmet. I suppose if in doubt, wear the helmet. I'm pretty confident with it on, to be honest. anyway. Well, now we've sorted that out. McKeon gets to face the frightening pace of Punko's Muller. Maybe just a slight break in concentration. He goes after the first one, wasn't really there. But yeah, I'm going to say, I mean, I'm applauding the ICC for a step in the right direction, kind of mandating the use of helmets, but I would just say, do it all the time. What's the downside of doing that? Steps across, getting frustrated. I've got to say, I mean, it's not often I run into players who were brought up where I was brought up, and although we're a good 20 plus years apart, but I know the sort of cricketer that McKeon is, playing in the grade system, and he's very hard on himself when he mishits one. This one gets over mid-off, they brought up into the circle, and so he's going to get a boundary. So again, this one I don't think it's quite out of the screws, but it's the last over of the power play, and so you've got just more of the field up in the circle. And takes a bit of a chance. He gets just enough to get it over the infielder. And of course, this outfielder runs away for 4 pretty quickly. Another miss hit. He's got a good bat, but it just sounds a little bit off at the moment. We saw him actually change his bat. It was yesterday. And then first ball with new batty, leading edge one straight back to the bowler. Ooh. Hits onto his body. And this will be the end of the over, end of the power play. So France doing what they need to do so far. They're 45 for 1 after 6. So just talking to Summer Zakil from Belgium in the chat, and yeah, Belgium have a super interesting group, Group B. So second half of week 1, they've got Jersey, Guernsey, as well as Croatia and Bulgaria. So yeah, a bit of the battle of the islands there of Jersey and Guernsey. They've got a real friendly rivalry, and pretty friendly, but also kind of serious. But I want to know, Sabra, if you're still there, let us know how you feel about your group. It's a super interesting one. Groups have some sort of differentiating qualities. And I think, you know, you've got Group B and C there. For me, it doesn't have an England, Ireland, Scotland, or a Spain, which all made the finals last year. So a little bit open, I think. Anyway, it's going to be Girish Venkateswaran, who's going to bowl over number 7. He has the protection of 5 outfielders if he wants one now. Okay, up for change of pace, and in fact, no pace at all. Venkateswaran fails to fire first time. Yeah, Galami 4 off 8. We saw him kind of taking his time early in his innings. And I kind of attribute him as a real smash-up, but I suppose because I've seen him play mostly T10 cricket. It's a pretty good smash though. Gets a wide full toss, not a good ball, not a good start for Venkateswaran. And it disappears to the offside boundary, 4 runs. I like that. Just said too quick for him. No, maybe not. Anyway, gets the right of reply though, Girish. And pretty wide this time. It bounces, which helps. Snuck down to Vikram Vij. So Luxembourg going to have a big week ahead. No doubt about it. And most teams from here will just play kind of 1 game a day, because now there's 5 teams in the competition. Although you will see Romania and Switzerland probably having to make it up a little bit. Just going to check out the fixtures. McKeon. Well, that could have been a run out if it was picked up cleanly because there was confusion if there was a run there or not. Galami kind of just took off. Luxembourg do have another doubleheader on Saturday, but kind of eases up a bit from here. Luxembourg will play Malta in match 2 of the Valletta Cup tomorrow morning. They'll also play the morning game on Friday against Switzerland. Then they play the first and third game on Saturday against Romania and France, respectively. So this is cut away, and that'll be 4. He's just been a bit too wide there, and he doesn't really have the protection out at deep point. So I think it's right. He's got to kind of work out what he's doing. I think he can afford to be a bit straighter because he's got 3 of his 5 outfielders leg side, square leg, deep mid wicket, long on, and even long off. It's probably good to a ball that's pitched up and a bit straighter. Not really working out for him at the moment. Also, see that the 50s come up during this over for France. Chops down, doesn't get a run this time. Galami, it's going to look good. Yeah, so France and Luxembourg, they will meet again, but we'll have to wait a while. 3 days, in fact. They'll meet in match 10 of the Valletta Cup on Saturday night. Saturday Night Fever. And then, of course, each of the 5 teams will play on finals day. There's a 4 versus 5 playoff, but then 2 versus 3 play for the right to make the final. The first team automatically through to the Valletta Cup final on Sunday afternoon. Under edge. 2 in this. That's exactly what they're going to do. So yeah, France kind of cruising. 91 secures the trophy, but the way things are going, that 1-1-1 not posing too many problems for them at the moment. 7 overs in, France 57 for 1. Hello to Keanu. Said it's so good to be back watching ECN to relax to. Well, Keanu, we aim to please. I'd say it's about 10 to 11 at night where you are. Hopefully enjoying your evening. I'm keeping half an eye on the Netherlands game as well. With Scotland losing a couple of early wickets against Netherlands. Top of my head, I think Scotland are higher ranked by maybe 4 spots, might be 14 to 18. I'm going to find out. So, T20 national women's rankings. I know Thailand 11. Yeah, Scotland 14, Netherlands 18. So, yeah, pretty competitive cricket over there from Kampong today in Utrecht, Netherlands. Scotland were a bit disappointing against Thailand in their first game on Monday. So, Scotty Edwards, the Dutch men's captain, will be a guest commentator with Corey. So, yeah, you might want to flick on to that at the end of this game before the Valletta Cup starts. Malaf comes back. Pretty disciplined with what he's delivered so far. I suppose the difference this time is he's got the benefit of 5 outfielders, so he can kind of plug up that offside boundary a bit more than he was able to before. So he's still got a 6-3 field, low fine leg. Yeah, he's a wide. He does jump across, but it's a lot wider than the line. You see, have a look here. Before he bowls, it kind of goes 2 stumps outside, but it's at least 2 stumps outside the wide line, so I think it's a good call. All right, steps across this time, and he nails it over the leg side. Maximo McKeon to 45 on the verge of his second half century of the series. Shivkar and Gill wisely leaving the ball, retrieving to someone who had a bit of better protection. That one's in the scrub. And you can see McKeon can trust the bounce on this pitch. That's the ball he goes and fetches, and it's not really a slog. It's a calculated hit to mid-wicket because there's only 3 fielders over there. He just feels there's more value. It's worth a slight risk. And he does it again, and he's going to get more. And yeah, it's gone for 4 again. Shivkar and Gill, I mean, had a good shake at it, didn't he? And McKeon moves to 49. We'll check it out in the replay. Steps across, kind of clunks it a little bit off the inside half. But yeah, just over Shivkar and Gill, 1 bounce 4. And now, once more, but Shivkar and Gill has to channel a bit of Joost Mees about that because it's almost an awkward trampoline Tortuga over him. But McKeon gets his 50. And so gets a warm ovation from his teammates. 50 off 31 balls. And he's put France in a great position here. Galami just chugging along. Field spread. It's a pretty comfortable time for a top order batter to bat now with, you can see the run rate required. Not too onerous at all. Just around about 3.4 and over. What's two? Maybe there, but they kind of guess against it last moment. End of the over. 71 for 1 after 8. So, yeah, James Stewart saying likes that shot. Yeah, I just think partly it's just about the conditions. If you go from playing cricket on turf to playing on an artificial pitch, you'll just see you're a little bit less scared of a bad bounce. So that's the kind of shot, you know, if you step across and try and hoik from outside off on a turf pitch and you get one that kicks a bit low, then you look like a bit of a goose. But I just think you can get away with it a bit more here, and especially when you've got the invitation to do so by the opposition skipper, who's only using 3 fielders over there, and you've got a guy that you feel confident he's not really rushing you for pace, then, you know, I think McKeon has assessed the risk reward and likes it. There's a degree of premeditation to it, I think, as well. Venkateswaran does get a second over despite going for 12 in the first that he bowled. See what McKeon's attitude is. Oh, forgets to bowl again. Bit of a routine for Girish here. First ball of the over. 40 to win for France. 20, I suppose, to secure the trophy. Uh-oh, that's trouble. And that is out of here. Maximo! I've got to say as well, looked over the waist to me as well, but not that he needed the extra invitation. But yeah, McKeon just kind of pouncing on the error. Let's have a look at it here. Yes, for me that's above the waist. Yeah, you could say it's at the waist. It's probably one of those ones that's in the middle. I suppose with a spinner as well, you're probably less likely to call it if you're on the border in this cricket. But anyway, McKeon, he doesn't care. He moves to 57. Girish maybe just having a few troubles gripping the ball in these humid conditions. This is a quicker one though. He's a little bit late on it, to be fair. McKeon moves to 58 though with a single. Yeah, so Saber from Belgium in the chat saying, yeah, looking interesting. Group B, some good teams like Jersey and Guernsey will be great to play against them. We're ready for that. I suppose not to counter. Oh, pick up there might have been interesting, but Nanda wasn't able to get it cleanly. Yeah, so I mean, Croatia and Bulgaria, don't really count them out either in a T10 format, where I think the shorter the format, the more unpredictable it is. You just have one player have a big game, and we saw the Indo-Bulgarian beating VOC Rotterdam, for example, previous ECL champions at the ECL this year. Oh, this is a really nice looking shot. It's straight, it's long, it's strong, it's 6, it's Maximo! Oh, Gus the Gargantuan moves into the 60s. He spots a big gap straight down the ground. He says, yeah, if it's in that zone, I'm going to hit it straight, and it doesn't get much straighter than that. Really, I think this game's on borrowed time at the moment. Yeah, so that game, Indo-Bulgarian against VOC Rotterdam, they won despite dropping 14 catches in 10 overs. But again, memorable stuff. Katamas where dreams are made. Change of angle, slightly false shot, it's everyone back. Fairly low risk from McKeon, who moves to 65. Yeah, Keanu saying seems a bit unfair to have McKeon in the team. But having said that, don't forget, I mean, he got rocked for a duck. First game of the tournament. France won that game anyway. And he'd make a few runs in match 2. France lost. So, I mean, he's a good player. one is well knocked down in the circle, end of the ninth over. The score 86-1. And look, Keanu, here's the thing. It shows you, I suppose, shows up maybe where European cricket is compared to cricket in established cricket playing country. And McKeon, he plays mostly second grade in Western Australia, breaking into the ones, and as a young player is finding his way. But for example, second grade cricket is, don't be fooled by the name, it's tough cricket. Even if you're talking third grade cricket in Australia, it's tough cricket. A lot of those guys that are hardened from that kind of cricket, if they do qualify to play in Europe or move to Europe on residency, I mean, they're pretty useful players. And one thing about the grade system in Australia is if you do perform, you go up. If you don't, you go down. I mean, it's pretty democratic that way. And so, McKeon, he's only 19, so he's still quite young for first grade cricket. But I do know he's been breaking into the top side there at Perth. But it's tough cricket, like I said. Having played a lot of it myself. I played it for probably 13, 14 years in Perth. But I mean, all the capital cities around Australia, fairly similar. Anyway, the medic's on there. And I think it might have just been one of the fielders, might have been Vikram, or might have been Halbavi that had a slight issue. Shazad watching from France, and he's saying, hang on, James, we've already seen one epic collapse from France. Yeah, I mean, expect the unexpected, but I think it would have to be a very dramatic collapse from here. 25 required, still over half the overs remaining. I suppose, congratulations will be in order once they bring up 5 more runs, but obviously, with this being a fully fledged T20 international, you want to make sure that you win the game if you're France. Make sure you protect your ranking. Maybe improve a little bit. Okay, Elias Javakel comes back. Over 10. Yeah, good start. Jams down. There's some indecision. McKeon actually says, nah, I don't want to run there. I want another go. Did beat Javakel, but didn't beat Tingra, who is coming around from extra cover. I suppose that's one difference with cricket in Europe versus cricket in somewhere like Australia, where Gus plays his cricket. There's levels to the cricket, whereas in Europe most of the time, not all, it's just kind of one level domestically. Anyway, this is into the gap, and it's going to be 4. That's a good effort there from James Barker, who really gave it everything, sprinting to his left, but McKeon, well, he kept the strike when he might have taken a single the ball before, but the result is good for him because he gets 4 the very next ball and he moves to 69. Yeah, so there are some places like the Netherlands where there's 3 levels of cricket. I know in Czech Republic now there's enough teams, there's 3 divisions. Sometimes you get 2 divisions, but they're clubs that go in different divisions. Rarely, again, not never, but rarely you get one club with more than one team. Well, now he thinks it's time to bring out the trick shots. Wants to ramp and then realizes he's not going to get inside it, so he tries to reverse ramp. I think smartly he just gets out the way of it and doesn't want to wear it in the end, Gus. Anyway, probably an indication it's time to party. Yeah, so that's why it won't be that way, I'm sure, the longer cricket develops in Europe with the trends, with more cricket being played, more cricket being shown. Easy 2 here, he says. And I think it is an easy 2. It's Tim Barker that does the fielding. Yeah, but that's probably one key difference between domestic cricket in Australia versus somewhere like Malta, where we are now, for example, or France, or Luxembourg. You know, within one team, you can have a bigger range of abilities domestically, whereas kind of, you know, if you're playing second grade cricket or first grade cricket, everyone's kind of around the same level in Australia. A little bit short, pulled away, and there's nobody home there. That'll be 4. Well, France during this over, they've secured the trophy. I think it's a matter of time until they bring up the win as well against Luxembourg. You look a bit tired, understandably, their second match of the day. Had one to remember earlier, but this one won't be going that way at the moment. yeah, so you might have a domestic team here in Europe where there's one or two players that are kind of first-class level, but then you go to the other end of the team, you've got guys that are still kind of learning the game. Maybe a couple of native players in there as well. Hello, Louis Bruce as well. Hopefully you're well. Watching from Gibraltar. Nice to have you with us. I think we haven't had too many of them. We haven't had any of, actually, in the series so far as an early finish, and it looks like we're headed for one this time. Next ball is going to be another boundary. McKeon to 79. I don't think he'll have enough time to bring up the 100, but he might go close. He's cruising along at the moment. And that also brings up the 100. So a pretty productive 10 overs, France. 100 for 1. Just 11 runs required for victory now. That's the tail of the tape so far. McKeon has looked good, hasn't he? And I suppose it's firing a few warning shots to some of the teams still to play. Romania and Switzerland, of course, joining us tomorrow. Splitter Cup will get underway tonight. Yeah, Gus McKeon, a little bit of a slow start. Has really gotten to the swing of things here. So, to go now, the way things are going, I think. All right, Galami steps across, hits it reasonably well, although not enough to get out of the infield. It won't get all the way to the rope, that we'll get to. Down the ground, should just be a single, it is. So, almost there now. Again, might finish in a blaze of glory. Shaping it that way at the moment. Just working away, handful required for victory now. McKeon has moved to 80, and he's just really taking control of things here, hasn't he? Just a reminder though, Splitter Cup will be coming up as our third match of the day. It will be in a different stream to this one though, just to make everyone aware. So Galami closing in on this target with McKeon. This has been the partnership that's taken things away. We said Luxembourg had to get through, and they haven't been able to. 11 overs in, 106 for 1. Yeah, so you can see the next game will start here in Malta at 4:15 local, so it's about 3:10 right now. So it's about an hour's time we'll be back. But like I said, it'll be on a different stream. Malta versus France, the three-peat. Well, the three-match actually is what I was calling it, the three-match, not just the rematch, because those two had some incredible tussles on Monday and some crazy finishes. So in the meantime, you've got an hour. I recommend going over and watching the Netherlands versus Scotland, the T20IW. Scotland 42 for 5 at the moment, having a bit of trouble against the Dutch bowlers. Eva Lynch with a couple of wickets. Delanga with their spin, 1 for 2 off 1. Just spotting that they're halfway through that first innings, 42 for 5 off 10. So yeah, you can turn over to that. But right here, France getting close to the finish line. I have a feeling this could be the last over we see of the Mdina Cup. But it's got to say, it's been great to have the Mdina Cup in addition to the Valletta Cup this year. So, I mean, the reason, I suppose, is there's 3 teams that were able to play a full week. You got 2 teams that could only play the half week, which is Romania and Switzerland. But it's just a great opportunity for these guys to get out there and play some T20 internationals, you know, fight for ranking points, get more experience in the international game. Anyway, Keanu, before we finish, and I hope this isn't 6 because you just told me something. Well, good news, it won't be 6. Well, it might be more. Vikram Virj has decided to bowl some off spin here. So, yeah, really trying something out. Keanu, happy birthday. Just said it's his birthday. It's his 3rd year watching ECN on his birthday. And in Romania in 2021 and Italy in 2022. Hello, Keanu. And very, very happy birthday to you, one of our biggest supporters out there. And stick around, maybe watch some of the Dutch game, maybe catch a bit of Hungary as well in the innings break of that, and then join us back here for the Valletta Cup. Just got a multi-screen it, 3 matches for your birthday, Keanu. All right, Boundary wins it now. Kalami says yes, please, and he almost gets the wicket, but he doesn't. He gets the win. And it's going to be a Maximo, and it's game, set, match. And France, they do this, and they do it with heaps of balls to spare. I think it's 52 balls to spare, but regardless, congratulations, France. They've won the 2023 Mdina Cup. The first ever winners of that tournament. So yeah, thrilled for those guys, and you know, they won't have too much time to celebrate because they're about an hour away from getting back on the field. And Gus McKeon and Mukhtar Galami, the beast, take the game away pretty quickly. A shade over 11 overs. And Vikram Virj's off-spin career, I have a feeling it might have ended before it's begun. But anyway, you know, congratulations. They thoroughly deserve their victory. And so, well, roll through the highlights. France, we knew they needed 91 to win the trophy, 111 to win the game. But, you know, Luxembourg, you know, I suppose the tough thing, backing up 2 games in a row, and I don't think we'll ever see teams playing 2 games in a row again for the rest of the week. It's pretty tough stuff. I mean, Malta and France both had to do it on Monday. Luxembourg have had to do it a couple of days in a row, and you can just see it's kind of energy sapping the conditions at the moment. McKeon, though, put on a bit of a masterclass. Had a bit of help, though. Don't think they bowled that well to him, to be honest. A few full bangers. But yeah, I mean, he was patient. Didn't hit everything out in the middle, but he played with an aversion to risk and just kind of picked off the bad balls when they came. Occasionally kind of made his own running, wandering across outside the off stump, trusting the bounce and taking on the leg side, which only had 3 fielders most of the time. Malov came on, almost created an opportunity there. Shivkaran Gill wasn't quite able to get across. So Venkateswaran couldn't quite locate his off spin the way that he wanted to. And yeah, just kind of asking for trouble. One went a long way off the bat. And so McKeon kind of does it, raising a little bit of a sweat. That was a nice shot straight down the ground. He had good awareness of where the fielders were. Galami, let's not forget his effort as well. I think that he did a pretty good job, 27 off 21, just made sure that McKeon had the support, hit 2 4s and a 6 of his own, and that was the one that brought it up. France, the inaugural winners of the Mdina Cup. The best team over the 3 days of action. And I've got to say Luxembourg, credit to them as well. They They did come up with a win in the end. So 3 wins to France, 2 wins to Malta, 1 win to Luxembourg. That's how things finish in the Mdina Cup. Looking at the scorecard, well, McKeon dominates it, doesn't he? 82 not out of 45 balls. 4 Maximos, 11 fours in there, striking about 180. Jackson no good. He got rolled by Nanda. Just trying to hit across the line, went through the gate. Didn't hurt him too much. Galami came in. It was a pretty good support act. 27 off 21. And so France, they win by 9 wickets and they win with 52 balls in hand. Luxembourg, didn't win a lot of extras, but I do think occasionally they just weren't quite putting the ball where they wanted it. Had some good performances. I think Nanda's been a bit of a workhorse for them in these conditions. 1 for 9 of his 2 overs. Didn't get another bowl. Jamaica a little bit expensive. Bowled a few loose ones. Dingra, 1 for 16. Mitch, like I said, with his off spin, kind of tossing it up, going shopping for a wicket. Didn't get one in the end. Instead, he got whacked for 6, and that was game over. Marlove, though, no credit to him as well. I think he's shown a lot. We've still got more action to come from Luxembourg, and we will see play 4 more matches in the Valletta Cup, plus an appearance on finals day, which is guaranteed. Okay, so this stream is going to end in a moment, but you'll see in the moment the Valletta stream will come up, the Valletta Cup stream. The toss will come in around about half an hour. The game will start in an hour. It is a new tournament, so we're wasting no time here from Malta. We'll see you shortly for more action right here. 1 Cup 1, another still to be run, and we'll see you in an hour for more cricket here from Malta on the European Cricket Network.